Okay, perfect. Okay, so good day, everyone, and I'm happy to welcome you for third edition of Digital Week Online. And we are starting with Women Leadership Day with so beautiful speakers, female leaders of industries, investors, influencers, and really like beautiful women. And yeah, I'm happy to give the word to Gordon Einstein, who will moderate today the whole day, and happy to give the word to the first panelist with women in digital communications. Thank you all.
I guess that's passing it to me. Okay, I don't know why we have a bunch of guys leading the women in digital communications panel, but you know what? We're just going to go with it. I think our main job is to get out of their way so they can show their brilliance. We're going to go around and hello, everyone. It's Gordon Einstein. This is your highly caffeinated introduction to the first episode, the first session of Digital Week Online, put together by Julia Tsu and her amazing crew. So let's do a big virtual round of applause for the organizers of this event, and all the hosts and all our wonderful guests. And like I said, we're starting off, it's International Women's Day, so we're starting off with the women. And I think I'm going to try to control my big mouth and basically stay out of their way. But let's kind of do some flash introductions. So we have Adriana. Can you unmute yourself if possible?
Yeah.
If that's technically possible. Yay! Okay, Adriana. So 1 minute Wolverine style origin tale. Hit us.
1 minute. Sorry, what?
I'm a fast talking guy. Who are you? Tell us about you.
Oh, okay, awesome. So Adriana, I'm currently in Hong Kong. I've been in digital marketing and product management for the past 11 years in Asia, across Hong Kong, China, and New Zealand. And my latest endeavor has been launching my own startup advisory and an investment venture capital in Hong Kong.
Amazing. And I got to ask, where were you before Hong Kong, and how did you get to Hong Kong?
I got to Hong Kong post the first economic crisis in 2009, when the only place I could still find a job in finance was in Asia, and I kind of have never left since.
Good answer. I like that. Okay, so I'm gonna go kind of clockwise on my screen, so there's no logic to it, just other than the way that Zoom God decided to display the world. Yamalit. Hopefully I'm saying your name, but if I mess up names, I'm sure I will. Just excuse me. It's just part of the job. So please introduce yourself.
No worries, Gordon. I know. My name is Jamilet. It's almost like you can compare with an omelette. I like making that example because it's an easy way to connect. I'm from Mexico, and I've been in Hong Kong for over 13 years.
Oh, wow.
First came for an exchange program. Ballerina at heart, beginning of my career, turned MC, public speaker, and now I'm a coach with communication and presentation skills and everything that has to do around your personal branding and the way that we communicate on and offline with louder.
Interesting. Yeah, my mom took me to ballerina class once, and that was traumatic, and I'm still trying to work my way through it.
I'm gonna want to hear about that.
No. That was it. I'm done. I didn't even mean to like paint a visual. Okay, so Celine. Just because you're looking down and writing, I'm pointing to you next. So busted. No, how's it going? Tell us about you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. So I'm Celine. I'm also based in Hong Kong, and I've been a marketer for more than 20 years. Wow. I spent nearly all these 20 years in automotive industry, working for Allianz, so Nissan, Renault, Infiniti, so as a global marketing strategist, and also in Japan, in South America, in Europe. And for 1 year, I'm now the global head of marketing for APM Monaco, which is a global jewelry brand. So it's a fashion jewelry brand, and the global headquarters is here in Hong Kong. So it's a totally new challenge for me, because after all these automotive years, I'm super happy to be back to something which passionates me, and I'm really glad to have done this move.
Well, congratulations. That sounds exciting. I think we're gonna do an official round of applause, everyone. If anyone doesn't clap, okay, good. Okay, just so you know, everyone's clapping, as well they should. Sarah, I can tell you're an awesome marketer just because of the Instagram tag, so hit us.
Thank you. Just like Adriana, I've been in marketing for about 11 years, but only in Hong Kong. Yeah, so I've been in F&B, nightlife, service industry for quite some time. And then I recently decided to activate my Women of Hong Kong network, actually, that I've had for about 7 years. So we're in the process of building a platform that supports all the women in Hong Kong, whether it's their jobs or, opening a new business or just looking for the best bar that has the least pervious bartenders. Just for social fun. And just recently also became the co-founder of a company called Project Legacy. So we work with a lot of people internationally, and we focus on network marketing. So that's what I'm doing right now.
Interesting, and I liked your bar description. That was cool. I like it. And
Thank you.
Payal, last but certainly not least, please tell us about you.
Hi, yes, my name is Payal. I am also from Hong Kong, raised in Hong Kong. I have my own brand that is turning 10 years this May. I've been been a big part of, working on the digital side of my brands for a very, very long time. I also have started other little businesses along the way, invested in a few businesses along the way, and then also use my personal social to elevate lots of other startups and women, especially women in business.
Amazing.
And that's been my journey.
I love it. We have a fantastic panel. So, I mean, in keeping with the theme of the day and the panel, what unique, and kind of go beyond the cliches, what unique challenges do you face as women? What unique benefits you bring to the table as women? What are you seeing in terms of the evolving environment? And I'm going to kind of throw that ball out there and just see who catches it, and then we'll play catch amongst ourselves. Remember, lean in.
I would like if it's possible, because I know also that Adriana has another engagement. If you want to comment on this one, Adriana.
Okay, Gordon, you're really coffeeed up. What was the question?
You know what? I just came in from Dubai yesterday. I'm like the red-eye flight. I'm in Kiev now. My body's adjusting. I'm trying to balance all the chemicals. Nothing illegal. So I will take it down a notch, but I appreciate you letting me know that. So the question was, in honor of the theme of today, which is Women's Day, and this panel, going beyond the cliches, going kind of to a deeper level, as women in the communications field, what unique challenges are you facing? What unique benefits or attributes are you bringing to the table? And maybe kind of the question behind the question is, how are things evolving and changing over time? So I'm kind of going for not the front level answers, but like a little bit more depth and analysis, if you can.
Right. Yeah, it's a big question, and I think it'd be hard for me to kind of answer all of that at once. So I'll start off with just the first little bit about what kind of challenges I as a woman face. And again, this is from a personal experience. I think personally for me, I'll be honest, I haven't faced too many challenges because I've been lucky enough to have great male leaders that have been around me in kind of every country and every market and every company that I went to. But I could maybe speak on behalf of the women that were kind of in different teams to me and what I've kind of heard from them. And that's been, as a woman, when you are in a very male-dominated environment, specifically in finance. So I've had quite a bit of that in HSBC, and I'll be honest about this, is that women were voicing out the fact that they weren't feeling like they have equal footing with the man in the room. They might have the same years of experience as a man in a room, but they will never be heard as the man in the room with exactly the same experience. Again, I've been lucky enough, but I'm also vocal enough to kind of stand up for myself.
I was going to say, is that luck or is that your personal attributes making?
I think, it's personal attributes because I've been lucky enough to have the right leaders mold me and tell me that it's okay to speak up. If I didn't, then maybe I'd be different.
Good answer. I like that. And where do you see things going?
Where do I see? Do you know what? I'm I think over the past 2 years, it's been incredible how many conversations I've seen happening even around HSBC around kind of the unknown bias that a man might have when they are working together with women. It's been incredible. I've seen a number of training sessions happen in HSBC, which I thought were fantastic. There was actually one held in my team where male, again, while it was kind of these kind of training sessions were created for men, but really they would have been useful for even women themselves to kind of catch themselves when there's a bias, any kind of bias in the team that's gender based. So I've seen these kind of training facilitations, these conversations happening more and more over the last few years. So I think women hopefully will feel more confident speaking up. The more these discussions happen around us. So I expect a little bit more transparency and a little bit more of an open environment, no matter the industry, no matter the country, or basically improving.
Fair enough. Now I'm actually going to take a step back and let you all self-run this. So, if possible.
I mean, if you look at it, if you look at the kind of sponsors you've gotten for this event, I'm sure all these sponsors want to educate their company with having conversations that we're having currently here and get them to tune in. People want to be associated with equality. People want to be associated with, inclusivity now. It's like, it's almost the on trend. It's almost, I think, look down upon if you're not treating your employees in an equal manner. And as a company, it's becoming just as important as it is to be sustainable. It's important to be in a safe environment, and that the product, like if I'm buying a product, I'm actually looking and reading about how the company has been treating their employees, where the manufacturing is happening. Are they giving all genders equal opportunity? And you know what, if I think that it's a very fair environment, I'm more drawn to purchasing from that brand. So I think it's almost a great, it's a marketing tactic, but it's also just what people's personal preferences when it comes to purchasing or investing.
True. And I'm going to write from what Adriana just mentioned. It's true that we need to learn how to speak up more and not be fearful about it, be unapologetic of who we are. And developing the soft skills is very important. It doesn't matter if we're doing it online, offline, via text, email, everything, every way that we communicate, it's going to start creating that persona that we want to be. And what is that reputation? And what do we want to leave others behind with? I know Gordon, he has stepped out a little bit. So if anybody else has
to be real honest, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. To be honest, I'm a late addition. You're actually the moderator, so I am going to.
That's okay.
No.
I have plenty to say too. I raised my hand with the theme of this
thing for me to speak. So all yours. Take it away. Go for it.
Celine or Sarah, do you have any other comments after this question?
No, I was thinking about it, but I think it's also really depending of the industry you've been working in. Like I've been working more than 15 years in the automotive industry, and I can tell you that there is a huge difference between female and male, and that in terms of salary, in terms of responsibility, and I think still in and it was last year, but you still have this type of joke and things like that. So I really think it's really depend of the industry, but. So if I talk about automotive, I don't see any change over the years. Really, if you are in this kind of classic industry, I think there is a big change in terms of culture, origin, and that has been changed a lot. And we had a lot of training on that and everything. About the female, with the same study and the same experience, I was still less paid than a man in automotive, and that was a fact. So I cannot say that in this, now working in fashion industry and things, yes, of course, it's more a woman's world, and yes, we are. My life is easier, and I think in terms of salary is different. But I think that some industry, the change didn't really happen. No.
Okay. What about in the F&B?
I think there's a lot of battle to fight for female today. I think we're not at the point of equality.
Yeah, we need to challenge that. Sarah, what about in the F&B industries?
I haven't really been at F&B industry in the last 3 years per se, but I can tell you right now, when I started in 2011, 2012, I got a manager job by 2013. And on top of being a woman and being a Filipina, it wasn't well accepted. They looked at me as if, I probably did some extra things to get the job. It wasn't as simple as like, oh, Sarah's actually really skilled, really talented, she deserves a role. It was more of like, I wonder what she did to get there. And it was a little heartbreaking, but it's definitely changed right now for F&B industry. I did enter a sales role about a year ago, intensive training with the sales team. I was able to work with people such as Decathlon, Cathay Pacific, and all that. Being the only female in a sales team, I had 4 or 5 other teammates that were all male, and they were really, really great. I don't think anybody expected me to close $1 million deals by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th month. So that really, it was a surprise for them. And I guess nobody really expects that. But I do see that people are changing. The way that they see women is pretty equal. But I do have something to say, just because we feel a certain way about how we're perceived as women in business, we should not let that stop us. We must continually move forward as if there was no gender, right? It's all about the show of skill sets. It's all about how strong we are as women. So I never let that stop me. And I don't think any of us in this room has ever let that stop us. And that's why we're all here.
Correct. And we shouldn't be afraid of our emotions. On the contrary, we should use them to our advantage, because that's what makes us stronger and different from our male counterparts. And going around that, from the wonderful question that Gordon already set for us, I want to go back to Adriana. And I know that you're talking about HSBC and the way that you saw that the evolution was happening with the training. And you have managed big campaigns for a big corporation like this one. And you are also managing campaigns for smaller corporations like startups. What's the difference between one and the other? The digital communication, is it the same? Do you have any pillars that will work for both? Tell us more about it, Adriana.
Right. It's a good question. So I guess in the latest gig at HSBC, you're right. I was managing pretty large scale campaigns. I had a pretty large team as well. And today, for some of the startups in my portfolio, I also help them launch to market. It's a very interesting transition, and I'm absolutely loving transition. I'm also still learning on some of the differences. But I think the major ones between a corporate such as HSBC and a tiny little e-commerce startup, number one is money. When I was at HSBC, yes, the budgets were pretty healthy, but that also meant that your targets were as healthy, let's call it that, right? The pressure was much more intense. Unfortunately, having all of that money didn't mean that I can actually spend it. So what ended up happening is I have this budget, but I had to constantly prove myself. I had to constantly tie every single dollar spent to every KPI possible. So what this meant is sometimes I didn't get the luxury to be as creative. I didn't get the luxury of doing something really good for the customer and spending that $100 USD because I would need to show what was the sales and revenue as a result of that. So basically what I'm saying is, in a startup, it's much, much easier to spend that money or things that I know are good for me, for the company, and for the customer. That was major difference. A few others would be also, I think, the tools that we used at HSBC versus a tiny startup. Because it took such a long time for a large corporate to onboard a new tool. So let's say, for example, Salesforce, right? It's just an example. In something like HSBC, it would take them about a year to start using new tools. But at the time that they onboard a new tool, a startup would have used much better technology, right? That's far more advanced, that's far cheaper, that's far easier to use, right? So I am absolutely enjoying the amount of tools that I'm using today versus what I was using about 6 months ago when I was still in HSBC. So again, money doesn't necessarily mean that I'm faster, that I'm more creative, or that I have better tools to use as a company, which is unfortunate. So I think HSBC kind of, or any large company has that working against them. So how they implement that into their culture, into the ops, will kind of make or break their marketing team. And I think the last one that I will say, the last biggest differentiation, and probably the most important one, is creativity. While in a large corporate, and I'm sure, actually, I'd be curious if, Celine, you would be experiencing the same in a global brand, is the level of approvals is quite high, right? So it takes you a little bit longer to do something small and creative or big and creative. You have to run it past legal, past compliance, past risk, past the global head of PR, right? Where again, and as a startup, you don't really have that luxury to take your time, right? The competition is right on your corner, around the corner. So again, in the startups that I'm currently working with right now, we get to play around. We get to A/B test constantly. We really get to think outside of the box, and we get to actually execute those ideas. So yeah, that's kind of it in a nutshell.
That's a great. And I wanted to also know if you can see the bias or not when you are delivering these digital campaigns in a bigger corporation versus the smaller one. And then after that, when you replied to me, Adriana, if we can touch base with Celine, because I know with APM, they are having a very interesting way of managing their digital campaigns and communications because they actually do it internally. So after Adriana finishes, Celine, can you tell us more about this style of working? Even though you have a global company, it feels like you're almost working as a startup.
Exactly. I mean, it is exactly that. And when Adriana was saying about global, I can say yes, when I was in Nissan having a global account, it was exactly that. We had the purchase in Japan and we had like so many layers and it was a campaign per country and it was completely different. In APM, even if it's a global company, it's really like a startup. And we're really working like this. We are super limited in terms of people working. And also we do everything in-house, which is really the specificity. I think we will speak, and most probably Marielle will speak about influencer and everything. So for us, the influencer is really specific because it's an in-house project. We recruit in-house all our KOL and we get into contact directly. We do all our paid ad directly ourselves. We don't have any agency. We don't have any agency for a campaign. We have no agency for shooting, for video, for photograph. We have our in-house photograph studio and we're doing our own video and everything. So that's a very different system and it's quite challenging. And so the model is really to have everything in-house in terms of digital. The problem we're facing is we are not as nimble as a startup neither. Like Adriana was saying, we don't do really so much A/B testing, and we're not really, because in our mindset, we are still in a global company. So we're kind of struggling in terms of A/B testing and more by knowledge. So for us, sorry. Yeah, I think I answered.
Oh, no, that's perfect. And I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you there because I know Adriana, as we say, she is a very popular speaker. She has another engagement coming right now. So can you, Adriana, leave our audience with one piece of advice, one thing you can tell them about digital communication in this day and age?
Okay. My biggest piece of advice would be to stay transparent, no matter how small you are as a company and no matter how big. I think that's the only thing that truly helped us build a very powerful brand. So I was working on the PayMe brand in Hong Kong and the PayMe product. And from start to finish, we were always honest with customers if something went wrong. And that's just, it's a luxury that you cannot afford not to do, I would say. So no matter what happens, no matter how big you are, how small you are, just be honest with your customers, even if you have made a mistake. They'll tell you how to make it up.
Yeah, building trust. Doesn't matter if it's online, they will still see it. Well, thank you very much, Adriana. If you want to stay, please. I keep on asking questions. If you have to go, good luck with your next event. Thank you. And connecting with what Celine just said, I want to go with our influencers, our digital networkers, Payal and Sarah. I know you have the belief and you really, really live by the idea of building network, of creating a robust digital network that's going to support your brands. So can we start perhaps with Sarah? Tell me a little bit more about how do you build this network and what are the main points around building them?
Okay, thank you so much for that question. I guess for me, what I believe in when you build a network is that don't get lost in the numbers, right? So people constantly think, oh, the more people I know, the more it will benefit me. But I've made that mistake when I was younger. I was constantly building my network, constantly finding people, adding friends, creating LinkedIn contacts, but it definitely kicked me in the ass when I realized it's not about the numbers, it's about how well you take care of your network. Because you don't really need to be knowing 500 different women, but if you're very, very close to 15 to 20 or even just 10, they'll be supporting you so much to the point that they're actually going to help you grow your network. So one of the companies that I'm co-founding right now, called Project Legacy, that focuses on network marketing, we actually train our members with their skill set. So when it comes to building that network in the digital age, again, it's not just a numbers game. It's about the contribution that you have for them. Like, what value can you give them? Why would they join your network when there's like masses of 5 million other networks that they could be part of, right? What makes yours unique? So I guess for me, the most important things about building a network, whether it's for your business, your personal, your personal network, take care of it. Make sure you give back, that you add value to that connection. And it's not just like take. You got to give something too.
I love that answer. It's true. Giving from a place of abundance without expecting anything in return. Payal, I know that you are great at your digital campaigns, IG, everything that has to be video. So these are other ways that we communicate digitally. How assertive or how empathetic you need to be in, how do you make sure that your customers really have that feeling? How do they get the emotion that you want to translate?
I mean, given that we've had to all stay at home and sort of, try to feel and connect with our product digitally, it's all about making fluid. For me, it's the reason you said videos. I enjoy videos over pictures, because I feel like that gives you a sense of weight and color and style and how you can connect to the product, because we have those mediums. And then what happened is, in the last year, Instagram started favoring more videos. In fact, video content was doing, if you were to put out more and more video content, especially with like the influence of TikTok and Reels, you were definitely getting a better attention on your posts. I also think that it's a little bit more real more than a picture, because I feel like a picture traditionally people think, oh, is it edited? Is it too high def? Is there a filter on this? Is there color on this that like probably won't look as great on me? So definitely moving towards more relatable content and more just organic and being more real was as where we started heading. And you know this, like video content definitely creates a bigger impact in the digital world, I think, compared to images nowadays. Other than that, we started augmented reality, which was awesome. We started letting audience. We started. There's an option on one of my websites where you can try on an item instantly. So you can click on try on now, and it automatically opens your phone camera. It asks you if you're allowed. And it opens your phone camera, and you're basically virtually trying on items like at the comfort of your own home. So just giving those little features have been extremely useful with just connecting with your audiences the way we were traditionally. Well, traditionally it was more through events and trade shows, but now through the mediums online.
Yeah, and I remember that I was chatting with Sarah before we had this panel, and she was also mentioning, if you're not great at something, let's say you're not great at texting and you don't resonate with your audience in that way, try the things that you know that you're great at. Like in your case, Payal, you're great at videos in all of these social media environment. So do more of that, and then until you get better at the other thing you're not great at, then you can start doing it more and more and trying it.
Yeah.
And for the three of you, yeah.
Or you can delegate if you're not so great at maybe self-promoting you can always get someone who's is great on video and just kind of be the behind the scenes, but just kind of get the information out there. So I think just even cross collaboration has been such a big part of working with people online and putting together people, finding people's USB and then coming together and putting that content out.
Yeah, all about networking and connection goes back to the same point of our question. And it also connects to the fact that we have to gain knowledge and know what's out there and what are people wanting or not, because we can perhaps be working on something with a lot of passion and this is not really what people are expecting from us or our brands. So I want to ask you three ladies, how do you pivot? Payal, you're mentioning about AI and any other tech, but in your case, Sarah and Celine, how do we pivot around the challenges that we are facing in digital media and that communication? Who wants to, Sarah, do you want to comment?
So you mean the challenges that we have right now with the recent, okay.
Yes, it could be, and in any case, we always have, we have to change, right? In order to evolve and be relevant and present. So pivoting, it's going to be an ever happening all the time in this world. Yeah. So how do you do it?
It's a must, it's a must. Well, it's uncomfortable, that's the first thing, right? Because with change comes discomfort, and a lot of people refuse to change simply because it's easier to just go with routine with what you're used to. When the pandemic hit last year, my advice to all my clients was get online now, right? And people were like, no, it's gonna, the COVID's gonna go away in 2, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, 6 tops. And I'm like, we've been here for about 1.5 years now, and it's still going. And now a client that I advised over 1 year ago that you gotta bring your business online, open an e-commerce store. He's like, I don't know how to do it. I'm like, learn it, because now it's been 1.5 years, you still haven't learned it. Even if it took you 6 months to learn it, your business would have been online. There's no foot traffic anymore. I used to work in a digital agency called First Page, and we even had clients coming to us like Maybelline and Estee Lauder, because it was time to go digital. There was no more foot traffic in Hong Kong's shopping centers. Nobody was shopping anymore. Everybody was going online. So I guess right now with change, embrace being uncomfortable. But you got to go with the flow. You have to. The more you resist, the more opportunities you lose out. And this goes with like any business, whether it's personal or you're building a business, go online. Seriously, learn it. If you say, I don't know how to do it, I don't know how to post, I'm not good in videos, I don't have audience, do something.
Super. And I actually want to leave Celine at the end for this one, because she has a very particular and very interesting point of view when it comes to online versus the offline. So before that, Payal, how do you change, transform, jump? I like to say we should always jump, but with a peekaboo, so we know where we land. What is your point of view here?
As in, like, what do I do before? Do you want to?
How do you pivot your branding strategy, communication strategy digitally, and are you doing anything also offline?
Oh, definitely. I mean, we speak about offline as the backhand work. So when it comes to like design, because I am at the end of the day more designer for my own business, so I'm using online, such as analytics. I'm using data and using everything that I can capture to create newer collections and newer styles. I'm almost working backwards, where like back in the day, it would be like just finding things that I enjoyed designing and marketing it. Whereas now I'm looking at analytics, I'm looking at trends, I'm looking at what's out there, I'm looking at what the competition is, I'm looking at what people asking when I'm out with a group of girls, like how is your spending, how do you buy now, what is a priority for you, what are you like investing in nowadays? And I use that information, whether it's what I'm at a networking event or just looking at data online and saying, okay, this is a problem solving situation. I want to design something, but I want to make sure it's, because I don't want to create things and then lead them there and just, you know, just because I'm passionate about something, I want to find something that I can combine, like what there is a demand for and what I can create within that demand that will satisfy my designer needs as well. And then combining the two. So now any new line I create or any new materials that I consider using, whether it's if you know, people are into sustainable, then using recycled gold. If people are into a lower price point, maybe going for plating over just 18 carats. So just small little changes that can elevate and really add to the success of your brand going forward when creating new designs and collections.
Correct.
I like that because she stays curious. Yeah, sorry. I just had to jump in because Payal, I love that you said that, because that really is the element of staying extremely curious, right? You're doing market research. You're not creating a product just because you love it. You're going to create it because you know there's a demand for it. And it just goes back to saying, like, one of the beliefs that I have with going online is do the market research. There was a 36% spike of people using the internet more often than before. So if you're not online right now, you're kind of missing out.
I mean, Shopify stocks skyrocketed in the last year, like I think by 600%. E-commerce is where it's at, and you know, just seeing that more digital platform payment platforms were evolved because of this to create solutions. A lot of people are starting. You know, where you pay kind of like in quarterlies, or in, you know, you don't have to pay for your item like straight away. It's just a simple solution such as, and then going back to even your marketing, like what we do is like, you know, when it comes to create, because we create all our content in-house as well. We look at our analytics on Instagram and on Shopify and say, this post got most people coming onto the website. We need to create more content like this. Or this is what got the most saves and the most shares. We need to create more content like this because that's what's going to equal to more sales. So just kind of combining everything we have and doing the research and then actually making it a problem-solving solution.
Yeah, so your communication is very cohesive and really reflects in every element your brand. Celine, I really want you to tell us your point of view on the digital marketing and communication and versus the offline, because I know you say you should go online, but also never forget the offline.
Yeah. So the thing is, in terms of marketing, as I say, I've got like a 20 years, slightly more experience in marketing to get my age. But then the thing is, I start really, and I have to say I'm a bit the dinosaur here, but I start marketing at the offline time, where we were doing really, online was not really existing. There were no all the social media platform. And first, especially in automotive, it was really about TV, it was about radio, out of home, and automotive industry was one of the biggest spender in terms of marketing. So I really come from the total offline traditional marketing. Then we moved to online, and of course, working for some challenging brand like Infinity, we had to be really online first, mobile first, digital first. And then when I arrived in APM, it was the same, where it was last year with the trend of, as it's a new brand starting in 2013, it's really about how to be located in Hong Kong and how to target all our customers globally. Okay, first things to do, celebrity, influencer, online strategy, all the social media, retargeting, prospecting, okay, 100% online. And then we saw with the crisis also of people not traveling, some of the testing we were doing, especially in China, about trade marketing and offline, all the trade marketing we're doing today in the mall and everything, the ROI was first very visible because we have our traffic in the shop. And then we saw also in terms of awareness, all our tests were increasing. So people remember seeing us in China much more because we were doing this trade marketing. And same happened with the KOL project. With all our influencer project, we have like nearly 4,000 KOL APM we're working with globally and 3,000 in China. So 4,000 international and then 3,000 in China. The thing about our KOL, the problem is always the question of ROI with online. It's super difficult to really get a clear ROI of all your campaign. Then due to the situation of we could not do any event, we start doing event only with our KOL in our shops. We have 300 shops 300 shops globally. And then we start in each city inviting our KOL to this shop and then posting. So it's where the online meet the offline, because this influencer girl, we're going to our shop, we're making video, we're discussing with our salespeople, meeting also our customer. And then we saw really a huge resonance about our online. And it's where I arrived to the conclusion of, I think the solution today is really an hybrid situation. And due to the current situation of people not traveling, we need to be also closer to our customer. We need to really reconnect to the customer. Today it's a trend where we need to do more events, VIP events, to invite people to have a face-to-face, especially with everything people have been living. We need this kind of reconnection, human reconnection. So for me, as I said, the total online cannot exist anymore. And we really need to be back on an offline also solution, which could be trade, event, out of home. But yeah, sorry.
Super. No, and with that, I get your point, Celine. Try to do with brands, let's not forget about the face-to-face, because eventually we might go back to a hybrid style of digital and offline marketing and communication. What about you? And this is our last question, because I mean, ladies, we can spend hours and hours. I'm sure you have so much knowledge and experience to share with our audience. Remember, if you want to connect with them, they're all on social media, Instagram, our websites. But for now, I want you to tell me, all of you, the one piece of advice you're going to leave our audience with today. And if your thoughts are going to be online, offline, 100%, or a hybrid style of digital communication. Payal.
So the one piece of advice that I think I keep telling myself every day is like, make it your business to sort of know what's going on in the world at all times, because we're living in a world where, you know, regulations are changing, custom rules are changing, import export union. When you're trying to do business, you know, through e-commerce or just generally, like, make your business to know about things about other than just your industry, because I do think that eventually that information comes back and really does help you elevate what you have to a larger scale. So, you know, when you are out, you know, if I met Sarah yesterday and we're literally discussing like what's changing within her environment, what's changing within my environment, and then maybe we could really have the conversation here, like, how can we, you know, bridge the gap between what the changes that are being made between both our environments, and, you know, and collaborate. I think collaboration is like the next new, like, you know, joint venture, like when two great people or two great businesses or two great talents come together and collaborate, be open to it, and, you know, work together in that collaboration, and you can make some beautiful content and beautiful new products, or, you know, be open to seeing more newer styles out there.
Thank you, Payal. Sarah, last piece of advice: digital, offline, online, both.
I would say stay fluid, right? As Payal mentioned, it's going to depend on the market. You never know, the internet might get shut off in 6 years. What are you going to do? So my advice would be stay curious, continually learn, you know, hone your skill set, be ready and able to network with people, whether it's online or offline, because at the end of the day, it's a communication skill that will get you far.
And anything else you want to tell our audience that connects especially with what you're doing? I know that you are opening this new platform to connect women in Hong Kong. What about this one?
Oh, thank you for bringing that up. I know we're short on time, so I'll definitely make it quick. I've had a network of women that have been so supportive of each other for the past 7 years. We've actually had an insanely active WhatsApp chat group of over 250 women. Every day you'll see them support each other, recommend venues or services, or just ask questions, and people will be supportive, like who's the best doctor to go to, even questions that you can't ask, like, oh, this happened to me as a woman, I don't know who to talk to. So that's what the activity was the past 6 years. But since the pandemic hit, it quickly switched from happy, supportive to, oh my God, I just lost my job. I don't know who to go to. Guys, I have this CV. Somebody needs an apartment. You know, like it got so sauced up that I started asking myself, like, what can I do? So I listened to this podcast that basically said, like, you know, ask yourself how many lives you have not impacted because simply you were too afraid to start. And I was afraid to start the platform because I was saying, like, who am I? I'm not anybody special to create a platform for women of Hong Kong. But when that question came to mind, I was like, who else is going to do it? You know, be fearful of judgment, be scared it might not work, but I'd rather try than regret it. So yeah, I'm launching the womenofhongkong.com in about 25 days from now. So I hope you guys will be part of it. I'd love to invite you guys on the live panels there as well.
Super. Thank you. Oh, I see. Oh, Payal wants to say something.
Just to add to Sarah's like conversation, you know, yesterday she said she grew to 4,500. It's a community. What was your number? You started with 10.
It started with like 10 at the bar, and then it went to 20 every week. We would meet up, and then it went to like 4,000 email database.
And we were saying that if every woman helped someone on that network, and if we all chipped in even $100, that's like $40,000. And it's like literally the craziness of this network.
The power of networking and the power of not being afraid. And speaking up, as Adriana was saying, before, I know Gordon came back on the panel. He's eager to ask another question. But before that, Celine, any last piece of advice? I know you have the hybrid style of events and digital marketing, but what else?
I think it's exactly what you said. I think we should not be afraid and just afraid to try and test everything. When I say the offline was working for us, it's just because we try, and we need to be to think out of the box, and to always, we're really working in a very short term now, because we used to do marketing plan for a year, sometimes for 2 years, and we were working on a yearly base, where now we're working nearly on a weekly base, because we really don't know what's going on. Some shop closed, they're open. As we say, we also have a lot of issue with all the social media targeting. We don't know what's going to happen with Apple and things like that. So today we're really working on different options. And I think it's really to stay really open mind, and just to think that you don't know the answer, so you have to try it. Nobody really knows the answer, so you have to be curious, and you have to think out of the box, and you have to think about, don't think, oh, this is the answer, I know it by my expertise. I think if you do that, you're totally wrong. I think you should think that you don't know anything. That's my advice.
Agility, connectivity, and being fearless.
Yes.
Gordon, welcome back.
Thank you. Actually, I got a couple takeaways for myself. It was interesting. The two things that really resonated with me are the abolition or the extinction of foot traffic, and then the other part I'll talk about is the networking part. But I'm in Kiev right now, but I'm from Los Angeles, and because of the COVID and the political situation and a bunch of things, Beverly Hills, where I'm reasonably close to, that used to have thriving foot traffic, it's boarded up building after boarded up building. And there's elements, I don't know if, it's kind of unfortunate to bring it up, but there's a shooting day here 2 days ago. So it's only going to get more. I mean, the foot traffic is, if it's extinct in Beverly Hills, it's going to be extinct in a lot of places. And that sort of evoked in my mind the idea of, this panel's about communications, like what's next? There's websites, there's social media, but what if you're looking at it like 2022 or 23 or 24, what do you see as the sort of emergent channels to reach people if you can't do the face-to-face? Not necessarily what's today, but what's coming up. And if that was addressed, sorry I missed it, but it kind of got my wheels spinning a little bit when you all were talking about that. So I'd love to hear some thoughts.
I think LinkedIn is definitely something that people need to take seriously nowadays. If we're talking about socializing and focusing on business, it's fairly easy right now. The algorithm is still pretty easy to kind of maneuver around. It's not like Facebook, but yeah, that would be my advice. If people are curious about the next social platform that they need to engage with, you need to get on LinkedIn, especially if you have a business. Most especially if you have a business.
What are you guys' thoughts about Clubhouse?
Yeah, I was always
That's a
thinking
good
about
question.
that too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've enjoyed it for the few conversations. I've met some really amazing startups on it and been able to like get information, get knowledge for myself, and then swap. But yeah, it's a lot. It's it's a great replacement for podcasts in some ways if you want to just be part of an interactive virtual conversation. But I do see it being a huge community gathering app.
Do you think Clubhouse is a replacement for conferences? And I feel kind of bad saying that question here, but I'm just curious. I've heard that floated around.
I personally, I wouldn't think so, because we still want to see, even though that we're not meeting physically, we're still seeing each other, right? And we have all of the channels of communication here. You can hear my voice, but you can see my face, my movements, and if I type something on the chat. So all of it's together. And at Clubhouse, we don't have the visual medium. So from my expertise and my point of view, it's a great thing to have, a great tool, but I won't think that would take over conferences.
Yeah, I wouldn't say no to it completely. I would say it's the fast food version of online networking, right? Like, it's better than texting, it's better than forums and group chats, but it's not as great as video face to face, because as humans, you know, we're born to have that need of interaction. We really are.
That's such a great way to put it. The fast food of social networking.
Yeah, I'm gonna feel that.
It's addicting.
I quote you on that. That's good. Yeah.
What do you think about the conference formats where you're sort of like a virtual avatar and you walk around in the venue? Is that sort of
Like
a gimmick, or do you think that has legs?
I recently got to use Air Meets with Own Academy for the students. It's a virtual fair for students because schools were canceled. There were booths, virtual booths that you could enter, tables where students were speaking about specific topics like, I don't like my siblings, I'm scared of my mom, any advice? And in between those tables and booths that you could click into, there were live panels and classes with teachers. And I thought it was really cool. I don't know about the avatar portion yet, but I do know that with networking, the events that are going online virtually, it's the next big thing. It's conferences over Zoom, networking over Clubhouse, and running events virtually, right? Like, you can meet investors online through these platforms.
Yeah, I used to Remo, NASDAQ Entrepreneurial Center in the US, which I collaborate with a lot. They use Remo as a platform for their events. And it's quite interesting. It's very easy to use. You have different, they call it like an elevator. So you have different floors where you can jump from one topic to the other. And then when you're on the floor, you also have different tables. So it's very user-friendly. Color-wise, also, again, the visual medium of it, it's a lot of fun. I really like it. So I guess it just has to, it depends on what do you like, what do you want to showcase, and what do you feel comfortable with, and your audience. If your audience is, your demographic is a little bit older than other ones, maybe you want to choose a platform that it's easier, user-friendly.
Okay. Fascinating topic, all of you. It's interesting. So
Thank you.
You know what? I jumped in incorrectly beginning. Sorry, I was just a late addition, so I didn't follow. But you know, I'm gonna you wrap this up. You're the boss. So
no, thank you, Gordon. I really
I'm
like
handing
all
you the
your
chalice.
energy. Your caffeined up energy.
It's like, Gordon, you want to be a woman, we can tell.
I do. Hey, listen, my mom was a woman, so there you go.
Okay. You know what? I'm a little bit biased with this thing about having only women in events or at events, because we always need your point of view too. It's the other side of the coin. So it's very important to have male and our friends and our male friends at panels and networking discussions, and even personally, because we want to have both sides of the coin.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we want it to be equal. That's it.
I feel all good. I feel warm and fuzzy. I appreciate it. So anyways, I'm gonna hand it back to you to land the plane, if you like.
Super. I already asked this question before, what's your last piece of advice? But I want you to tell me one word. When you think about digital communication, what would be that word? Celine. I took her off guard. That's a hard one.
Start with me because I'm the one thinking the most. Payal, start.
One word to describe digital marketing currently.
Yeah.
Oh, it's unstoppable.
Unstoppable. Super. Sarah.
Really, really good word. You stole it out of my mouth. I guess my second one would be, adapt. Constantly adapt. Ever changing.
Yeah.
Celine?
I don't know if I find the word, but for me and it's not one word, but need to be challenged.
Okay,
I think for me it's an amazing tool, but it cannot be taken as it is. It's really need to be challenged.
Okay. Yeah. Challenge the status quo. Well, we need to wrap up this wonderful panel and discussion with the ladies. Thank you, Gordon, again also to guide us and to be part of our panel. And I'm very, very happy to be your moderator today. I am Jamilette, and we have Payal, Celine, Sarah with us, and Adriana before too.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
See you
Thank you
soon.
so much.
Go.
Go. All right. Hey, everyone. It's Gordon Einstein. We're back with Digital Week Online. And now, in keeping with today, International Women's Day, we have an amazing panel of women in fintech and blockchain. And also keeping in with today's theme, I'm mostly just going to be quiet. So I'm passing it to our wonderful moderator. We have Bowie Lau, no relation to the famous David Bowie. Bowie, I'm going to hand it to you. I'm going to take myself off video, put myself on mute, and it's all yours. You have 1 hour. Make it happen. Talk to you soon.
Great. Thank you, Gordon. And hello, everybody. I am Bowie. I'm from Hong Kong. So it's a pleasure to be here today with a group of amazing women joining us. So I'm a founder of Mayspire, also a partner of True Global Ventures. We have Joelle, who is a board member and investor in various companies in Africa. We also have Anka, co-founder of 23 Consulting, and Binet, also a educator, partner, and CMO, Dow Ventures, also a founder at Bitcoin Punjab. And we also have Martha, who is the chairwoman from Kuwi Kaza Investing Holdings. Excuse me of my pronunciation. So I like to go around each the room and have you quickly to introduce yourself. Why don't we start with Joelle?
Hi, everyone, and happy International Women's Day. My name is Jewel Okwechime. I am a chartered chemical engineer and also an environmentalist. I've worked in the oil and gas industry for over 20 odd years. And with that, I have managed to build a network of private equity guys and investors. So I consider myself as an investor. I've invested in a few oil and gas assets in Africa. And recently, I've been part of a fintech company called VFD Group. I'm on the board of VFD Group, and we basically got together and invested into a mortgage bank in Nigeria called Abe Mortgage Bank. We own 35% of Abe Mortgage Bank. We also have our own B Bank app, which is an app, one of the first ever digital banking apps in Nigeria. And yeah, I'm during my free time, I consider myself a biohacker. So I'm all about health optimization and all the fancy technology that involves health optimization. And yeah, and that's basically it.
Thank you, Joel. How about Anka?
Yes, hi. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me today. So I'm a pharmacist by training and a digital health entrepreneur, international speaker. 5 years ago, I was introduced to the wonderful world of blockchain in healthcare. I was immediately interested in this technology because I saw it as a way of bridging the trust gap between healthcare companies and patients. And this mission led to the creation of my company, which is called 23 Consulting. We support healthcare organizations in understanding the latest tech trends in healthcare. We also test and review a bunch of different health devices. We look into biohacking as well. So a lot of different topics related to health and technology. And one of our main focuses is blockchain.
Sounds great. I look forward to learn more from your journey. How about you, Ravneet?
Thanks, Barry, and guys, everyone. Happy International Women's Day. What a day to be hosting this event. So I'm a partner and CMO at Dow Ventures, which is a DeFi protocol that we have just launched mid-February. Product is coming early April. We have had really good feedback and community support with this new platform. Apart from that, I am the founder of Bitcoin Punjab podcast, which is mainly focused on North Indian region to start educating the unbanked communities on how, why Bitcoin and what is the future of open finance markets and what is it solving. So we've gone a little bit regional as well in terms of the language, and there are a few exciting things that are coming in that area. So that's what I'm focusing on at the moment. And by my trade, I have worked for tech companies outside of crypto for years. And I am a fan of technology, automation, anything that creates efficiency, that is clever. I love working for those products and marketing them. And yes, I love educating the community as well. I think there's a huge gap with education, which is why we are missing mass adoption. And of course, because crypto is in infancy. So that's what I am focusing on at the moment. And I'm really excited to be here my second time on Digital Week Online. And a little shout out to Juliet. She is such a powerful woman running this event, and I think I should be giving her a shout out for Women's International Day. Love you, Juliet.
Thank you. And also a big kudos to Lisa as well. So I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. So I'm from Hong Kong. I actually wear a few hats. One side, I do angel investment into technology companies called Mage Hole. And also as Mage Hole, we invested a venture capital fund. So I'm a partner of a VC fund called True Global Ventures. And True Global Ventures, or what you call TGV, we focus on basically it's a blockchain fund. We focus on serial entrepreneurs. So basically, we only want to invest into companies that the entrepreneur will invest their own money into the startup. And there are 4 specific verticals that we are interested in. One is financial services. Second is infrastructure. Third is gaming / entertainment, and fourth is AI / data analytics. So one side, that's the investment side. And I also won Mayspire, which is the co-host for the Digital Week Online for this week. Very excited. I think this is our 3rd time working together. And I run a lot of educational events and conferences in tech and fintech, blockchain, investment, and family offices related topics. So which is why I'm very excited. I think it's very important to pay it forward to spread the knowledge. And on the other hand, I also run a consultancy. I'm helping companies in terms of business development and market access. So my next question, now you all told us a little bit about yourselves, and how did you get into the fintech space or perhaps blockchain space? Why don't we start with Anka?
Sure. So I got into the blockchain space when I was still in my 3rd year of pharmacy. So during my studies, and one of my professors, which was Denise Guarda, which is also a speaker at this event and a very well-known blockchain and fintech influencer, he introduced me to this technology. He briefly talked about it in class. And afterwards, I went to see him to ask for more information because I was curious to see what blockchain was and how it worked. But instead of giving me an answer, he actually challenged me to go look by myself and start researching the link between blockchain and healthcare, because I was studying pharmacy at the time. So this is how I started digging into it, and it became really interesting for me to see how the healthcare industry that I knew and that I was studying could be linked to this technology that we only heard about in the Bitcoin world and fintech world. So it was really interesting to try to connect these 2 worlds. So I went on to write a bunch of articles and speak at international conferences about everything that I was learning as I was doing it. And this is what led to the creation of my company. In 2019, I also did the first TEDx conference on the use of blockchain in healthcare, which was really exciting. And since then, we've worked with top pharmaceutical companies, healthcare facilities, NGOs, and so on blockchain projects. So yeah, it all started with that challenge.
Great. Thank you for sharing. How about you, Ravneet?
Yeah, thanks, Valerie. So I entered crypto markets in 2017, just before the big Bitcoin boom. And I was one of the many people that joined to make money, didn't know anything about technology, didn't care about technology. It's such a niche and hidden industry, especially back in 2017, because after that, it's gone quite mainstream, as we know. I was dating a guy, and all he would talk about is Bitcoin. This was when Bitcoin was 3,900. And, I wanted to impress him. And I've been quite like switched on when it comes to technology. I get it, because these are the industries I've worked in. I was like, you know what, I'm going to show him, and I'm going to join Bitcoin. I'm going to be cool. And I'm going to, I'm going to date this person because of that. And so I took my stock out from my previous company, which is HubSpot, marketing software company outside of crypto. And yeah, I put money in Bitcoin, and within 3 months, because it was just before the boom, Bitcoin went up so high and the pricing boomed. So it definitely got my attention, and I'm like, okay, what is going on with this? Why has the price gone up? This isn't normal. This isn't like, this doesn't happen. So I quit my job because I did make a lot of money. I quit my job and I decided to learn about crypto and blockchain. The challenge I faced was that I'm from Australia, I live in Sydney, and I felt quite cut off from the rest of the world with crypto. I tried to go online and learn about it, and there was just, there's resources, but it's so technical. It's such a different world that I just couldn't grasp the concept. So I had an idea of blockchain automation, and I quite liked it because, as I mentioned, any technology, if you're in technology and you're not part of the future, or you're not looking towards what's coming next, then you're not doing it right. So I started traveling a lot in Asia to attend events, and when I started attending these blockchain events, my understanding of crypto versus what I was learning when I was speaking to people, it was completely different. So I decided to start a marketing agency. I decided to do a few different things as I was learning more and more about crypto. And every time I would decide to do something, I would realize, wow, this is still such a new industry. I can do something bigger. So for example, I thought I'd start a marketing agency, but then I'm like, hang on, I can come and do something even bigger because it's such a new industry and there's so much gap. And you've got people like myself and, all the ladies here who have had such a powerful background, of professionally. So we're looking at it like, okay, we can fill a gap because obviously not everything is done at the optimal level yet. So I was running a few events in Australia to bridge the gap between Australia and Asia to teach them about crypto. And then 2019, I moved to Malta, the blockchain island, and I was working as the head of marketing for Sigma Group and running events there. And then thanks to COVID, I came back last year to Australia, and that's when I decided I wanted to switch it up a little bit and start educating people because I had time because I didn't have a job. So I was like, I'll launch a podcast and start educating. And then right about that time, this opportunity with Dow Ventures came. So now I'm just really focused on my learnings and the journey that I went through. How can I minimize that and package it and simplify it and feed it to masses?
Great, thank you for sharing. I think, impressing your boyfriend on this topic, I think this is a really good motivation. So this is fun.
Not the best way to do it. Not the most sustainable way to start.
Start with to kick off the competition, to create a good impression. So definitely would work. So thank you for sharing. How about Joel? How did you get into where you are now, or fintech, and especially in the investment space?
Thank you for your question. I'm really enjoying this. I'm really inspired by you women and the stories. And Anko, you talking about Dennis? Dennis also got me into the world of blockchain. So Dennis is doing his work all over the world. He's inspired me a lot. And someone like me who's a strategic thinker and innovative, I look at this opportunity and see how I can bring that into other sectors. For example, in the educational sector, in the banking sector as well, and also it just in general in terms of like products. For example, now that we have this perfect way of verification with the blockchain, we can actually get so involved in even the process of how the farmers actually grow their crops and making sure that those that there's fair trade and they've actually used the sort of like methods that we're happy with. So the whole verification is such an amazing thing, and also the fact that you can cut out the middleman. So for me, with blockchain, I would say that there's a lot of opportunities that are coming up at the moment, and we are basically, I would say that they're in the oven at the moment baking, and we're looking forward to some amazing projects. In terms of what I've done so far with fintech, I would say that the first VBank being the first ever digital bank in Nigeria, because in Nigeria, it's not exact, it's quite different because most people don't have bank accounts. and it's very difficult for them to verify themselves or to to have an identification. And I believe it was a couple of years ago, maybe 2 years ago, they introduced something called a BVN number. So everyone has a BVN number, and with that number, they can basically open an account. So with that, the bank created the first digital banking app, so people could just basically log on and open a bank account. So for them, it's like an amazing opportunity, especially for the SMEs and for people with very low income. And it's just a way for, because in Nigeria, it's very common for people to give you money on your birthday or like on Christmas Day and New Year and that sort of thing. So it's sort of like, okay, let's just give me your account number. I can just basically just wire the money to you straight away. So yeah, with the actual app, we are obviously number one on Apple apps, so we've done really well. However, when we think about it, it's really like an opportunity because Nigeria has 200 million people. So it's a case of like, let's play around with these numbers. We can actually create a lot of data and actually figure out like what kind of things can we do to actually improve on providing services and what kind of services can we provide. So we're going through this learning curve, and with COVID, it's also given us opportunity to actually create more data and look at ways and how we can improve the way we do things. And so it's an interesting time for all of us, and we're looking forward to new innovative technologies that are going to come into Nigeria, because once it hits Nigeria, then it hits the whole of Africa.
Thank you for sharing. I never got a chance to visit Nigeria or Africa, but then I know the culture, and I do see the massive.
I can tell you do, because you're nodding. I'm like, so I know you.
I do see the massive of the opportunities when you implement emerging technology into this emerging market. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing. My turn. I guess I never share about how I got into the blockchain or the crypto space. I think mainly because of my husband. He's a banker by the day. Nighttime, he's a technologist. Weekend, he's a philosopher that drives me nuts. That's him. And because of him, I think that back in 2016, if I remember correctly, he was the guy who told me, hey, do you know what is Bitcoin? Do you know what is Ethereum or Ether? I was like, what the hell is that? I don't know what you're talking about. And he himself, I think he invested Ether when it was $8 USD.
Wow.
Okay? And when I first I think when I started to keep tracking the Bitcoin dollar, I think it was 1,200. So if you ask me if I have invested at that time, no, I didn't. I think everybody has a Bitcoin or Ether story when it comes to cryptocurrency. My husband, he did purchase Ether. It was $8, but he's a banker by the day. So as he's by profession, he's a trader. Okay, so as a so-called professional trader, according to him, do you know at what price he sold it out? According to him, as a professional trader, when the Ether went up to $12, he sold it because 50% increase to a professional trader is a lot already. He make money, yes, he did, but very, very minimum. And after he sold it, and then it went up like rocket. So I think everybody has a story when it comes to cryptocurrency or blockchain. Then it got into my attention that okay, this is an interesting topic, and I like to emphasize the fact that cryptocurrency and blockchain are two different things. I think people really like to mix it up together, and especially when 2017 and 2018, when the ICO came in, and all the collapse and all the bubbles and scare people away. And blockchain, the term, I think afterward turned into a negative term. People actually are a little bit skeptical and worry and scare about this, but it's actually totally different thing. It's a very advanced technology. I think a very simple term would be decentralized, distributed, and immutable ledger, where you share amount of group of people where trust is optional. So, then we started to do a little angel investment at part of the we focus on 5 specific technology, and obviously blockchain is one of them, which is why very interested into looking into any blockchain related projects. And also subsequently, I joined this TGB fund, which is a blockchain focused VC fund. And I got to understand a lot more about the technology, as well as a lot of different fascinating projects, which I will tell you a little bit more afterward. So my next question is about for our Anka. So we know that you work in the healthcare industry. Can you talk about the top blockchain initiative at the moment that contribute to the end of the pandemic?
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting because I can completely relate to what you said, Bowie, about the fact that we went through a phase where everyone was criticizing blockchain and no one wanted to use it anymore. We had like this blockchain bashing moment. And this came after a lot of companies were really excited about the technology. There was a lot of hype, a lot of buzz around it. But real examples and concrete examples of what it does in healthcare were missing. So a lot of people got their hopes up and then they were really disappointed. So the pandemic for us was a huge opportunity because it allowed us to take the time to really think about what are some of the use cases and how can we actually develop them to make a difference in the way that the pandemic is happening right now, and how can we use technology to help patients. And there are a couple of examples that I think are really interesting. The first one is that the WHO is working with a consortium of European companies to build what they call a blockchain-based digital vaccination certificate. So this is a document that proves that you received your shot, and this will help patients come back to real life, travel, go to restaurants, go to the movies, and go in different places where there's a crowd, and then show their digital passport saying, I got the COVID-19 vaccine. There's a blockchain proof of it, so I'm not lying about it. And I think this is really interesting. And what's also interesting is that the people behind it. So the WHO, which is a big organization, and we were not expecting such a big player to come into the blockchain world and build this type of project. And the second player that's really interesting is Guardtime, which is the Estonian company that developed a blockchain sort of infrastructure to secure medical records for patients. So I thought it was really interesting to have these very two big players come into the healthcare space and say, we are using blockchain technology to provide a solution for patients at the end of the pandemic. So this is really exciting. And then a second example, this one's not really linked to the pandemic, but I do think it will have a huge impact, is the Pharma Ledger initiative. So Pharma Ledger is a consortium of 20 plus top healthcare, top pharmaceutical companies with academics and consulting companies and a bunch of different people that are working together. They're financed by the European Commission and pharmaceutical companies. They have a 22 million euro budget. And their goal in the next 2 to 3 years is to build the blockchain infrastructure that will support all the use cases in healthcare. So this is extremely exciting because we have an approach where everyone is coming at the table, everyone's working together to build an infrastructure that is directly designed for the healthcare industry. And what they're trying to address is everything from clinical trials, because I guess you all know by now that there's a huge trust problem in clinical trials. People have doubts about how clinical trials are run, if data is falsified, if data is missing, if the results are true. So all these trust issues are supposed to be addressed with blockchain and have sort of an audit trail, everything that happens in clinical trials. Then they're also looking at supply chain. That could be used for the vaccine supply chain, which is really interesting, but for any supply chain, because we have, I think it's close to 30% of the drugs are counterfeit in some parts of the world, which is huge. And then they're also looking at data management. How can the patient have more control over its personal data? And this is a huge topic now with the COVID-19 pandemic, with big tech companies spying on patients and on people, and being able to have control of your personal data, decide who to share it with. I think this is huge responsibility, also huge power that you can bring back to the patients. So these are some of the projects that I'm really excited about.
Thank you for sharing. I think blockchain might not be able to solve all the problems, but when you think about if you combine, let's say, IoT, Internet of Things, with blockchain, that solve a really massive problem, especially for supply chain, because lots of people throughout the process of the whole chain, then there's a lot of possibility of swapping the fake items in order to get I think for those bad people to make money out of it. So yes, thank you for sharing. How about Ravneet, question for you. If you are focusing on mass adoption to blockchain, crypto and DeFi market, where are you focusing now, and how are you looking to achieve this?
Yeah, thank you for that. Just in advance, if you guys hear two huge dogs barking in the background, we'll just let that slide. Yeah, mass adoption, I think, is the next step. We have seen in the last few months huge institutional plays entering Bitcoin and crypto, and that's only, if anything, increased more trust from the general public. And we haven't even caught on to the proper hype yet that we saw in 2017 when everyone went crazy and everyone was buying any sorts of coin they were being recommended. So in regards to mass adoption, this is one of the things that is very important for me because I enjoy working with communities. I enjoy working with larger groups of people and creating network effects. And I think that in order to bring mass adoption, we need to be very niche. We need to target specific communities. So with DAO Ventures, which is a DeFi protocol, what we're looking to do here is one of the huge issues at the moment with DeFi is that it's very complex. The UX is still in its infancy, still very technical, and let alone masses, even crypto people do not know how to enter DeFi because it's very technical. It's very, very decentralized. So one of the things that we're looking to solve is, of course, this very problem by automating DeFi strategies so we can allow more adoption in the crypto industry itself. And then the second layer is Southeast Asia market. We have actually just launched our Chinese community today, and we're going to sit on it for a few weeks and gather some data as to where majority of our traction in Southeast Asia is coming from. Some of the markets that we're looking at is China, well, not China specifically, but the Chinese community outside of China, Philippines, India for sure, and we'll then keep an eye on what kind of traction we're getting. We want to partner up with communities there, and one of the main kind of products we want to roll out is where there's use cases, especially around lending and borrowing. So to give you an example, I don't know if many people know here, but the biggest ever protests are taking place in India for the last few months, and some have even deemed them to be the biggest protests in the history of the world. They have been going on for a few months, and it's basically farmers asking the government to repeal the new laws that have been introduced to privatize agriculture industry. And we all know what happens when an industry becomes privatized. So one of the use cases that, would love to explore in that area would be to kind of work with the government. And the problem with the farmers at the moment in India is, apart from these laws, is they have the highest suicide rates. And that is direct result of the high interest loans that they're taking out to basically survive and keep the agriculture industry going. These are the farmers that have very small land. We're not talking about big guys, we're talking about the small guys. Highest suicide rates because they can't pay this back to the bank. So this is such an ideal use case for DeFi lending and borrowing and insurance to be actually rolling it out where there is urgent need. We could actually save lives by just giving them better rates, by teaching them how to make money, how to provide liquidity and, yield farming and all of these strategies and localize it in their language. So one of the key goals is, while we can sit here and kind of, educate on a mass level, which is also what we plan to do, it's, I think, also very important learn markets and understand where is the urgent need right now that this can solve. How can we propose this to the government? How can we work with the regulators and the government to roll it out together? Because governments also need so much education. They're still trying to get their head around Bitcoin and blockchain, let alone DeFi, which is a whole different beast. So that's the strategy with DAO Ventures, is to look for use cases. And there is no shortage of use cases when it comes to helping the unbanked and giving them better rates and decentralizing financial services. So that's number one. Number two, with the podcast that I'm working on, Bitcoin Punjab, we plan to take it mainstream very quickly. I can't tell too much about it because it's still very undercover, but it's very, very exciting. We're looking to go on a very big mainstream platform and bring a very strategic educational approach to this, where we are educating the masses and really simplifying the message of why crypto and what is the difference between your centralized banking services and financial markets versus open finance markets. And I think it's about time someone goes mainstream and it does it on a huge level. And I think this is the natural next step. The institutional guys have come in. Now, this is the only gap that's remaining. So I think we need to fill that. But I'd love everyone to connect with me after this, to follow the journey. And once we roll it out, to talk about this platform, would love to have you guys on board as well and as speakers. So that's kind of a few of the things with mass adoption that we're looking at going strategically with DeFi to where the use cases are, especially around in Southeast Asia, and also education on mainstream platforms.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, I think that's the purpose of joining panel discussion. One is to kind of create awareness of the topic, as well as pay it forward to share the knowledge to others. But at the same time, it's all about how we connect each other and help each other as a group. So thank you for offering. And Joel, so let's speak about the feminine energy in the male environment. Since today is the International Women's Day, what are the positives and the negatives?
Oops. Oh.
Yeah, you can turn on the microphone or the camera. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. It's I'm using my phone. Yeah, so that question was basically for all of you guys, including yourself. Because obviously, for me as a chemical engineer, I actually worked in Australia as well for Woodside, and I was obviously the only female in the camp. It was like 1 woman to 10 men. So I've always worked in a masculine environment, and to me, I feel like there's the positive side about it is obviously that we have a different energy, and that we bring a lot of we bring a lot to the table in terms of like decision making and risk and all sorts of other things in the company. So I just wanted to know how it was for you guys, because for me, obviously, I feel like, that with the feminine energy and the masculine energies together, that's where the power comes in. There's always a nice mix of both energies in the room. And I just wanted to know what it's like for you guys, because obviously I have no idea what it's like in your industry.
I guess, were you asking everyone or should I jump in?
Yeah, she's asking everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry, sure. So I think from my personal experience, I agree. The fintech industry, if we put blockchain and crypto there as well, fintech industry has been very male dominated, and I see it as very like closed doors, cold, very rigid when it comes to rules, and just very, very cold industry. And I talk about it actually often on Twitter. Sometimes I post here and there like the feminine energy, and we're going to see that. We're going to see a powerful entrance of like these, like imagine Wonder Woman, but a lot of them just entering like the fintech industry and a lot of male dominated industries, and just kind of like really balancing the energies, because they have been off balance for a very long time. I think for me personally, I have also worked in a lot of male-dominated environments, being in technology and now in finance. And sometimes it is a battle because, especially when you're around a lot of masculine testosterone in the room, right? And sometimes you can be kind of overlooked, or what you're trying to voice can be overlooked, and or it can be not deemed as very important as opposed to maybe something that's coming from a masculine. So one of the things that I've experienced quite a bit, and I've worked that muscle, is to fight. Not fight as in like actually, but sometimes I have to, it's crazy, sometimes I have to fight for my position that I already have, that is already my position. Sometimes I have to fight for it to assert my dominance, that, this is my role and this is where I get to say, this is where I get to say the final say. So, I'm sure a lot of women experience that as well. But I think this year should be really, really interesting. And I think more and more women, as we join, as we kind of, do, because women are builders. We're not, it's not in our psyche to see women as builders, but we are builders, and we can multitask, but we can have a lot of projects under us. We are the glue that keeps everything together. And now to see women, in management roles, and especially entering crypto and DeFi and blockchain, we're going to see just some really, testimonies of that this is beyond gender. But what do women bring? Now that we're seeing a lot of women enter together, at the same time, we're definitely going to see the ripple effect of what they're bringing. And it's definitely balancing of the energies, nurturing. These rules have been cold so far. We need nurturing. So that's my 2 points.
Thank you for sharing. Yes, I attended a physical that was before the pandemic happened. That was it was a event organized by Standard Chartered, and they also have a speaker from Citibank. So I forgot her name, but then one key message I got from that event was that Citibank has, I believe, is worldwide, but I think she spoke on behalf of the whole Hong Kong region, that they make all the employee salary range, male and female, equal. So that actually I was a bit surprised to hear that news, and I was like, wow, that was a really good move, So for all these, including ourselves, either male or female, whatever position you like, every one of us can actually play a key role to make a difference, especially if you are female, holding a very important managerial role, that you can actually make a lot of difference to I guess lead by example. So this is one thing that you might consider to do that. And for me, it's just an unfair world. This is the fact. Unfortunately, I think if you ask me, it's going to change big time. No, I don't think so. Are we supposed to fight? Yes, but not physically, of course. I think actions speak louder than word. A lot of things that we do, as you mentioned, we're really good at multitasking. We are the glue. And think about it. Men only use one side of the brain. We as a female, we use both sides. So we should be, biologically, we should be smarter, a lot smarter than males. So I think, we just need to stay positive and stay together, because alone we can do so little, and together we can do so much. This is what I believe.
Yeah, just to add to that as well, what you're mentioning there, that we need to fight, not physically, but I think what needs to be done is a reprogramming of a lot of our belief system, for both, not just for masculine, for males, for females too, because it's in our psyche that we're not deserving of as much money. It's like, it's good to have money, it's good to have position, it's good to be in the management team, but CEO, you've done fine so far being in management. That's a good job. And I think also in masculine psyche, there have been programs that women are not deserving as much as you are. So I think there's a lot of reprogramming to be done as well. And it's a slow process, but it is coming undone. Sorry.
Absolutely. Yes. Anything you would like to add, Eka?
Yeah, to build on what you guys were saying, I think that the health and tech industry is also male dominated. I think like any tech industry in general. So it's really hard to be given a seat at the table. So you really have to take the seat. You have to impose yourself. And how do you do that? I think it's by bringing value to the conversation, because in my opinion, skills and knowledge will always win over gender. So if you have something to say, if you can create value, if you can help around you, then I think that will always be appreciated, no matter if you're a girl or a guy or anything in between. That would always be really appreciated. And if you cannot get a seat at the table, just create your own table. And this is something that I've also done. One of my other activities is that I'm a co-founding member of a podcast company. And this company started when we wanted, with my associate, to create a podcast only for female leaders in healthcare, because it was really hard to reach them. It was really hard to sit at their table. So we thought we will create our own table and only invite C-level executives in healthcare that will talk about their background, that will talk about really interesting topics like health, like their own personal health, like their experience in healthcare, patients they met with, and a lot of different topics that are really taboo, but that we wanted to bring to the table. And then when we realized that women leaders were not the only ones that were struggling to get a place at the table, we also looked at patients and caregivers, and we realized that their voice was not heard. We also created a podcast for them, and we gave them a seat at our table. We created our own tables. So I think this is really powerful. If you don't have a seat at the table, just create your own table.
That's so true, which is why I created my own, I guess, community, Mayspire, because I do believe bringing value, bringing knowledge, sharing. When people find you valuable, you will definitely earn your place, and you will earn your spot and earn your respect from others. Thank you for sharing. So now my next question goes to Ravneet. What are you expecting, from 2021 onward, for the crypto space and the DeFi space? What are your views on it?
Sure. I think this year is going to be phenomenal. It's going to be huge, given if we survived 2020 and whatever company survived 2020, I think 2021, they're in for some sort of reward now, like, well done, you did well. Look, in regards to 2021, if we look at, there's so much going on in the world, so much going on, the political, sort of the energies that are political, the protests happening all around the world. And I think collectively, people are crying out for a change in institutions that have run the world globally. And they are asking for fairness now. They're standing up and they're asking for fairness. And we are seeing this movement more and more become more and more bigger and catch on to different countries, with the farmers' protests being a huge example, biggest protest in the history taking place right now. So I think this year we will see governments opening up and becoming more and more warmer to working with the community on these new technologies, because I do feel that a lot of countries now will start to, now that institutions have entered, I think and with the mass adoption, I think the next phase now is for countries to now actually come in, for regulators, and to now start working on frameworks, working on rolling it out, because if they don't, they can't stop DeFi, they can't stop Bitcoin, they cannot stop crypto. So they're gonna have to catch on the wave and come on board. I think this year we will also, in terms of pricing for Bitcoin, we already have seen record prices, but I think this is just the beginning. I think we're going to go a long way. And I'm excited to see what we're going to finish this year on. In regards to projects, 2017 was huge crypto boom, and we saw, I don't know, over 2,000 cryptocurrencies launched, and how many survived? Very low percentage, and some of them are still making their way through. So I think this year we'll also see a refinement and very sophisticated products coming out and being built that are actually there for the community. How many companies were launched in 2017 that even raised good amount of money, but where are they now? Where's the products? So I think we're going to start seeing, because market is becoming more and more smarter now. Investors are becoming smarter, VCs are becoming smarter, and also people that are launching ICOs, they're becoming a lot more switched on. Maybe we need to build a product, maybe we need to build a beta first, and then launch. Because in 2017, money was just pouring in all of these projects. So I think we're going to see quality projects now. We're going to see a marriage between projects, but actual use cases as well coming in. I'm already starting to see a trend where, for DeFi, the lending and borrowing markets are now starting to actually get used. People are actually using that. So I think we're going to see a huge rise in that as well. And it's a matter of starting dialogue before we see different industries coming in and wanting to utilize the power of blockchain as well. But this year, it's going to be a beast compared to what we have seen so far.
Thank you. I think one thing I like to highlight, I think we've been talking about blockchain, we've been talking about cryptocurrency. I think one thing I like to highlight is non-fungible tokens. I think everybody know what is fungible token, like Bitcoin in Ether, but nowadays non-fungible tokens or NFTs have jumped into the mainstream recently. So basically NFT are digital assets that have been around since 2017 when we have heard about, I think the first thing was the CryptoKitties, and now like since last year it became like 250 million in the market, and creators are already realizing the potential to make millions in the relative space. Last week there are lots of activities happening in the NFT space, like Grims, who is the Canadian singer and also happens to be Elon Musk's girlfriend, sold her first digital collection for about $5.8 million in about 20 minutes auction, and also includes a very interesting item. One of them includes an image of a baby protecting Mars, where her boyfriend Elon Musk plans to travel. And Grimm isn't the only artist to have made out big on the NFT already. And the digital artist Beatles sold 3.5 million worth of art through Nifty Gateway last year. And I think last Friday, Kings of Leon also released their new album, When You See Yourself, in the form of NFT. So becoming the first band to ever do so. And one interesting fact that actually happened last week at the same time is the NBA Top Shop online marketplace also has done over 65 million in sales just 1 week last week. So I think the market is that getting a lot of attention in the NFT and cryptocurrency space, and I think God knows what will actually happen at the end of this year. So, Anka, what do you think about what are you expecting in the health tech space and the blockchain space, in your view, for 2021?
Well, I'm really excited for this year because I feel like we are now past the experimentation phase, the educational phase, at least here in France, and I think more generally in Europe. We now sort of understand what blockchain is, and not precisely what it is, but what it can do. Because I feel like this is what's most important. Going into what technicalities are behind blockchain, I don't think it's really interesting for people that work in healthcare and that want to build solutions. What's really interesting for them is to know how this technology can be used. So very focused on use cases, and we're getting there. So I think that we have huge investments, we have consortiums working together, we have also public interest in these topics. So we are going to see the first large-scale implementations of blockchain in healthcare. And to add to that, I also think that the general public is really interested in everything that has to do with healthcare. That was not the case before the pandemic. People were not really aware of how do you produce a drug, how do you put it on the market, what are clinical trials, how do they work, how do you have access to telemedicine. All these things were not a real topic before the pandemic, but today they are. So people are expecting drugs to be released on the market much faster, clinical trials to be secure and reliable. People expect access to care in 5 minutes from their sofa. So expectations expectations are really high. And I think this is going to put a huge pressure on healthcare companies to deliver, because beforehand they were experimenting, they had innovation, but they didn't have patients knocking at their door saying, we want this now. And today we have these patients that are impatient and that really want solutions to be released on the market now. And I think this pressure will really accelerate the whole industry.
Thank you. Joel, how about you? What are you expecting, especially from the investor point of view for the coming 2021? What are you expecting in this year?
Thank you. Can you remember 2020? I believe it was just during Christmas, and Peloton was not doing so great in the beginning of 2020, and they were just, I remember on CNN, they were just making fun of them that low, these people are obviously, they thought they could sell their bikes for, great Christmas presents, but it didn't go very well. But look what happens now. I mean, they're doing extremely well because everyone's managed to, 2020 kind of was a year where we all had to go inwards. We all had to look for answers within ourselves. We had to actually question everything. Question our health, question how we do things, question why do we go to work and work 9 to 5 in this office space, and all those things stuff came, and also questioning what is the media trying to do, because some of the information coming through is just not making any sense. So we all end up learning how to actually do our own research and figure out what we want to do. So in terms of health, as a biohacker, we are now looking at there's so many devices out there that actually do a whole body scan. The devices that can tell you, for example, I've got the smart plate, which is a new device that basically tells you your macros. So you don't need a nutritionist anymore. Just put your scale on, and it's got 3 different plates, and then you just weigh it, and it tells you okay, yeah, your macros are too much or too little, and it basically helps you to balance your macros. And this is a way of also reversing diabetes. So there's so much new technology that's come out of COVID in terms of ways of healing yourself, because healing, we can heal ourselves as well. It's not just about what's the latest drug, but also to look at holistic ways of healing ourselves, and also we're looking at ways to do our own, just basically do our own research and find out what's the underlying issues that we have, and figuring out how we can heal ourselves through not having to always depend on whatever the doctor says and things like that. Just basically looking at food, how we eat, how we cook. The restaurants are closed, so you're all cooking in their own kitchen. You're using different oils and stuff. So the whole thing has really changed the way we look at ourselves. So 2021 is obviously now everyone's kind of awake. The entrepreneurial spirit is awake as well, because people are now looking at, okay, I can make money through different ways. I can invest. I can put my money into Bitcoin, or I can look at blockchains. I can look at various different ways to make money. So it's really the fact that everyone is now kind of not depending on, corporation, the government. I'm sounding like a rebel right now, but that's what's happening at the moment, especially for me myself. It's really got me to actually stand for myself and go with what I believe, and listening to my inner self, and just focusing on what I'm being told is the right thing to do.
Great, thank you. So I think we almost come to the end of our session, but before we leave, I'd like to go around each of us and do you have any final words for the audience today? I think something to pay it forward, to inspire people who would like to get to know about either investment side, the fintech side, or the blockchain side, or the health tech side. What would you tell the audience something to for them to learn? So why don't we start with Wapneet?
It's because I unmuted myself already. I was like, I think the message that I'd like to share from my end is, we're at the brink of, and I know we've been saying this since 2017, but really now we are at the brink of something phenomenal taking place. like Jules said, that 2020 was just a year of really looking at everything in our lives and collectively. And I think everyone did that. We had no choice. We had to. And this year is all about executing and implementing these new changes, this new us, and collectively how we want to see the institutions, how we want to see the world operate. So I think we're at the brink of something really amazing. And Bitcoin has had a reputation problem to the masses because they don't understand it, scams, spammers. So I think now is the time that we really want to hold it down, hold down the industry, and really, start speaking to as many people as we possible, but start identifying what are some of the education platforms that we can start referring these new people to, because we're going to see it's happened to all of us. People come to us and they ask us, how do we learn about crypto? How do we learn about Bitcoin? And I think now is the chance more than ever for us to be responsible as well and understand where we can direct this traffic that's coming, and really lead the way, because we are the faces of crypto. Especially this year, we're going to see a lot of women. So that would be my message. I think you're muted, Barry.
Oh, thank you. How about you, Joe?
To me, it's just about, us women, sticking together, helping other women, the young women, the women that are coming up, in understanding that they don't have to be a doctor or a lawyer or, these things that their parents have been told to become, and that there are now different ways to empower, ourselves, even with just Instagram, posting pictures, you can, there's so many ways, there's so many revenues to wealth. It's not just about being, studying and becoming a doctor or stuff like that. So I'm just looking forward to us all, collectively helping others and empowering others, because when they are empowered, they're actually helping all of us, because we're all one.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Anka?
I think we're living through a very exciting time where we have the technology that we need. We have the general public wanting to advance the healthcare industry, and we have companies willing to invest in this space. So I feel like everything is aligned to improve the healthcare industry, to use technology for better, more efficient, and better quality care. So I think it's really exciting time. And another thing that I wanted to highlight is for people to pay attention to their sources, because throughout this whole pandemic, we've seen a lot of fake news, a lot of misinformation when it comes to healthcare. And I think that health is something that's so precious that we cannot rely on, Twitter and other platforms to tell us what we should do with it, who we should consult, what the truth is about vaccines and drugs and so on. So really pay attention to your sources. I think this is really important. And maybe if you're interested in resources, I talk a lot about health tech and how technology can improve your health on my social media, on my Instagram, YouTube. So I think if you want to start somewhere and you're interested in health and technology, I think that's a good place to start.
Thank you for sharing. I think I have a quick question. If anyone of the audience wanted to get in touch with one of you, so can you say your contact information or where we can find you? Joe?
Yes, basically the quickest way is just with my name, Jewel Okwechime, and I believe that we've also done something within the whole digital online website as well. So hopefully, just by searching my name, you can find whatever you need. Yeah, that's the quickest way.
Well, same, Vanit. So we can find you over.
Yeah, so Twitter would be the best way. I'm like on Twitter, hooked. So my username is Ravneet Kaur, what you're seeing on the screen, and tech, Ravneet Kaur Tech. That's my username, so you can look that up and find.
Great. And Anka?
Yeah, you can find me on LinkedIn and Instagram under first and last name, just as you can see it on the screen.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. Thank you all, ladies. I think it's my pleasure, honor, and privilege speaking to all of you today. And for my final words, I think no matter what you do, I'm not here to ask anyone to do any investment on cryptocurrency or NFT. But I think it's also important to get yourself educated. If you can start either 100 USD or 1000 USD, whatever amount that you feel comfortable to buy a fraction of a Bitcoin, or either you will get to know a lot of information, how you're going to protect your, what is public key, what is private key, how you're going to keep your private key safe, online, offline, all these things. And along the way, you actually complete a basic crypto 101 course. So I think no matter what you do, investment side, or you want to change your career, you want to get a promotion, you want to stay competitive, no matter what you do, you always need to get yourself educated. And which is why I think one of my core focus is to do a lot of education sharing session with everybody. So I think that comes to the end for our event today.
We forgot one thing. How do they reach you?
Me? Oh, I'm sorry. My full name under Mayspire on LinkedIn. So if you find me on LinkedIn, you will get me.
Very good.
Thank
okay,
you so much.
you say the best for last, but then the last didn't happen. You
I forgot about it.
No, great panel, very inspirational. I had some personal takeaways. I really appreciate it, and I just want to thank everyone, and fantastically well moderated. So we're gonna wrap it up because we got to move on to the next one. So blessings, everyone. Happy International Women's Day. You're all
so
appreciated.
Much. Thank you, everyone.
Yes.
Thank you.
Talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.
Fine, there you go. Okay, everyone, we are online apparently. So welcome to Digital Week Online. So you get all kind of lines up somehow. Here we are on International Women's Day, and our topic today is femtech, something I know nothing about, but I'm eager to learn. So I'm going to pass it to our esteemed moderator, Sissy. Sissy, it's all yours. I'm going to mute myself. I'm going to turn off my video and go for it. Talk to you soon.
Great. Thank you very much, Gordon. That is a great intro, very high temperature, high energy intro. So that's great. All right. So we have today, this is Digital Week Online, the Femtech panel. And today's thing is Choose to Challenge for International Women's Day 2021. So hi, everyone. Happy International Women's Day for 2021. Welcome to the Femtech panel as part of Women's Leadership Day in Digital Week Online. I am Sissy Ma. I'm the Managing Director of Grow and Sell Your Biz, co-founder of APAC Women's Mentoring Circle, and a founding activator of SheEO in Australia. I'm extremely honored to be the host of the panel today. I acknowledge the traditional owners of country on which we meet today, the Yagur people for me, and pay my respects to their elders past, present, and emerging. Today's theme of Choose to Challenge was inspired by International Women's Day. A challenged world is an alert world. Individually, we're all responsible for our own thoughts and actions all day, every day. We can choose to challenge and call out gender stereotypes, discrimination, and bias. We can choose to seek out and celebrate women's achievements. Collectively, we can create an inclusive and more gender equal world. From challenge comes change. So let's all choose to challenge. The focus of today's panel is on femtech, a female technology, a health tech category estimated by Frost and Sullivan to become a $50 billion per annum industry by 2025. All of the femtech ecosystem is choosing to challenge the status quo. Femtech refers to software, diagnostics, products and services that use technology to improve women's tech health. With 50% of the global population as target customers, femtech is hailed as the next big phenomenon in the women's health market. And the time has come for clinical diagnostics, biopharmaceuticals, and medical device companies to tap into this market opportunity. According to Crunchbase, in January 21, femtech received $1 billion in VC funding in 2020, out of the $300 billion VC investments altogether, but up from $625 million in 2019. Today, we're privileged to have on the panel 3 experts in the femtech field. So I'll go through quickly who they are. We have Pierre, on screen as Raracha. So Pierre is the marketing manager for Fermata from Japan and Singapore. And then secondly, we have Carmen Chen, founder and managing partner, Click Ventures from Hong Kong. And thirdly, we have Kate Elisera, business development director, AMMA Pregnancy Tracker. Thank you all to the panelists for taking the time to share your knowledge and experience with us. We'll have approximately 15 minutes for introductions, so 5 minutes each, 25 minutes for panel Q&A, with the remaining time for audience Q&A. I encourage the audience to put your questions in the Q&A section so that we can answer them during the last segment. First, I'd like to ask each panelist to give a brief introduction of their background and the femtech related issues they're currently working on. Could I ask each person to keep it within 5 minutes? Let's keep the following sequence and appreciate it if you could pass the microphone to the next lady after you finish. So the first one, we'll have Pierre speaking. The second, we'll have Carmen speaking, and the third, Kate. So Pierre, over to you for the introduction of yourself and Fermata. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sissy. Thank you everyone for having me. My name is Per, but you can also call me Piracha. I am currently joined Fermata in October last year when Amina, the founder of Fermata, invited me to launch the second headquarters of Fermata in Singapore, because Singapore, as many of you know, is the good testing bed for a lot of new products that want to launch into Southeast Asia. So she asked me to join Fermata last year when I moved back to Thailand from San Francisco. And before I joined Fermata, I was working at a fertility startup called KEG. It's a fertility wearable that helps women detect when she's going into her fertile window. So I helped the team there launch the product in San Francisco, in America, and then once I moved back to Thailand during the pandemic, I've been with Fermata ever since, and I've been working along with growing the marketplace, the femtech marketplace in Singapore, doing a lot of product partnerships and trying to expand into Southeast Asia.
Right. Do you want to give us a introduction of Fermata, what it is?
Of course. So Fermata was started by Amina in 2019. It's kind of Asia's largest femtech ecosystem. It has a VC arm plus a marketplace area. And not only that, but the marketplace itself is Japan, and in Asia, there's a lot of regulatory hurdles when it comes to bringing in certain medical devices and different types of products. And since femtech is such a new category of products and solutions, when they bring it into Asia, it needs a lot of assistance, whether that's regulatory hurdles like getting through product classifications, or if that's a marketing strategy to cater to the local population, or even translation in Japanese. So Fermata helps with all the above. So it helps with basically trying to bring a product entry into Japan and in Singapore. And we're also going to be launching that into Southeast Asia. And what we notice is that when it comes to femtech, you can't grow it without a community. So Fermata really emphasizes doing workshops, hosting online and offline workshops. We host a lot of panel events called Femtech Fez. And in Japan especially, there have been a lot of pop-ups in department stores as well, where people can go in and do product demos and feel and touch the different femtech products that we hold at the store. So people don't want to just see the product because it's so new. They want to actually experience it and try it out themselves. And last week, actually, Fermata just did a pop-up at a department store in Tokyo called Mitsugoshi, which is quite one of the most popular department stores in Japan, and quite a conservative one as well. So it's good to see that these conventional department stores and partnerships are being more open to femtech products as well. I'll pass it on to Carmen.
Excellent.
Hi, everyone. So I was also a tech entrepreneur before I turned into a VC. So I have been in this tech industry for more than 20 years, 17 years as a founder and also a tech columnist. And then 8 years ago, I exit my own company and I start to do angel investment. And in 2015, I started Click Ventures. So I would say I'm now still a fun entrepreneur. Click Ventures is my fun startup, you can call it. So it's been 8 years in this investment journey. We have done close to 50 investments around the world. And apart from investing, I'm also very active to speak for events in different countries, because I found, our portfolio company, although most of them are seed to Series A stage, but startup nowadays can expand globally much faster than 10 years ago when I was running my own startup. So we found that global connections are very important. And so we proactively acquire these connections through our speaking activities. to help our portfolio company. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Is it okay? Do you want to check it out?
Okay, give me 1 minute. I'll
right.
come back. So I pass the mic to the next lady first.
Yeah. So cute situation, as we understand, as we know. Happy International Women's Day for our cozy discussion, and for you ladies, of course, it's our holiday. Nice to meet you in our best discussion, and I'm the director of ARMA Pregnancy Tracker. It's a mobile application which helps families years. I have organized a lot of business missions, events, webinars, acceleration programs, not only in Russia, because I'm from Russia. These programs are for startups, corporate customers, and other accelerators and companies in France, Germany, China, and etc. Also, I take part in different international events, Tel Aviv, Berlin, Paris, Beijing, of course, DigitalWeek.Online week, like moderator, panelist, member of jury. And nowadays, I work for the best team and the best application. I'm a pregnancy tracker and develop fast-growing 10 companies, startups, and projects. Also, I help entrepreneurs to fundraise money from investors and to find out a new point of business growth. Thank you. And I pass it to TC.
Okay.
Is the child okay, Carmen?
Yeah, she's okay.
What happened?
Yeah, she tried to rush inside, and then sister tried to stop her, and then some accident happened.
Oh no.
Okay. Yeah.
Are you okay to stay online?
Yeah. What I said. I mentioned that a lot of our portfolio company need global connections because they expand much faster to different regions compared to 10 years ago. And that's why we proactively create different ecosystem and also go to different country as a speaker and connect different ecosystem player to help our portfolio company and also get good deal flow in this way. And so this is what we have been doing. And we are not only investing in Hong Kong, we are actually focusing on Asia and US. So we have a lot of investment in these two regions. And we also have some investment in Europe. And that's why we have a pretty diverse portfolio companies. And when I was running my own startup before, I was in China. And that's why I have some exposure on the China ecosystem as well. That's all.
Very good. Thank you for your introduction. And Kate's already introduced herself and the pregnancy tracker as well. So thank you, Kate and Carmen and Pierre for your introduction. So that I think we're ahead of time, but let's move on to the specific Q&A segment. So this segment I'll ask one question of each of the panelists, and you each have 3 minutes or so to answer it if you like, and then we next we'll move to the general Q&A. So the specific Q&A is for each panelist. The first one is all directed towards Pierre. So what kind of femtech startups will we see in the next 5 years? What is, for example, what is the trends and what are the hot areas, especially, I guess you can put a focus on Japan and Singapore, given those are the two countries that Fermata operates in. You clear with the question? So what are the femtech startups and the trends and hot areas?
Yeah, thank you. trends, I think, we've seen, femtech is quite a new industry overall. It's only 28 years old, but especially last year and the past couple of years, we've seen a lot of at-home solutions, whether that's products or services, whether that's, wearables or at-home kits, things that offer women specific and personalized care without them having to go out their house. And, women's lives are already quite busy. And if things that are able to give women more access to care that is more personalized and at home. When it comes to products, that's, fertility monitors, hands-free breast pumps, pregnancy trackers. But I think that has been the trend in the past couple of years. But moving forward, we'll see a lot more diagnostic tools and treatments, at-home diagnostic tools and treatments, because now with the monitors that we have at home, we're able to gather more data, populational data on a scale that we've never had before. And that can, with that kind of data, we can see a lot more health trends, and researchers will be able to find more diagnostic solutions to sex-specific problems in health that we've never been able to access before. For example, when I was working at KEG, the company just launched in May 2020, and it has now already has the largest database on vaginal data because the device itself monitors cervical mucus in the vaginal environment. And before that, most women had to go into the hospital to get an ultrasound and to measure their vaginal data at the hospital. But KEG makes it easy, 2 minutes at home every day. So now with that kind of vaginal data, there's been a lot of studies and hypothesis on cervical mucus, on indicating women's overall fertility, even when she goes into menopause and when she can go into labor, because the cervix changes all the time, the biochemical environment in there changes. So there's been a lot of hypotheses and research on this, but not a lot of data to back it up. So now products like KEG are able to give that kind of data to research institutes, if that's something that they're interested in. I think in Japan and in Singapore, there's a lot of regulatory changes that needs to be made. That seems to be one of the biggest hurdles when it comes to expanding into a new country, especially in Japan, because right now Fermata is working very closely with the Japanese government to make sure that they are aware of what femtech is, because the problem right now is that a product goes into Japan, wants to get it registered, but the government has no idea what this new product is. Even a basic femcare product like a period underwear, it's neither a medical device or a cosmetic, so they have to kind of create a new product classification with Fermata to assess what kind of system or classification this new product like a period underwear has to go through. There's a lot of stakeholders within femtech, but working with regulatory is definitely something that has to be pushed moving forward. And every country has its own regulatory hurdles, especially in Southeast Asia and Singapore. Even though it's a melting pot of ethnicities, the regulatory issues are very unique to each own country. So having a supporter like Fermata or any type of body that can help you, speed fast through those regulatory hurdles will make difference in terms of growing your product worldwide.
Very good. Thank you for that. I understand, when I spoke to Amina, she talked about the Japanese government actually putting some funding for femtech as well. That sounds like a really great news, right? Yeah. So it's they sort of recognize the importance of femtech now. It sounds like, which is great. It's not happening in Australia yet. Okay, so thank you, Pierre. The second question to Carmen. So what is your take on this question about the types of femtechs that we will see in the next 5 years? And from your Click Ventures perspective, and I guess more specifically, maybe you can comment on the trends in Hong Kong. or any other country that you guys operate in as well? Please.
Yeah, so I think I can share one unique aspect for Femtech is it's not just the product or service that you are selling right now, your current focus vertical, but because female is holding a lot of purchasing power for not only themselves but also for their family, the kids and the elderly. And that's why a lot of the femtech, when they get started, they are actually just use the current service to acquire this community of female users. And we have seen example even more than 10 years ago, company after building this community, then they can expand to other vertical. So like in China, more than 10 years ago, you will see a lot of female related or to be mother related community. So at that time, we didn't have that much variable for product, but there are a lot of community for discussion, for sharing information. And then all these community, after they acquire enough to be mother users, and then they expand to the baby product when they have a significant amount of user. So what I think is in the future, unless you are very technical, very focused on a certain kind of product, ultimately a lot of the femtech can become a platform, and you could introduce different kind of product in the future. Even you are starting with a femtech product at the moment. And I see there's a big opportunity because at the moment I'm pretty surprised when I find out a lot of the healthcare product that we are using nowadays, including like medicine, female are not tested, most of the medicine. So the testing subject were around male only. Yeah, like some
Why is that?
Like some toxicology and biomedical research, female subject has been totally excluded traditionally. And then for some medicine, even though there are some female participating in the testing, but still majority is men. So that's why today when we see, medicine, the suggested portion for adult is actually based on men, not based on female. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of product in the market that need improvement. If you have a product really tailored for female, that would be a big market in the future. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's amazing. Like, I guess some of the female-only products that they'll have to be tested on female, right? Like period pain, this type of thing, right?
Yes.
Can't just say it's Panadol, it's pain relief, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, that's
but not only those.
Yeah.
What I want to say is not only those, but a lot of other product as well.
Yeah, I think to add to Carmen, like a couple of years ago, Ambien, the sleeping pill Ambien, the FDA had to ask the company to reduce the recommended dosage for women because they realized that the recommended dosage was actually twice, like too high for women because women metabolize the drug twice as fast. So they had to create, like a blue pill and a pink pill, like a low dose pill and a high dose pill to make it sex specific because the dose, add on to Carmen, like a lot of clinical trials, they exclude women because pregnant women are considered a vulnerable population, one of the three main vulnerable populations, including, children and elderly. So if women are potentially childbearing, it's it's a variable, it's something that they can't really control in a clinical trial. So it's better and it's more efficient to just, exclude the whole sex or the whole gender in the clinical trials.
Wow.
Yeah.
Surely that's
Thank
changing
you.
now.
Thank you.
Is it
Thank you
changing
for
now,
the
or is that practice?
information.
Yeah. I mean, I can't believe that. Is that practice changing, or is it still continuing, ongoing with that practice? Are you guys aware of that? No?
I'm not sure, but I know that if more funding goes into women's health, which was very little before, now we can, put more emphasis in making the study designed to look at women's health and how each drug, targets women differently, because, from a biological standpoint, we're very different, and how a drug metabolizes based on our weight, our sex, it's quite different. So to create a different type of study would,
Yeah, definitely. This actually reminds me of something that is completely different from the femtech base, but it was an AI study, AI-backed, HR platform that Amazon put together. But the AI data that they used were all mostly male. So in the end, they had to basically put a stop to it, even though they started using it and realized that it's actually giving the incorrect information, because the hiring side as well, there's this male female difference, and if it's done based on male, then it's not going to be representative of the entire female and male agenda. So yeah, that is a great concept. So thank you for highlighting that, both Carmen and Pierre. Thank you for that. So we can move on to the third question, specific question for Kate. So what do you think will happen to the femtech market after 2020? This is a big question, but I'm sure you have an answer to it. Let's look into the crystal ball.
Yeah, I'll try, do my best. This is a very big and interesting question for us, of course. Businesses created by women for women. This is the femtech motto, I would say. But if we could see, last year was very difficult for us and for femtech market in the world, of course. And one of the key dominates of 2020, of course, the COVID pandemic, which has largely changed consumer sentiment and market drivers in the digital area. The coronavirus pandemic has led an increase in demand for application in digital health, and at the same time, for many, offline medicine has become unavailable. But in Western markets, as we see, femtech is actively transforming into a full-fledged ecosystem, I would say. Taking care of yourself, your physiological state and mind, it also becomes a growth point for femtech, of course. According to different articles and experts' opinions, the pandemic has generated both positive and negative factors for the development of femtech sectors. Positive drivers, of course, increased focus on health. The decline in solvency has created attention to preventive, predictive health care methods. Of course, femtech projects operate. Growth and interest in conscious motherhood and parenting. Interesting fact, growth in the number of women among IT professionals and IT entrepreneurs all over the world. Interesting fact. Negative factors, I would say, lack of legislative framework for the development of medical technological projects, and difficulty entering business for women in several regions of the country. But to sum up these facts, I think the demand for femtech and family tech products will be extremely high, and of course it will be growth in 2021. I hope that this trend will develop as quickly as it soon. An entire ecosystem will be built for the development for femtech startups all over the world. That's all to sum up.
Great, thank you. That's a very very good summary of what the market is going to be. Thank you for that, Kate. So now let's move into the general Q&A segment. I will ask the question, and each of you can choose to answer the question. If you just raise your hand, and you can just speak up. So the first question I'll talk about is I don't know if you guys have seen that there is a Harvard Business Review study that in February 2021 that women-led startups received 2.3% of VC funding in 2020, down from 2.8% in 2019. What do you think are the factors that contributed to this decline in 2020? So, I mean, we've all long seen that women founders receive less funding than men, but this number have, after years of work that people are trying to do, but the number still went down in 2020. Would you like to give some insights on what you think the factors might be that contributed to this decline?
Yeah, maybe I can share some of my estimation, I would say, because I think during the pandemic, what happened is a lot of the VC, kind of shift their focus more on their current portfolio companies or some of the bigger or later stage deal, because later stage deal, you have more financial figures, you can play around. So it's easier to do the due diligence, even remotely, when you have all the figures on hand. And so some of, even like our own VC firm, in the last few months, we have been busy on our pre-IPO deal because some of our portfolio company are going a pre-IPO round. So we have been pretty busy to focus on them. And then on the other hand, actually, I think on the other hand, although a lot of the VC kind of slow down in the decision making on new and early stage deal, but most of the VC actually look at even more deal compared to before because they don't need to travel that much. And some VC firm even because they have more time, so they even look at more founder from more countries. So they open up their horizon. So these become, I think, it's like a, it's like a sleeping power. So more VC actually look at more deals, but maybe they haven't made decision yet. Especially in the last few years, a lot of the female founder are still on the early stage. Not that many have gone to the late stage yet. So all these early stage female founder, maybe they have met a lot of VC, but they didn't make decision yet. So I think we still need to see what will happen in this year when VC find out that we need to make a decision without face-to-face communication, without meeting each other face-to-face. So I think this year there will be some VCs start to make decision even for these early stage startup that they haven't met face-to-face but only met virtually or do diligence virtually. Yeah.
So you think that in 2021 we'll see more deals being done then, because people are, have been considering it for a while, and therefore it's time that they have to make a decision. Yeah.
Yeah, because
well, let's wait.
Yeah, because last year there are a lot of things slowed down in the first quarter, right? Or even in the first half year, a lot of things slowed down, and so some VC are also doing fundraising themselves. And so LP slowed down, and then VC didn't close their fund, and so their decision making also slowed down. So that these all together could be the reason. but we see a lot of
Yeah.
activity are picking up in this year.
Yeah. No, that's good. Thanks for that. I think it makes sense that, you know, that's what I see as well in practice, that some of the VCs are being slow in making the decision. But I think at the bigger end of the town, some of the bigger deals are still getting done because the overall number of deals or the dollar value of the deals last year have actually increased. And, you know, for Femtech, for example, increased from 600 some million to about $1 billion. That's quite a big increase, you know, 60% increase. But still, the overall percentage shrank because I guess more male-dominated deals got done last year than female. So, yes. Any other ideas and maybe opinions on that?
So I want to say only one point. 1 second. I read interesting research, and it showed that women-led teams generate 35% more revenue than men-only teams. As I know, as I understood, in the US, there are already funds that invest in the women funders. And so I hope that in all of the world, this trend will develop. Some point.
That's a great point. And like the studies after studies show that, you know, women founders do contribute to economic growth. And, you know, CEO, for example, for the 95 ventures that we invested in, I think all of them have had 3 times revenue increases over the last few years. And we had, you know, a 95% loan repayment ratio. And they were all early stage, you know, VCs, early stage ventures rather than late stage ventures. So, you know, it's definitely females are doing great in that sense. Okay, maybe we'll move on to the next question. So talking about the reason, I guess I'm trying to understand what the reasons are. So back in 2017, another Harvard Business Review study also showed that different styles of questions were asked for male and versus female founders. So do you actually see female founders being asked different questions than male founders at investor meetings? I guess to clarify that a little bit is that the VCs tend to ask female founders history-related questions, while they tend to ask male founders future-oriented questions. So as we go to a VC meeting, obviously you're trying to pitch it so that the VC will invest into the future. But if you just keep on talking about the past, that's not going to be able to provide you with a better picture of the future, is it? Because the past is, you know, that the reason why they're going to the VC is that they want more funding so that they can actually get, you know, grow that faster, that you know, the hockey stick. So I guess my question is, do you think that really happens in practice? And you know, in my practice, I have found that to be true, but I'd like to hear some more views from you guys. Anyone?
Maybe I want to clarify a little bit about that research. So I think the difference for female founder and male founder is the question for male founder tends to be progressive related question, something like how can you get a bigger market share, something like that. And then the question for female founder are more protective type of question, such as how can you protect your market share from being taken away from your competitor. So these 2 types of question basically it's actually around the same thing about the market. But for male founder, it's more about progressive, how they can become bigger. But for the female, it's more about how they protect themselves. So I have read that research as well. I think most important is this kind of situation does happen sometime, but not all the time. Depends on the investor. but more important is, as a female founder, how we can change the situation. I think that's more important. So if in case you have been asked a protective kind of question, so how can you turn this into your own opportunity? Because when you just accept that question and you just answer it directly, then usually you get less point compared to a male founder who will talk about their future plan, how they can become the market leader, things like that. So then you are in a disadvantage, right? But if you could, change, if you could just answer the question and then change immediately into a more progressive type of answer, and you start to talk about how you could make a difference, then usually in this kind of situation, the female founder will get even more point compared to a male founder. So I think this kind of skill set is very important to female founder. It's a fact that we always face unconscious bias. We always face this kind of situation. I have also been to a lot of boardroom with I am the only female. And even in Israel, I've been to a boardroom in Israel, and imagine a country like Israel. I'm the only female. And there are some area that female cannot go into, And so I think the skill set, how you can turn all these disadvantage into opportunity, is a very important skill set for all female founders.
Yeah, that's great. It's a great point, and I think we need to make it all known to more female founders that how they actually can turn around the question, right? Turn around the answer to the question, because the natural thing is to answer the question that's asked, but you need to actually not ask, answer the question but quickly, but then turn it into some progressive thing, answer straight away. So yeah, it's a great point, Carmen. Any comments from the others, Pierre or Kate?
No.
No? Okay, fair enough. Sorry?
I quite agree. I quite agree.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah. So the next question I have is, what are some of the challenges for femtech in coming years? Which, I mean, what do you think are the challenges that this is a really big question as well, but whatever you can that comes to your mind, I think. I guess for me is, first of all, is funding, right? Funding is a great challenge. Are there any other challenges, like, from a female founders perspective? Founders, yeah. Pierre, do you want to say something? It sounds.
Yeah, Jen. So, funding is obviously one of the main issues, but also when it comes to once a product is launched, if they want to grow and expand into a new country, they have to deal with, the regulatory issues that I mentioned before, but there's also where places to sell. So where can these products be sold? Whether that's online or offline, there's issues on both ends. Like online, if you want to sell a product that and through paid marketing, through paid advertising like Google or Facebook, most of the times the ads will get banned depending on the product, what the product is. If a product, is uncertain or goes through the algorithm and gets banned as, like, for example, a Kegel trainer or a fertility tracker or any type of wearable product often gets banned as an adult sex toy. Just immediately. And if the person who is behind that monitor is regulating the product has no idea what this is, they will most likely flag it as something that can't be advertised. So, and there's already restrictions in terms of online advertising where these products can be marketed and these channels. And even offline, like if we go into retail, a lot of retailers and department stores have to take on that risk of, bringing in quite a novel product that might hold some taboos, like cultural stigmas around products. For example, femtech products within the sexual wellness category. Even if the product is designed with women in mind, female founded and designed, and has the women's health first in mind, if the product can hold some risk of being controversial or holding some type of taboo and a negative reaction within the public, that's the risk that the retailer has to make on the behalf of the femtech company. And so it doesn't just take changing regulatory bodies and getting more funding, but also the cultural stigma. So that's a little bit more tricky, and that requires a lot more, casual conversations, raising awareness about why these products are necessary, what kind of taboos are they uncovering, and why do we need them today? And that takes everyone, right? Like just talking to your friends about these types of products, talking to your male partners, your male friends, opening up the conversation in the beginning.
Very good. That's very true. Yeah. Thank you. And I didn't realize it about those advertising bans. Actually, that kind of I can understand why they ban it, but also it is, yeah. But there's a lot of education and a lot of conversations that need to be had. Yeah. So, Carmen, do you have something that you wanted to say? Carmen?
Yeah. I'm trying to think. I think another thing maybe you want to know is, is it easy to get funding from a male investor when you're selling a female product? Yeah. So I think
exactly.
If we can have more female VC, that would definitely help to understand the product more. But sometimes when you want to pitch a male investor, in case you need to pitch a male investor, I think you could also do some research so that the investor, when they do the due diligence, they can ask around their wife or their girlfriend to get more information related to the product.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
But
very
definitely
true.
it's not
I've heard
first
that
hand.
before.
But not first hand.
Yeah, but ask. Yes, that's right. Ask your wife, ask your daughter. That's really. These are people that the VC will listen to. But you're right. It's not firsthand. They don't. They wouldn't be able to understand it firsthand. But by the same token, many of the male-dominated, I guess products, female don't understand either. But because there are more male VCs than female VCs, it's not an issue. So. Yeah, I think you raised a really good point. I was going to ask that question, but now that you've answered it, so I don't have to ask that question now. Kate, do you have any comments, or are you okay with it?
Yes, I
think we're almost
some
we're
points.
almost at time. We have 2 minutes left. We have 2 minutes left.
As we like 2 minutes.
I was going to ask audience for Q&A, but looks like we don't have any audience questions. So that's fine. Did you guys see any audience questions? No? Right? No audience questions. No. Yeah. I mean, the last question was about whether we have... Sorry?
No.
I was going to ask if there are any initiatives to tackle the challenges for the femtech in the industry or in your country. If anyone, have some femtech initiatives that you'd like to, let us know, that'd be really good. For me, SheYo is the thing that I wanted to tell everyone about. So that's basically SheYo.world. That's a huge initiative for women. So, Kate, you have some comments?
Yeah.
Do you have some comments?
At last, some points as well, like. As we know, each country is a unique world. for developing femtech startups. And the situation in Russia is different from countries, of course. There are no specialized funds for female founders or femtech startups. And because of the country's low investment attractiveness on the international market, the only way to develop is to relocate to foreign markets, of course. This explains the large number of international femtech startups created in Russia and these countries. But nowadays, I often see the interest from funds and different funds investment to femtech startups, and it's great. It makes me happy in Russia, of course. We have several products, and they are now very popular in Russia. Of course, it's AMA pregnancy tracker, Flow, Vachanga, Clue, etc. We can confidently say that the Russian market has accumulated sufficient expertise to launch and develop femtech projects, both locally and globally. Finally, I would say a smart motherhood trend has emerged in Russia, and moms actively had podcasts, YouTube shows, write books, articles, blogs, Instagram, etc. It's amazing, and I hope it will be continued, and femtech will go to the next level.
Great, thank you, Kate. That's great. Yeah, there was no audience question, so I'm just going to close it. And finally, if I may ask each panelist to leave audience with one parting thought on femtech. I think, Kate, you already had your parting thought, right? Unless you have something else. Yeah, so Peach, sorry, not Peach, Pear. Sorry. Yeah. Do you have any parting thoughts?
Just that, don't forget about half the world's population. It's coming, and even though femtech isn't really booming in the APAC region, mostly Australia, Singapore, Thailand, I think it's inevitable that it will come, because people will just realize, like, why haven't we had these solutions all of our lives? And so it's more of a necessity than it is, a luxury item, I think.
Yeah, very good. Great. What about you, Carmen? Any parting thoughts?
I think, in case you really need to pitch a male VC about a femtech product that he cannot experience firsthand, during your pitch, maybe you could collect some focus group data to present, so to facilitate the male VC's understanding. That may help.
Yeah, no, very great advice. Thanks, Carmen. Yeah, I'm sure that will help people, definitely. Yeah, focus group or endorsements and videos and stuff like that, right? Yeah, so thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the panelists for your time and deep insights today. Let's all choose to challenge in everything we do in our daily lives and to drive rapid growth of the femtech industry and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great. See you later. I think
ladies.
we're at time now. It's 11:03.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Digital Week Online. This is Gordon Einstein, and we're back on International Women's Day, my favorite day of the year. It's a day where I just get to be quiet. I know that's rare, but it does happen. So I would like to introduce our next panel. It's Women in Tech, led by the famous moderator, Serafima. Serafima, sorry, I inadvertently shortened the name, but it was a friendly thing. I'm gonna pass it to you. I'm gonna mute myself. I'm gonna turn off my video, and it's all yours. So thanks everyone, and see you soon.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you, everyone. Welcome to Women in Tech panel on International Women's Day, Female in Power, and I welcome everyone. We thank you for Digital Week Online to give us an opportunity to join us today on International Women's Day, and I'm absolutely pleased to be joined by the following very inspiring ladies to share their leadership stories to emphasize the success of females in originally male-dominated industry. So I'm joined here today with Elis Quevedo, who is a global influencer, author, thought leader, speaker, advisor, digital media storyteller. She has been voted top 100 entrepreneurs to follow on Twitter and ranked among the top 2% most viewed profiled on LinkedIn. She also received a Global Shiro Award in 2020. I'm also joined here by Melanie Usebe, the chair and a co-founder of the Black British Business and Black Business Awards. Melanie is a management consultant with over 20 years experience leading strategic transformation initiatives for global brands. She's a regular speaker and facilitator known for her contribution to promoting business leadership skills, harnessing business talent, and economic empowerment. We're also here with Ized Uwanike, digital marketing queen, evangelist, the largest community of digital marketers in Africa, DigiClan, director of marketing and PR for Metro Africa Express, content strategist, digital analyst, and person of wide range of experience. And the last, but absolutely not least, is Dasha Kroshkina, who is an ambitious solo entrepreneur, CEO, founder of edtech platform Study Free, which has already helped over 40,000 startups from 108 countries to fulfill their dreams to studying abroad. Dasha has an amazing background, being 2018 McKinsey Next Generation Women Leaders Award winner. And now I would like to pass the word to each of these ladies to better introduce themselves, share their stories and experience. And we start with Elis, please.
Thank you, Serafima, and what an honor it is to be surrounded by these amazing ladies and what you guys at Digital Week Online are doing this week. So my name is Elis Quevedo. As a digital media storyteller, consultant, and advisor, my focus is in helping individuals and brands tell their stories in a better and more efficient way. I love the art and influence of creating, attracting, and building better business relationships through digital media. And I have fused my personal development and entertainment industry backgrounds within the tech world, making sure that people understand the importance of keeping the online activities interactive, but most importantly, with a human feel, because never forget, there is a human being behind the tech. So I spend a lot of time behind the scenes, helping others shine and thrive in the cyberspace. I love to see people find their passion and share it with the world. But from time to time, I do come out of the shadows and I share a few thoughts and opinions like I am doing here today, joined by these fellow amazing women.
Thank you, Elis. We would like to see more and more you coming out of the shadows. This is absolutely incredible. Melanie, tell us about yourself, please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Serafima, and welcome to my glorious panel as well. My name is Melanie Usabi, and I am chair and co-founder of the Black British Business Awards as a labor of love in my spare time. And during the day, I am one of the directors of strategy and consulting at Accenture. So particularly looking at data and tech solutions in diversity and inclusion. So I do have a portfolio career though, and all throughout the portfolio career, there's one theme that remains, and that's economic empowerment and opportunity for all, particularly today when we celebrate IWD. So you'll find me either in front of a classroom teaching leadership and management, or helping clients as well on behalf of Accenture in regards to technology and data for their diversity and inclusion challenges, or of course, running kind of other ethnicity empowerment programs or gender empowerment programs nationally. So thank you so much for having me. Glad to be here.
Thank you, Melanie. What an inspiring thing you're doing, and this is a pleasure to see the contribution to the society and humanity. Thank you. Isaac, tell us about yourself, please.
Hi, everyone. My name is Isaac Wanike. My friends call me King Isaac. King Isaac, my friend. There's nothing to it, though. It's just Africa is a really patriarchal society, and just saying king in front of my name pisses off a lot of men, so I like it. I am a biochemist. I studied biochemistry, and I got into tech about 8 years ago, tech and digital marketing about 8 years ago. And mostly because, you know, I happened on it and I thought it was really cool. And so I got bitten by the tech bug, the digital marketing bug. I got into tech. And once I got in, it's been a roller coaster ride ever since. I am very, very passionate about communities and about bridging the digital gender divide, ensuring that more women are in this space. So, and I do believe very strongly that communities will play a key part in driving this digital transformation in Africa and in bridging this digital divide and digital gender divide. And so I've been a key part of building communities like DigiClan. DigiClan is the largest community of digital marketing professionals and enthusiasts in Africa. We're in over 7 African countries and in a lot of states. We're over 6,000 members strong. I'm also the convener of Tribe Africa, which is a new clan or a new community, basically, set to drive, push change on social media by driving the right sort of content online and driving the right narrative, especially as it relates to women. I'm the CEO of Lose Media. Lose Media is a digital media agency out of Lagos, Nigeria. We started last year, May, and we've done pretty well in the last 1 year, and we've been growing really big. It's nice to be here. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Isaac. This is fantastic what you're doing, and joining all the marketers in the clans or in the communities, and through the community driving the change forward. Thank you. Dasha, would you like to tell us about yourself a little bit more, please?
Sure. Hi, everyone. It's really a pleasure to start the day with speaking in this amazing panel, because I'm based in San Francisco, so it's 5 a.m. in the morning, but I'm really excited to share with everyone. So my name is Dasha. I'm CEO and founder of Study Free. It's a platform that helps students from all over the world to study abroad for free with scholarship and grants. And many years ago, I was the same little girl from a small Russian township, dreaming about seeing the world. And I had this huge world map over my desk, and knew all the capitals of all the countries, but never could able to travel. And then I managed to win lots of scholarships and grants, and I studied for free in Spain, China, States, Stanford, worked in Singapore. And that's how I decided that I want to help other people around the world to have opportunity to have equal access to opportunity to do the same, because it's changed my life, and I want to change the life of other people. So me joining the tech was just a solution to solve this problem, and I just didn't want to wait for anyone to join. So that's how I become a solo entrepreneur and helping students around the world. And fun fact, we have almost over 50,000 students right now applying with us, and 80% of them actually female. So I don't know if it's coincidence, but it's a good trend. Yeah, I'm really excited to be here today.
Thank you, ladies, for introducing yourself. And well, since the topic of our panel is women in tech, the first question I would like to put in front of you is, what does it mean to you to be a woman in tech, and what positive sides do you see in being a woman in originally male-dominated industries? The situation is that Me personally, I believe that nowadays tech industry has developed to the stage when it's not really important if you're female or man. It's about the change and the enthusiasm that you bring with your actions, with your day-to-day developments. Nevertheless, we can't disregard that the industry was originally set up by men and be driven by it. If you would like to share your personal stories of how you felt this difference of being a woman, or what does it mean to you to be a woman? Who would like to start? Dasha, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, first of all, I would be honest. It didn't feel like that much different in later stages. It did feel very much different in the early stages when you're doing startup and venture worlds, when you have so many investors, so many funds, and overall startup founders being male. And there are sometimes some comments like, are you sure, like, where's gonna be the guy who helped you in this because your business is running, how you're running the tech because you're not a tech background. But later down the road, it's just it all disappears. But I do believe that being a woman in tech, especially in venture world, especially when you're building a company, there's really great, like, fascinating things and lots of like brilliant, because it used to be startups being very aggressive in terms of the growth. And that's why people used to think like, whoa, that's male world. But then like we stepped in like, hey, we can still grow, but we can carry so much more about team, about people. And it's not just being growing and, you know, like acquiring new fields, new countries, new markets, but it's also about building and caring and protective. And I guess that's hints, you know, that's very new combination that we're bringing. And that's really exciting for me. And that's what I enjoy the most about being a woman in tech.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Elise, what is your opinion on the question? What is for you to be a woman in tech? And have you felt the male dominance, or have you ever came across a positive side of being a woman in the industry?
Okay, well, Serafima, for me, it means helping change the industry so that actually this question doesn't get asked anymore in the future. And instead of asking, what does it mean to you to be a woman in tech? It changes to, what does it mean to you to work in tech, period. But for that to happen, we need a lot more women in this industry. That's the bottom line, because right now we are still a minority. So for me, it means to have a voice, to inspire other girls and women to speak up about their ideas. And for me specifically, it means to share the stories of tech in my own voice with my personal perspective. Because as women, we always bring in a different point of view. And I think that is a positive. We tend to be very detailed oriented, and we can be great assets in this male-dominated industry. And it's not about a takeover, like some people may say, or like Dasha will say, no, you need a man for something. No, it's only women. It's not about that. It is about adding value with our skills, our tenacity, our empathy. All of those are positive sides that we bring. Another example, technology sometimes requires a lot of patience. And women have been statistically proven to actually be able to handle patience better than men. So it is about combining both forces together, because together we are stronger. From my personal experience in any tech-related projects that I've been involved in or I've advised on, there is always one key sentence that stands out, and it's when people say, oh, Elise, I didn't think of it from that point of view. And normally that doesn't come from a woman, it comes from a man, because they tend to think one way, we think another, and it's the combination that makes us greater. So it's not about who is better. Also, like Dasha said, is it a man or is it a woman? This is for everybody. It is about putting all ideas on the table and looking at them equally before making decisions, regardless of who brought it to the table. So the key as a woman is to speak up and be heard.
Absolutely, I absolutely agree, and very valuable point about bringing different point of views to the table. Thank you very much. Melanie, how is it from a management consultant point of view? What have you came across and what does it mean to you?
In terms of women in tech, I choose to see it as an amazing opportunity for change. And why I say I choose to see it as an opportunity, it's because quite frankly, right now, women are not represented at the higher echelons of tech companies, and we're not recognized in regards to the supply chain of tech. So that means that when products and services are created with technology and data world, then quite frankly, women aren't at the table. And that means that the requirements don't suit us sometimes. That means that we're not even thought of, our circumstances, our situations, and even some of our challenges. We can see this as an opportunity for growth, both for the industry as well as individually in terms of our individual opportunity. For the industry, that means that we have an opportunity to service the needs of 52% of the world's population that has not been serviced before. That means that there's massive opportunity for innovation. What do I mean by that? I mean that there are some things in regards to our phones, our mobile phones, in regards to where, the typical size of our hands. It means that some of the challenges that we face in regards to work that's kind of unallocated or unrecognized in regards to childcare or care services, that massive opportunities for innovation, because typically they haven't been looked at in regards to, in terms of data and technology facilitating what we do. Additionally, it's also a massive opportunity for the young women who are coming up after us as well. So I think that, if I look at the current situation, let's not fool ourselves, it's dire. And it could get really, really depressing if we look at the numbers of leadership in tech, or if we look at the numbers of just women in tech. However, it's also, that means that because it's so dire, that means that there is a massive opportunity to not only employ women, to have women in careers in STEM and technology and digital services, but also reflect the huge market opportunity, because typically women haven't been reflected in data and tech services. So it's a catch-22, but I think that all of us here would agree that, we all see it as a massive opportunity, and we're going to be doing what we can to help organizations kind of recognize us as a consumer force that we are.
Absolutely, and I believe the change has started. The industry is recognizing the need for emphasizing the impact of women to provide better opportunities in education sphere and programs for women to get into
Exactly, and just gendered work, right? Like if we're looking at gendered work, care services is so huge. And we know that women, for example, take up we take up the majority of home care and care for others. And I was just working with an entrepreneur on Almond Care who literally had to pivot and digitize her business in a way that she never had to before because of the pandemic. But we haven't digitized care. We haven't properly digitized our hospital services. That we haven't digitized nursing. And when I say, I'm not saying we're going to send a robot to go to someone's nursing bed. What I'm saying is that these things are where women have resided for so long, unpaid or underpaid or underrecognized. And so I can see that technology can have a massive impact if we apply technology to these specific areas where women, take on the majority of the workforce.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Isaac, what's your take on the situation? How do you feel about being women in tech and in digital marketing sphere? Have you ever felt like it is a male-dominated industry, or do you feel comfortable and not that much underrepresented?
I think I'm quite aligned with what Elise and Melanie have shared, and I totally agree with what they said. And for me, I look forward to an Africa or to a time where it's just a person in tech or a person in technology as opposed to being a woman in tech. For us, I think the positive side is that we become role models for the young girls who are coming up and who think that, okay, they are able to achieve this and they're able to do this because we are doing it, because regular mommies are doing it. And so I think that that's the positive side. Sometimes I think that the constant underestimation is actually a positive thing, because, just being constantly underestimated and then still coming up and then achieving beyond what everybody else thinks that you can do is maybe, like Melanie said, I think it's a bit of a positive side, because it's it inspires the younger girls and inspires women from, because I joined tech really late. I joined tech maybe only 8 years ago, and I was already way past 30. And so I feel like, not way past 30, but I was already about 30. So I feel like being a woman in tech is motivational for the young people that are coming up.
Much. And well,
I do hope that everybody heard what I said, because it felt like
very good. And I very much like the point of being the role model and to inspire the younger generation and show them that everything is possible. It just how much we want it. Yeah. Well, what next question I want to ask you, ladies, is what actually sparked first your interest in the tech industry, and how much do you think the industry has changed since you joined the industry? Because I mean, despite we're not talking about a long period of time, I believe that the growth of the industry was exponential, if not more, and we've seen a lot of change. Elise, I would pass the word to you, and what's your take on that?
Sure. Well, I've had what you would call a 3-step journey into the tech industry, because I didn't just get into it and followed straight through. As a child, I wanted to be a telecommunications engineer because it was more something others wanted for me versus what I wanted, so that didn't happen. So my first real interest was a couple of decades ago in my teenage years, when I worked for one of the first ever internet cafes at one of the busiest airports in the UK. This was back when putting your credit card online was still very new and scary for people. Was it safe to do so? Where does my data go? How do I do it? And I was taught the basics of what technology and connectivity could do. And I found it quite interesting, but not enough to delve deeper onto it. I would call that a step 1. Fast forward 5 years, and I found network marketing, but not in your traditional way, the online way, using the power of technology to communicate worldwide. And that opened my eyes to things I was not used to on my daily environment. I call that a step 2. And finally, a step 3, the one that made me get into tech professionally, is about 11 years ago. So I'm not that far behind you. I said we're kind of late comers to this, but we're still good. Is when, after writing my first book on personal development, as you know, Serafima, I didn't have a clue of how to promote it. How do I tell the world about it? And this was right before the boom of social and digital media. So I started eating, breathing, and sleeping social, digital, and discovering the true power of technology, not only from a branding and communications point of view, but from the good that can actually come out of technology. That made me have an interest in telling stories about those individuals and companies who do use technology to better our lives. And that is for sure when I said, this is something I know I will be a part of for a long time. And to the question of how much do I think the industry has changed? A lot. Technology is a field that can move at the speed of lightning. I collaborate with a few brands where I get invited to their events and headquarters to see what they do and then spread my thoughts and opinions. And I'm always fascinated with what they are creating, with what's possible. And I still feel very lucky that I grew up in a world without tech. I mean, I didn't have my first cell phone till I was 19, and right now that's ancient. If you tell a 5-year-old that you didn't have a cell phone at 19, they're gonna look at you weird. But now I couldn't imagine my life without tech. Let's think of the pandemic, Serafima. Technology, like the ladies have also said, has played an integral part in connectivity, in helping people feel safer. We can name telemedicine, rural areas being connected, which normally were isolated. The power of what tech can do in detecting early ailments in children, smart and intelligent cars and cities, artificial intelligence, virtual reality. We have so much that exists now that didn't 2 decades ago, that is now actually for me scary and exciting at the same time. So what I cannot wait to answer is this question in 2 decades time, because when we talk about new emerging technologies that are yet to be invented today, so we have no clue of what's to come. That's where my thoughts go.
I absolutely join you on the quote, scared but excited.
Yeah, it is both.
Yeah, the way that industry is changing is the speed is absolutely.
The example, Serafima, is 5G, where we're 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G. Now they're talking 6G, Wi-Fi. We can't keep up with how fast technology changes and how medicine and how now robots are helping doctors do operations. I mean, how scary is that? But at the same time, oh my God, how exciting. So I think we're going to have that feeling for a long time, as long as technology continues to invent and as long as we continue to have younger generations taking over the people of today, because they are the future. They are the people that will bring us what is yet to come.
Absolutely. And by taking over, I believe that doing our best to use this progress and this innovation for good, and ensuring that all the policy, that the political regulation is in place and all the new technologies are regulated in an ethical and way that brings the social good. Dasha, what is your take on this? Doing the ed tech, you're absolutely pioneering using the technology for good. And how have you seen the ed tech industry being changed, and what has sparked your initial interest in doing these projects that you do?
Yeah, so first of all, I think I was lucky enough to be recently new. So I'm in tech world for like nearly 3 years. So I was already joined this world when it's already very much developed and already like taken off, and it was actually created a lot of really comfortable conditions, to go forward. But there was certainly like a lot of changes to be done, especially when you're doing ed tech that was historically much more into offline rather than online. A lot of people tell like, it gotta be sticking to offline. You have to be like in both worlds. And I remember like 3 years ago, I was like, no guys, we should go online. It should be digital. It's gonna be there. It's like, no way, it won't be. And I don't know, like funny enough, I think COVID really helped in this way, because right now, like once, like just like in one day, in 1 month, everyone had to go like online, everyone had to go offline, and you can clearly see the difference, because we're working across many countries, many continents, like in Russia, in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, and I can see how the speed is actually evolving. Like how, like for example, us working in India and Africa, 2 years ago, no one would try doing like online payment. It was like credit cards. And actually we have to go to the office. We have to speak with you. And right now, like you can go to the office and speak, and people actually, well, online can be trusted. We can feel comfortable being online, being digital. We actually can get similar value from different instruments, but it actually requires a lot of like adaptivity, creativity from everyone. But it's actually, we can get maybe equal or maybe even more. And that's actually exciting to see, especially how it's like changing across different countries and continents, and how everyone right now understand that the worlds and opportunities are just much bigger than what we actually could possibly like physically touch and see. And it can be like something found like way beyond our imagination, like just really click on the Google or like the internet. So that's really exciting, and I do believe it's just gonna be going forward. And just really excited to see how it's gonna go. And I'm really excited to be part of this right now at the very moment, because that's the best time. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, you're actually, as ed tech is a specific niche which is addressed now, and we're very blessed to have you as a female representative of this industry on our panel. Izad, what sparked your interest for the tech industry, and what changes have you seen since you've joined?
For me, it was another woman in tech that sparked my interest in the industry. She was doing quite well in her field, and she was like a beacon, like one woman in the midst of a lot of men. And I was very fascinated by what she was doing and how she carried herself. And, I really wanted to be a part of that. I went straight to meet her. I asked her, how can I be a woman in tech? How can I come into, this world? And then she was very busy, but she pointed me in the right direction. So after that, I went online. I learned as much as I could. I joined online classes, online courses. I mean, I still learn every single day. And then there's always something to learn. That's how dynamic and ever evolving this technology is. It's constantly changing, it's constantly growing, it's constantly improving. And if you don't learn, or if you don't keep up, you just lose, basically. And to be able to be the one who's inspiring other young girls to want to also be in tech is huge for me. And creating a space where they can go learn, or pointing them in the right direction, as I was pointed to, is what makes me still fascinated every single day by being in this field. Changing definitely every single day. There's a new innovation. There's a new technology that you have to read about or learn about. There are things you thought impossible, and then you find out it actually does exist. Maybe as even a simple app or some sort of technology that you would initially have thought impossible. And I like that it's changing, and I like that more and more people are coming online, because what it means though is parents are now understanding that girls and women can also be in technology. When I went to school, it was mostly boys. It was mostly men for the engineering courses or for the technology courses. In fact, as a girl, you didn't want to be in the technology course. You will literally say to yourself, I don't want to be in a boys' class. And I see now that, you go to schools and you see a lot of girls joining technology. It's still not enough, but you see there's much more than in my time. Because when I went to the university, there was only one lady in the computer engineering department, one lady, and we used to tease her. I used to tease her every day. I used to wonder, why are you doing a man's course as opposed to doing something that, I studied biochemistry. Come to the sciences, or come to biochemistry, or be a doctor. Why are you in technology? But I see now that she had the right ideas, because she's also doing very well in her field. So ever evolving, ever changing, but in a good way. I actually love that.
Thank you. And that's very inspiring to hear that you had a role model whom you followed. And during our first initial discussion of the question, you mentioned that this is your goal. This is for you to be a woman in tech, to become a role model. So it's like inheriting the purpose. This is very beautiful thought. Thank you, Isaac. Melanie, how did you get into tech industry? What brought you there? And what have you noticed about the progression of it?
Well, you know what? The thing is, I was always a tech nerd. I was always a nerd in school. Like, people made fun of me for it. I played video games when I was a kid. And I think as a girl, I probably learned that we don't do video games. So I think if I would probably kind of to chart my own course a little bit more, that I probably would be much more of a gamer, because I loved them when I was a child. As an adult, I returned to tech when I always said to myself that time was my most valuable commodity. And so why does that even relate? Because time, for me, digital tools, digital services enabled me to use my time more efficiently. And so I was just always looking for tools to make myself better, to operate better, to do it quicker, to do it more efficiently. So I was just on that constant, it was part of my performance improvement, really. So whether it be the diaries that I was looking at, apps on my phone, whether it be carrying around, 4 books on my Kindle rather than having to carry around the physical book, there was just always this, how do I enable myself to do this better with digital? How I'm seeing it now in regards to how I work with clients. So this is particularly with diversity and inclusion, particularly in terms of gender, because we're here on IWD, is that organizations, they want to do something, right? So many of the big organizations, they have made huge commitments in regards to gender equality, gender equity, but what they need is data. So you can have a bunch of initiatives, but if you don't have the data around, if you don't know, I don't know, who your women are, if you don't know what kinds of challenges they're facing, if you can't see that, you know, how maybe your performance management of those women isn't really working out, or if you can't see that how much they're getting paid in regards to pay equity, then quite frankly, your every diversity inclusion initiative that you have is out, you know, it stops at the gate, right? Like you can't do anything without knowing the problem. And so I always say what gets measured gets done. And so that's how I think for some of the diversity and inclusion challenges, quite frankly, for inclusion as a whole, whether it be financial and economic inclusion or whether it be workforce inclusion, digital is actually, it has to be at the heart of it, because we have to know how to track the data. We have to know how to measure the data. We have to know who our people are, the challenges that we're facing, and of course, how to fix them. So before, I think we could have panels, or we could have like mentoring initiatives and sponsorship initiatives. And those are good, don't get me wrong, but in terms of driving real change, we need data, we need digital. And so all of the clients that I work with now, it's not just about kind of going in and giving them a motivational talk and saying, hey, you know, get some more women on your board. Now it's, okay, so where's your data? I wanna know, from the moment you recruit that woman from business school, all the way through the time when she gets to be CEO, I want to know exactly what happens to her. And then we can start tracking and measuring our progress so that we can achieve gender parity in less than the 100 years that the World Economic Forum currently predicts.
Absolutely. Well, the only correct actions can be taken based on data measured initiatives, and absolutely. Exactly. Well, speaking about the data, and if we look at the numbers, the last year's statistics showed that the 5 largest tech companies only have a workforce of 34.4% of women. And if we talk about startups, it's only 1 in 4 females one of 4 startup founders is a female, so it's 25%. And again, in the startup world, only 37% of startups have a women on their board of directors. So despite we consider tech as a forthcoming industry that is not that affected by the glass ceiling or the gender disbalance, we can see in numbers that women are underrepresented. And what do you think causes this gender disbalance, and what can be done, or what initiatives can be taken for us to move away from this and to bring more women in tech? Izad, would you like to go first on this agenda?
Yes, let me go first on this. So for me, I'm speaking from a Nigerian or an African point of view, because I hope I think it might be the same everywhere. But I think that it's mostly about years and years and years of learning that, you know, a woman is not good enough to do certain things, or a woman is not enough to work in certain spheres or in certain industries. And just unlearning it is a thing. I grew up thinking that, you know, my primary duty in life was to make sure I marry well and make sure that every time my husband came in, he had good food to eat. I looked forward to being a house. I went to university, but I actually did look forward to being a housewife that took care of her husband very well. So I think that there's a need to unlearn all of this. I'm not sure what to call it, all of this, because, you know, being a woman in tech every day, my mom is proud of me, so proud. So I think that there's a need to unlearn all of these years of societal, I don't know, maybe it's just Africa, you know, but I think there's a need to unlearn all of this. And I think that the best way to do it is as a community of women helping each other. 10 women who decide to help 10 more women, who decide to help 10 more women. That's why I actually believe in the spirit of Ubuntu. Ubuntu is the ancient African principle that says that I am who I am because of who you are. It speaks to the heart of a community, raising up other people. So I can't get out of the rut alone. I have to go back and help 2 more people who go back and help 2 more people, because that's the only way we can all get out of it. So I think that for me, in my own opinion, that a community of women whose goal or whose objective is to bridge the digital gender divide. Like, we go into communities to train women, to teach them how to get online, how to use digital to solve their problems. I actually, in 2020, that's how recent I went to train. So they had never heard about Facebook. That's how much there's still a huge gap and a huge amount of women who still need to be trained here in Africa, here in Nigeria, and maybe across the world. I still had to tell someone, this is Facebook, this is what Facebook is about, just last year. And I know that as much as we say the world is evolving and everything is growing fast and people know so much about technology, there's still a huge gap for women in certain communities. And I think that just going back to ensure that we are bridging this digital divide, whether or not these women have access to the internet now, but ensuring that they know how to use these technologies and they know how to use this internet to access more education is the only way to do it. I'm a very strong believer in the spirit of Ubuntu and community to drive growth and bridge the digital gender divide.
I absolutely side here with you, and I'm very happy to know that, well, I understand that there is a gap, but also there are lots of wonderful programs here to help education women in Africa or in other countries that are a little bit less developed. But overall, education is a very important point to bring women to power, to enable people to solve their social problems. And all I wanted to add to your answer is that I believe that women are so strong, they can be both having the household and being a super career power woman.
Exactly.
I think nothing stops us. Nothing stops us there.
We should not be confined to the house or just to work. We can do both, or we can do more than just two. We can do as much as we need to do.
Exactly. Dasha, what do you think causes the gender disbalance, and what's from your point of view can be done to increase, to bring women in tech?
Yeah, so first of all, education, as I always believed, it's the number one, the most powerful tool that can break any ceiling of personal growth and development, and having equal access is the most important. But I also do think that it's not enough. And I do believe that education really helps you start and really helps you make your first steps. But then when we're talking about being top, like top manager, to be founder, to be really on the top of the world, there's like lots of things to be done, and it's much more on the like cultural and mentality perspective. I do agree with like this like household agenda, while still lots of societies in the world expect like women, men to be like equal in the career, but not equal in the household. Women are so strong, but it doesn't mean that we have to do the work for like 3-5 people. It means that it should be equally across like all the agendas. And while supporting women having equal access to opportunities is extremely important, I also do believe there is some work and some like community awareness done among men as well. I do love a lot the initiative taken by Alexis Aganian. He's like ex-founder of Reddit, husband of Serena Williams, and he started this thread, that having maternity leave. So like while we have, like addressing that men can also do half of the work, men can take a break in their career, and it's not bad, it's not weakness. And it's actually okay to split. There is like no man and female job, not in career, not anywhere else. We're going to be created, like outside of the work table, like the conditions and the environment when you're going to have enough time, like to rest, to enjoy yourselves, like to split all the duties across, and we're going to feel that we have actually 3 jobs, not just one. So I guess that part is extremely important, and that should be done on both sides, because it should be, like it's a partnership along the way in every single point. Yeah.
With you. I know that in UK now, if I'm not mistaken, the maternity leave, for example, can be taken. There is time for maternity leave for the family, and if the person is married, they can divide it between husband and wife. Who takes what? It's like the same time, but they can divide between their 2 jobs, which is what you're talking about. I absolutely side with that, and wonderful. Elise, maybe you can share your opinion, your view, and maybe even your secrets of maybe your advice, would you advise women to get in tech?
Sure, I definitely agree with everyone in regards to education being one of the keys, but also more visible role models. This is something we've mentioned today. We still don't see enough females. How can anyone feel inclined to have a career in technology when they cannot feel they have a future ahead? So this is now a combination that we need to work hard on. And there are amazing companies out there already, such as IBM, Huawei, American Express, just to name a few. They have incredible development and leadership programs. And Melanie, you spoke about leadership earlier, because you need that within the employee systems and also the external educational support to show what options are out there. This is what I would love to see more of: collaborations with universities, with the schools, and companies that share what the future looks like for females interested in tech. What are their options? What can we do if we study this career or I get into this field? To be honest, we also need the bigger companies to be more proactive because they have a larger reach. We all know that even if you just impact one person, that is a huge step forward, but to do it faster, we need the help of everyone that listens to. Let me give you a concrete example, Serafima. Today, you cannot go into any social feed without hearing what Happy International Women's Day and what it means, why we celebrate it, and all of that. But this is just one day. We need the message to carry over for the rest of the year. And one of the messages that I loved to see today, I actually saw it about an hour before we jumped on this panel today, was from GSMA's General Director, Mats Granryd. And as we all know, last year, Mobile World Congress by GSMA was the first big tech event globally to be canceled. And they have a huge reach and impact on the tech community. And today, something that I saw that made me very happy is that they announced the launch of an e-mentoring program for young women called Tech for Girls e-mentoring. And Mats said, if I remember correctly, exposure to female role models is key if you want to see more women in leadership positions across the mobile and tech sectors. To me, that was exactly what I meant. Big voices sharing powerful messages and taking action, not just talking the talk, like Aisel also said earlier, but walking the walk. I think enough meetings are being done, enough ideas are being shared, but it is now the time to make it all happen and make it happen faster.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Melanie, what's your take as a person who represents more, a little bit more from a corporate world of side? Do you think enough is done, or do you think the companies that are more corporate still lagging behind and sort of a reason for this disbalance?
There is, I would say that everyone, it's not even that there's a lagging behind, it's just not being done enough across the board. There are very few organizations that are doing it really, really well. And so, you know, we're talking about women in tech. We're focusing on women in tech today, but I've always said, look, there are three things that all women care about, no matter what country, no matter what class, no matter what caste, no matter race, ethnicity. We talk about safety for ourselves and our children, equal opportunity, and equal pay. Doesn't matter where you're from. That's what we're talking about globally. And if you simplify the problem, then quite frankly, improving access to women in the tech industry, the digital industry, in health services, in professional services, in arts and media, it's the same type of challenges. You know, we need equal access to healthcare. Like that's it. And I'm not just talking about, equal access to healthcare in the streets. I'm talking about mat leave and pat leave and making sure that we retain the women that we hire. We spend, like a large organization spends about 40K UK to recruit a senior hire. Why wouldn't we keep them? Why are we losing women where it makes absolutely no sense, and we lose so many women? So just even equal opportunities to healthcare, thinking about where the woman's coming from, equal opportunity to education as well, so that we're not siloing women into certain kind of careers because of the education that we're directing them towards. Digital inclusion, to making sure that women have equal access to digital tools and digital resources. Financial inclusion, so that, you know, we're not kind of shut out of the banking system, that we, you know, that quite frankly, if you look at the upper echelons of financial institutions, very few of them, you know, obviously we have Starling, but very few of them have the role models, as Elisa said, at the top, so that we can say that finances are for us, that money is for us, that we contribute to society in a valuable way, and that value needs to be captured and we need to be paid. We need to make sure that unpaid work, how much unpaid work do women engage in? You know, like, and I'm not just talking about women who are just not unpaid. I'm talking about women who are working full-time jobs and then going home and doing more unpaid work. And we're not even recognizing that. And we don't, the COVID pandemic is a perfect, it's a classic example of what happens during these things. We know history has already taught us that disease outbreaks accelerate and amplify existing inequality. So we know that there's been, for women, a sharper decline in earnings. It's been a sharper decline in unemployment. It's been, or a sharper increase in unemployment for women for the pandemic. These problems are not particular to the corporate industries or the large corporates. They're not particular to tech industries. These are just bare bones basics. I am a woman. Can you please just see me equitably? Can you see my value equitably? So even though I do think that industry should be focusing one-on-one, and I do think that tech has a particular challenge, like it's a particularly acute challenge, let's just say, but quite frankly, there are synergies in the solution. And so in all of the solutions that, the solutions that all of us need to apply, and that is looking at, in terms of education and pipeline, and making sure that we are directing our women into technology, into kind of technology focused careers, that we're including them properly in the workforce, that we're keeping them in the workforce as well, that we're protecting their income, and because their contribution is of value, and that we are advancing them in the same way that we'd be advancing our male colleagues. That's it. It's a big problem, but it's such a shared problem that I again got to choose to see it in the way that it's such a massive opportunity for organizations, and ones that get it right make more money. It's proven. When they get, companies that get diversity right are making more money for their shareholders. It's been around for 10 years now, 38%. So I lose my patience at this point, because I'm just like, well, if we know what we make more money and we know what we got to do, and we have examples of what good looks like, then why aren't we going there? Why is it still taking 100 years? I don't understand. So lots of challenges, but lots of shared kind of solutions, and kind of synergies that we can bank on for each other's knowledge.
Absolutely. I agree that initiatives can be taken on both companies level and organizational level of each company or startup. At the same time, on a legislation level in countries, and together with governmental programs that would bring women into tech, that would promote their technical education. Because, for example, if we're looking at the education structure at certain countries, women just not getting into, say, mathematical professions or engineering is not that popular for some reason, maybe because it is considered male-dominant industry, or that there is a pre-assumption that women are better at other things. But as Elise mentioned at the beginning, whatever industry you look at, us being different gender always brings the different perspective of view, which increases at the end, increases the efficiency, increases the results, and brings better positive impact for everyone. And we absolutely should pioneer that. Ladies, we have a couple of minutes left. Well, not couple, but 4. I would like for us to have a quick throwback, and I would like for you to share quick advice or something that you would like to say to all women who want to come on tech, who might be scared,
or for someone who never thought about it? Do you have like a message for the female here today listening to us and to everyone?
I'm going to make it very fast and quick. This is to all the women listening. Let me tell you, you're good enough. You're a queen. Love yourself. Every woman and human being, regardless of their shape, size, gender, sexual orientation, or religion, deserve to be on this planet. I want to see more collaborations across the globe and more opportunities created for everyone. More love and less hate.
Thank you, Elise. Dasha?
Yeah, that's we can do anything, literally anything. There are like worlds of opportunities, but most importantly, we're not alone. There's so many women like us who going to be supporting ourselves, like more role models to come, and there is incredible support, and we're never alone. So let's remember this, and we always ready to help each other.
Thank you. Isaac?
I just want to say happy International Women's Day to every woman out there listening, and to say just keep going, just keep trying, keep doing your best, and you'll achieve it as long as you believe.
Thank you. And Melanie?
I don't know what to add to my illustrious panel members. I guess I would encourage everyone that digital is for you. Digital is here to make our lives easier, to make it more efficient, to allow us to connect in ways that we have not connected before. We wear multiple hats as women, and digital is there for us to be better and faster at the things that we lovingly do every single day. So don't say, oh, I don't like math, or I'm not good at it, I'm not good at technology. You are very good. You are literally an amazing machine yourself. So don't be scared of digital, don't be scared of tech, embrace it to make your life easier for the things that you want to do, your purpose.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, everyone. From me,
Serafima, I think you need to get the last word about what are your inspirational words?
Well, my inspirational words is to look at the ladies that we joined today who represented different sides, different experiences, and just do what you want. Do what you want. We are capable of anything.
I like it. You know what? Can I be part of this club? I'm inspired.
Yeah, you have to, Gordon.
Absolutely.
Cool. I love it. All right, you're all beautiful. You're all wonderful. You're all very smart. You're all just on the ball. It's fantastic. Happy International Women's Day. I'm calling this panel to a close, but it was amazing. It was amazing. This, everything. Every positive hand sign you got. Throw me a sign, folks. Yeah.
Thank you.
So God bless, and see you on the other side, and I'm gonna close it all up, but thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Digital Week Online, the highest energy show on the internets right now. This is Gordon Einstein again, and we're still on our first day of Digital Week Online. And of course, this is International Women's Day. And in keeping with our one-day tradition of having the most amazing woman in technology present to us, we have Meta Parlikar, CTO of Casper Labs. I know her personally. She's a fantastic lady. She's very smart. I've learned a lot from her. I've had the opportunity to work with her in connection with the Developers DAO, which is a different topic, but she's philanthropically oriented. She's got a governance mind. She's actually been on my show. I'll plug my show for a second here. But you know what? It's not about me. It's about her. So this is going to be a fantastic keynote. Meta, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it. And I'm thrilled to have you. So I'm going to hand it to you, and then I'm going to mute myself. So go for it.
Thank you so much, Gordon, for having me here. I'm really excited to be here, especially today on International Women's Day. So without any further ado, I will go ahead and kick it off. So I am Meta Parlikar. I'm one of the co-founders and the CTO of Casper Labs, the company that's building the Casper blockchain. And I'm really excited to be here at Digital Week Online and on International Women's Day. A big welcome to all the women in the audience today here to learn a bit more about blockchain technology. So today I'll talk about Casper and what makes it different from other protocols in the layer 1 space. And with that, let's just dive right in. So blockchain has the promise to create liquid markets with previously uncommercialized or under-commercialized assets. And, we'll just do in this presentation some Casper fast facts for you. Enterprises and entrepreneurs need control over their applications, and the traditional immutable contract infrastructure simply won't cut it for what they need. And so Casper is a blockchain that's purpose-built for enterprises in need of highly secure, scalable infrastructure that gives them the flexibility and control that they need for their business. We offer a permissionless, pure proof-of-stake protocol, and it's purpose-built for enterprises. So this is a really important distinction between what Casper Labs has built and a lot of the layer 1s you may be familiar with in the market today. So let's kind of dive into more technical details. So, the modern challenges that enterprises are facing as they start exploring blockchain is this notion of the trilemma. And a core component of blockchain technology is its consensus protocol. And we're all familiar with the proof of work consensus protocol that fuels Ethereum and Bitcoin today. And, this blockchain trilemma is the limitation of consensus protocols. And many of you may have heard this, the quality conundrum, right? That quality triangle. You can get something good, you can get it cheap, or you can get it fast, but you can't get it all three. You can get two of the three. And this trilemma is very similar, right? You can get decentralization, security, or scalability, and traditionally you couldn't get all three. The highway consensus protocol that's in the Casper protocol makes delivering all three of these possible. So how do we do that? Well, decentralization is really important. Validators are selected at the start of every epoch by the protocol with an on-chain contract known as the auction contract. Security. 2/3 of all stake must attest to each block in order to finalize blocks and transactions. So we don't use, statistical or probabilistic security, sacrificing the security in order to get speed. And then it's more efficient than proof of work because it's proof of stake, right? So it's more, you're not doing the work that's just throwaway. Everything, all the CPU in the system is being used to actually process transactions or participate in consensus. And I mentioned a little bit about, statistical or probabilistic security. That's the way a lot of consensus protocols get their speed, is they don't actually get messages from every single node in the network. And that's really what you want full participation of all the nodes in the network. That's really where you get the security, right? So let's say, for example, if there's $10 million of stake in the network, you have $7 million of stake voting on every single block within the Casper protocol. This is where you don't sacrifice the security for the scalability. So you see a lot of protocols in the trilemma. They give you the decentralization and they give you the scalability, but then they use probabilistic or statistical security. So then your security, guarantees go down. That's the way a lot of protocols are horse trading, right? Or you get great security and great decentralization, but no scalability, as you see in Bitcoin and in Ethereum today. So we're very excited about this because blockchain unlocks the potential to commercialize new and existing assets in a new and interesting way, right? And we know that enterprises have moved from discovery phase into actual implementation. And we've observed this through the significant investment in private and permission protocols. And we really wanted to understand why private and permission protocols. And when we dug in, we came to learn that there were a few reasons why. Many of these blockchains use proprietary programming languages, and it makes it hard to acquire and retain talent for this inside the business. And this is an increase in what we call business continuity risk. And whenever you have a new programming language, you don't really have a solid developer ecosystem around that programming language, right? Pricing for the public blockchain infrastructure is really unpredictable. And businesses really need predictability around their infrastructure costs, right? And you can look at the gas fees on Ethereum today, and we recognize that this is not viable. And this poses a great deal of financial risk for businesses, right? Prompting them to try to take control of their infrastructure costs. Immutable contracts and protocol forks make it impossible to control on-chain logic, right? And this is more business risk, right? If you have a bug in your smart contract and you are using that in application, you've got customers calling you on the phone, you know, it's not really sustainable to say, well, I'm sorry, we can't make an upgrade here. We have to, you know, stick with the protocol version we have. Or what's worse is the blockchain goes through some kind of governance crisis or a governance challenge and there's a hard fork. And now because the contract's immutable, I have two versions of my code out there and I have no control over what my customers are potentially using. Businesses just simply cannot absorb that kind of, you know, risk in their applications. And furthermore, blockchain is just hard to use, right? There's a lot of missing features at layer one, like account recovery and account management, being able to have something simple like when I call support, they can check into my account and see what's going on with my application. These things just are not feasible in blockchain today, right? And if you do it on layer two, now it's not on the chain anymore. And so you kind of want to know if somebody's accessing your account or if you've granted access somebody to your account. You really do want those kinds of access controls to be at layer one. And so our team understands what businesses and software developers in the enterprise need, right? So we just went ahead and we built it. We built it directly into the Casper protocol, into our custom virtual machine. And so now, you know, we're getting to this place with the tipping point where a lot of corporations have done their pilots and they understand what they want to do with blockchain and they're looking for a protocol where they want to land on, right? And so we're happy to be jumping onto the scheme with a beautiful decentralized proof of stake blockchain network that introduces a smart contract model that is both immutable and upgradable. And it provides all the features on chain that enables smart contract authors to govern their smart contracts, right? And it doesn't matter if it's an enterprise or a DeFi protocol we're talking about here. All of these requirements are the same, right? You have to be able to test your smart contracts. You have to be able to upgrade them. You need some guarantees around who's managing your on-chain code, and you need to be able to govern this transparently using the blockchain infrastructure. And these are things that are all possible using Casper smart contracts directly on the Casper protocol. And enterprises can build their kinds of implementations if they have specific business requirements around privacy and even a higher level of security by building private, permissioned, and hybrid deployments working closely with our team. Which is where you come to Casper Labs, right? So Casper Labs is a for-services professional services company that has built the Casper protocol for the Casper Association. And now we're going to be providing professional services and white glove support to enterprises to help them go to market using blockchain technology. We will create custom deployments to suit their specific enterprise needs. And we're going to provide predictable pricing to help power these business applications. And The beautiful thing about the virtual machine on Casper is that it leverages popular languages and open source principles, right? So you can build your smart contracts using either assembly script or Rust today. We have plans to introduce many more languages as compilation targets for WebAssembly become available. And the smart contract build, deploy, test infrastructure integrates directly into enterprise code delivery pipelines, making it really, really easy for enterprises to accelerate their delivery of blockchain-related solutions using the Casper protocol. So let's talk a little bit about some of these pilots that we have underway. We have some very interesting pilots. I'll dig in deeply into our IP management pilot that's currently underway, but we also have strategic opportunities with a supply chain logistics company. We're looking at commodities, managing those using blockchain core infrastructure, a great document management solution, right? So you have provenance over documents using blockchain technology. Employee benefits. You wouldn't think that employee benefits is a great blockchain solution, but there's some very interesting ephemeral properties around employee performance management that you can use blockchain technology for to manage employee performance and provide employee some really interesting benefits, for lack of a better term, using a tokenizing model. Of course, payments infrastructure and digital financial instruments we're well familiar with already in the blockchain space. There's a lot of examples of this, even if you just look to Ethereum and Algorand and some of the other layer ones in the space. And our focus is really on real world use cases where existing applications are enhanced by adding blockchain as a trust layer. So let's dig into the IP management use case. We're very proud to be partnering with IPWE, which is the leader in developing a patent, what we call patent marketplace, where buyers and sellers of patents can interact with each other and trade patent infrastructure. So the solution, we're partnering with them to build a blockchain-based aggregation solution to bring the world's patents together in a global patent registry. So information recorded in this process would include data points such as the patent owner, patent coverage, and right now the provenance of patents is a real business problem. About 5 to 10% of all patents that are sold today are sold by an entity that actually doesn't own the patent because people just don't know who owns a patent, who has rights to a given patent. And over time, we expect that this global patent registry will also include other public material information around the patents, such as legal findings pertaining to the patent and other public data around the provenance and ownership of this patent, really building an important repository of public information pertaining to global patent data. IPWE also plans to hold a security token offering, and they'll be able to tokenize this patent and eventually offer new opportunities to an wide array of investors. And upon a release of their white paper, interested investors will be able to learn the finer details of their tokens and how they will function within their system. We're pioneering enterprise adoption across the board, right? With IPWE and Broadleaf, who's building an employee performance solution. We're also working with many leading Web2 tech companies. Look for some exciting announcements as we partner more closely with these. And of course, we have fantastic relationships in crypto. We are, of course, building a crypto product, the Casper public blockchain. And we have some innovative asset managers. We have a firm foot in the traditional asset space. So look for some really interesting announcements coming from us in all of these different areas. So real quick, as I wrap up, I can talk about the Casper token sale. The Casper Community Token Sale will be held by the Casper Association, and it opens on March 23, 2021. This sale will be hosted exclusively on CoinList, and the CSPR, the Casper token, is what powers the Casper Proof of Stake model. And participants can purchase CSPR tokens using 3 different options, which I've displayed here on my screen. Options 2 and 3 may be increased by 1% each based on the anticipated demand. And you'll hear about this decision no later than March 31st, 2021 on our Telegram channel. And option 1 shall be a guaranteed allocation. While 4% of CSPR token supply is expected, this allocation will be increased to fulfill demand. The Casper Association is very, very keen on ensuring that community participants have an opportunity to participate in the token sale. And this is why the option 1 tier is a sliding allocation, in that we will increase the amount of token available in order to meet the demand. Please note that residents of the United States, Canada, and China, as well as CoinList unsupported jurisdictions, are not eligible to participate in the sale. We're very sorry, but we do need to comply with the regulatory guidance that we have in place today. And with that, I want to thank everyone for tuning in and giving me some of your very precious time and attention. Please do join us on Telegram. We're also available on Discord, and you can follow us on Twitter. I'm Meta Parlikar, the CTO of Casper Labs, and I look forward to seeing all of you in our various social channels. So happy International Women's Day to all of you, and thank you very much.
Meta, that was amazing, and I'm actually going to hijack a couple minutes of your time here, which is, in my other life, I have a cloud solution that provides remote desktop for law firms. I've been working with document management systems for over 10 years. And that's probably something you didn't know about me. We work with the WorldBox document management system. And when you said document management systems, my ears perked up, because I didn't know that about Casper. So can you, that opens a whole nother door. Can you talk a minute about what's in store, or is it premature?
It's premature still, but there's a lot of really interesting things you can do around content management in general, right? Just a plethora of opportunity. You'll hear a lot about content management around royalties, right? We've heard a lot about that, and of course provenance, right? The authenticity of a given piece of digital content, right, through NFTs. But we like to think a lot about the blockchain as a trust layer, right? So there's a lot around document management, around provenance, around authorization, right? And governance around these documents, and access control rights. These are some of the really interesting things that you can do with Casper as well, right? In addition to all of the royalties-based management around documents, like you can treat a document like any other piece of content, for example. So if I use a specific legal document and it's wrapped up in a smart contract, maybe the person that created that legal contract or legal document will have the benefit of receiving some royalties for it, right? You can model even the existing, digital content scenario through that method. But then you can do some really interesting things by, digital signatures, and more strongly tying those digital signatures to cryptographic evidence in terms of who signed a given contract and when they did, and putting that on the blockchain and making it really immutable. And actually then providing access tokens, because right now a lot of these document management tools, they're stored in a central cloud repository, right? And that could be corrupted. It's centralized, whether you like it or not. And so you can also have an opportunity here to decentralize this and grant authorization tokens for people to observe maybe portions of your contract, right? So we have an example we're using with IPweave with homographic encryption, where only portions of a data structure are encrypted versus the entire data structure, right? And you can give a token to someone, meaning an access token, to grant them full access to the data structure if you so choose, right? So you can have multi-party encryption here. So there's some really interesting use cases that will emerge over time with CMS systems more broadly.
It's interesting. You just the way you described it makes me think of the parallel between document management and data rooms, like deal rooms.
Yeah.
And the way you're describing it makes me see a commonality between those two use cases that I didn't necessarily pick up on before.
Yeah.
But yeah,
exactly.
I mean, the right to access, the right to edit, the right to copy, the right to print, which external organizations can have access to your data and for what purposes, and tracking what access that you actually use. I mean,
and then you actually know who has access to your data, right? Like right now you have documents flying over email and there isn't any way to revoke that access by way of example, right? So, businesses change, right? So businesses are bought and sold, and when they're sold, their contracts, go from one entity to another. Even mortgage documents is a great example, right? Your mortgages get sold from one, company to another, and you want to be able to manage those accesses. So we see access control lists as a permissioning management as a fluid thing, right? It's not static. It's not one and done by any means. It's exactly
Wow,
right.
fascinating. All right, I kind of hijacked the end there, but I know you obviously, and it's an interesting topic, and I'm a big fan of Casper and what you guys are doing. Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much for coming on. We appreciate your time. Happy International Women's Day. And
Thank you so much. Thank you.
and
Thank
talk
you all
to
the
you
women
soon.
out there. Cheers.
Yes, definitely. Thanks, Meta. Talk to you. Bye. And welcome back to Digital Week Online, our very first day. And of course, it's probably the best day because it's International Women's Day. And in keeping with that, yay, hands up. In keeping with that, we have a fantastic panel. I'm going to hand it right to our moderator, Jane Nguyen from Powell Capital, who will introduce the topic and the speakers. And in honor of International Women's Day, I'm going to mute myself and cut my video. So Jane, it's all yours. You're awesome. See you in an hour. Go for it.
Hi guys, my name is Jane Nguyen. I'm from Powell Capital. Powell Capital is a merchant bank focusing on advising and investing in digital business globally. The last 4 years, we've kind of pivoted and have redirected our focus on businesses that are leveraging the digitization of information and value, and i.e. DLT. Today's panel is Women in Investment and Trading. I'm joined today by 3 very accomplished women and investors with backgrounds in venture capital, management consulting, and emerging markets. So here with me, I have Irina Birkin, Aniko Sigetsvadi, and Rona Morel. Ladies, if you can spend about 1 minute each just to introduce yourself, your company, your career background, and tell us what gets you out of bed in the morning. And that could be, you know, you have to get up because you're motivated for work and you love what you do, or you have a puppy like me who wakes you up. So Irina, let me start with you.
Sure, thanks. Hi, everyone, and happy Women's Day. Very happy to be here. It is 8 a.m. my time here in the US. So what got me out of bed today is this amazing panel and this amazing event. Very happy to start celebrating the International Women's Day with all of you. I am a CFO of a company called Metallicus. Our product is a payment system in the US called MetalPay, and we let people send each other fiat and cryptocurrencies throughout the US. We also have a blockchain that we are developing called the Proton chain, which allows us to send payments quicker and have identity on chain. And we're just very excited to keep growing our company here. And so that's my day job. And my side gig is a managing director of a fund called Golden Seeds. We are one of the larger angel investment funds in the US, and we fund women-run companies and businesses. We have been active in this for about 15 years, a little more than 15 years, and have really seen a lot of impact that funds like ours do on the investment opportunities that women seek and receive. And recently a study came out that this year the amount of money that women-run companies received from VC funds actually fell below 2.5%. It was getting close to 3% before. So we are, quite concerned and really trying to dig into why this is happening and how we can kind of change that and really pivot women into a better scenario with this pandemic rather than making them, be even worse off. So this is a hot topic right now for us and, for everyone who is interested in women around companies and diversity. So I'd be happy to jump into that a little bit later. Thank you so much.
Aniko?
Sure. My name is Aniko Sigetsvadi. The founding partner of Atlantica Ventures. Atlantica Ventures is an early stage venture capital fund focused on African impact investing with our headquarters in Nigeria. What gets me up in the morning is 2 things: supporting talented African entrepreneurs and coffee. Usually they start early in the mornings. And otherwise, I have about 20 years of investing experience in emerging markets across the globe, a lot of 16, 17 years in Africa, close to that in Latin America, and also other parts of the world. Prior to Atlantica Ventures, I was the global head of the Telecom Media and Technology Group at IFC. Now, Atlantica Ventures, we're focused on investing in seed to Series B rounds in very early stage startups. And through our impact focus, one of the lenses is investing in female entrepreneurs. and we can talk about more, but we also walk the walk and talk the talk. So 70% of our team is female.
Nice.
I believe we need to oversaturate a little bit. While I do believe in imbalance, I think is what's needed at every level. I think we need to oversaturate a little bit for a while to balance out the currently mostly male investing environment in the VC space.
And Rona, do you want to introduce yourself and your background? I think
Yeah, sure. Hi, happy International Women's Day. I guess what gets me up in the morning is 2 children and also losing the COVID stone that I've put on. So me and my best buddy work out at 7 a.m. every morning. So that's what gets me up at the moment. Just a little bit about me. I have had a varied career with large organizations from kind of Red Bull Racing, Heineken, and 4 years ago, I went out on my own into business consulting. I invested in my first tech company this year. I'm a Princess Trust mentor. I'm also a founding member of Women Who Do Wonders International. And also what I'm most proud of is founding member and ambassador for ARC 2030, which is a global climate change initiative. So we're doing a lot of investment in that space and seeking investment. And I'm based here in the UK. So that's just a little bit about me.
Fantastic. So I guess we're here today, ladies, because in one capacity or another, we invest either through a VC, through a fund, or personally. So what are things you're looking out for when you're investing, and what kind of trends are you seeing over the last few years? Anyone feel free to jump in. I'm just going to go to Arena because no one's spoken up.
You know, I didn't prepare for this question, but the first thing that comes to mind, we have been hearing the word femtech a lot recently. That's where, you know, I guess I'll go. You know, I come from, you know, fintech and you know, digital technology space, so that was where I was kind of focused most of my career. But recently, femtech has really crossed our you know, paths. You know, a lot of companies, and what's interesting with that is, you know, I heard this one speaker say, you know, when some sort of you know, healthcare, you know, development comes out, you know, women don't just have, you know, 3 other body parts than men. Like almost all of body parts of women are different than men. So, you know, it's very kind of narrow-minded to only focus on you know, specific things. We really have to focus on everything when it comes to a woman in femtech. We've been seeing a lot of companies really focusing on, you know, the whole female body and, you know, the whole kind of industry of medicine specifically for women and not just, you know, certain parts. And I think that's becoming very interesting and really focusing on that. You know, Golden Seeds invested in a company that has been passed, you know, by other, you know, male-dominated VCs, and there was a very successful exit for that company, and it was in the femtech space. So we're very proud of us being kind of in the forefront and really understanding the investment part of it. So I think that there's going to be a lot of development in that as the investment community understands, you know, there isn't just a little difference between men and women. There is a big difference between men and women when it comes to medicine.
I just wanted to build on that as well. I think what I found really quite interesting recently on the 100 Women of Davos is around the disparity of the amount, and Irina, you were alluding to it earlier, of funding that actually goes to female entrepreneurs versus male. And on the flip side of that, the success rate and the return on investment in female founders versus male is substantially higher than guys. And I think you've only got to look at the medical world where you've got you know, the amount of investment in, hate to say it, but in erectile dysfunction, which might, you know, only impact 10% of men, actually versus women in the menopause and that tech development or femtech, where that, you know, pretty much impacts nearly 90% of women, gets about 2% of investment. So I think for me, it's about identifying those rebalances and opportunities.
On my side, I guess the startup space is it's relatively young in Africa. So there's lots of opportunities to disrupt inefficiencies and fill the gaps. So you see a lot of activity across the board, across all industries, and within all those sectors, you do see women in tech startups, starting them and scaling them, but it's definitely a smaller percentage of entrepreneurs. And when we find and talk to those entrepreneurs, usually one of the comments we get is that they think and they find that it's harder for them to raise funding than some of their male counterparts who might be doing something similar.
Yeah, and I think on top of that as well, when you look at it, the flip side, the people who are looking to invest, there is a lot more men out there who have this disposable funds to invest, whereas it's more women creating the solutions to the challenges. But a lot of the guys, consciously or subconsciously, don't necessarily connect with some of those femtech opportunities, and rightly so. Like, you can't expect them, apart from being married to one, to understand how, you know, complex we are as women. And I think that can be a barrier.
But I would say what's positive, I think, from the Africa context, or I'm positive about, is that a lot of the venture capital funds have an impact focus, especially the Africa ones, because of their own funders think it's really important for the startups to deliver impact. And it's through various means, but one of them is supporting female entrepreneurs. So there's definitely a heightened importance and recognition that those female entrepreneurs should be sought out and supported.
That's interesting you say that, Nika, because I was reading an article last year and it's saying that in the in ESG investments, it's actually led by females. And I can see why. Okay, so Anika, just about Africa as well, and I believe you also look after Latin America. What are some of the interesting, I guess, projects see coming out of that space, not even femtech related, but initiatives?
So in Africa, a lot is happening in fintech, but you also see a lot of activity in logistics and supply chain in general. Healthcare, health tech, education, digital security is starting to pick up a year or two ago. This is one of our verticals. A year or two ago, when we talked about digital security in the Africa context, we got some strange looks. Post-COVID, it's no longer the case. So I think that's going to be an important investment area. There's so much opportunity to fill the gap or disrupt inefficiencies in Africa. If you have a good idea and the wherewithal to do it, I think it's a field of opportunities.
Yeah, and are there any that actually invested personally?
Any?
Are there any companies you invested in personally? Or through your
so
fund?
we've invested in 8 startups so far, and they are in the fintech, logistics, insurtech areas primarily, but in our pipeline looking to do a lot more in addition to these verticals in digital security, tech, IoT in general, and enterprise SaaS. I think there's lots of opportunities. The interesting and fascinating thing in Africa, and maybe in other markets too, that there are some issues that are very local issues that you need to solve. There are issues that if you solve, you can then take that tech and bring it to another emerging market. And there are issues that are global. They're across the board. It's an issue. We recently invested in an insurtech company called Curacell, based in Nigeria, and they do claims processing and fraud management in the healthcare sector. And that's an issue across the board, whether it's Europe, US, Latin America, Asia. So it's fascinating to see that there are these 3 layers of investment opportunities. So one can learn a lot by looking at other markets, but also the startups can really make a difference, not only in Africa, but they can scale potentially to other regions as well.
Yeah, and I think there's an opportunity as well when we look at investment, not to necessarily just physically investing financially, but also the investment we can make as kind of leaders and influencers around helping getting these female entrepreneurs set up. And that could be advice, it could be business cases, it could be your network. So I think often people shy away from investment and think it has to be money. I'm like, I haven't got any, but actually there's a ton of stuff that I do, you know, with the Princess Trust or in the sustainability sector that actually is providing a service of investment versus the financials.
And maybe
to add to that a little,
sorry, go ahead, Irina.
Oh, I was going to say, and to expand on that, also to educate the investors as well. So this is what we try to do, you know, at Golden Seeds, the ones that come and join our fund, but also, you know, in general, what I try to do, especially with the, you know, maybe VCs or iBanks that are mostly dominated by men still, you know, in their leadership. So educating the investors is very important, and educating them in, you know, even given the statistics that a diverse board, a diverse executive team will actually result in better returns on the investment. And a lot of them don't think this. And, you know, I didn't think this, I didn't know the statistics. And then when I actually started looking at the companies I'm investing in and started working in the ones that are a little bit more diverse than you know, maybe in prior experiences, I can see why that is. And another thing I'll add, you know, at Golden Seeds, we invest in all kinds of industries across the board. And sometimes it's easy to, you know, veer towards the ones you understand and, you know, stay away from ones that don't. And, you know, I invested in a company that's in clean tech space, and I have no idea what that is, but we had somebody who was an expert, and she really did a lot of due diligence on it. She presented it to us. I could understand certain parts like the return on my investment or revenue generating, but not the technology. And I think that's very important for investors to also say, you know, yes, I might be an expert in technology and know nothing about healthcare, but that doesn't mean that I shouldn't give, you know, this healthcare or clean tech company a chance and really use my knowledge to understand the pieces that are important in the investment that are the same across the board, like revenue generating or return on your investment. So that's what I try to focus on, and our fund also does that.
And I think with the inclusion piece with that is important. So as we're questioning and looking at those investment opportunities, what we want to obviously avoid is, or we have the tick box female or BAME community or disabled, but actually it's about how inclusive are they within that process of the business case and how involved they are in that expertise and guidance. So I think, you know, there's the service element, there's the education, there's the physical money, and then there's the kind of, exactly as Irina said, it's the diversity and inclusion of that potential opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so what I was going to add is that I think supporting female entrepreneurs is really important, but equally important is to try to diversify, even in startups or any company for that matter, the gender mix within companies, and to look at it level by level, because a lot of companies, what they might be able to achieve overall is, let's say, close to 50% female representation. But if you look at it sort of level by level, you have a lot of women on the bottom, and then maybe a little bit up top, and not a whole lot in between. And usually the reason why there's not a whole lot in between is because the enabling environment within those workplaces is not there to support women to be able to move up those ladders. So like COVID shown that a lot of women had to drop out of work. If you don't have the support environment within companies, then they're unable to move up. So I find it a little bit artificial when the measure is X% of my workforce, because it should be as much as possible. Obviously, it's not always possible to achieve balance, but to have in every level as much gender balance as possible. That's one comment I would say. And then the other is that even at the board level, my last kind of 20 years or so in doing this, I'm usually the only female board member on boards. And as statistics have shown and studies have shown, usually it takes about 30% of the board has to be females. You need to have a few in order for the women to be effective and to be heard. So just one woman is usually not enough. I wouldn't call myself a wallflower, so I definitely speak up. But I think as studies show, and I've seen it on boards, the moment you have 2 or 3 women, I think the discussion significantly shifts. So it's not a lone voice chiming in, it's the discussion and the things that are discussed and how they discuss significantly change.
And also what's really, and I absolutely support that, I think it's not always traditionally the one person that tends to be the HR role. So you want that person who's in operations, finance, etc. And I think, you know, it's really hard if you want to bring up the next generation of female entrepreneurs when they haven't got that, you know, kind of board to look up to that really excites them and motivates them, and they can see that, you know, someone who represents them is being heard. So yeah, bigger challenge, I guess. We need to bring it back to women investment, but yeah.
Very interesting conversation, guys, because I know that a lot of the startups that have been pitching to us lately, they say, yep, co-founder, female. When you dig in, you see, okay, 10% is only allocated to the female founder. So they're kind of just shoving the female in there so that they can get the recognition or the attention required. Yeah, so yes, I agree. You need to dig deeper and go to different layers. Okay, so next question, guys. I've got a great one. So climate change was a key theme at the WEF last year. And I think someone's mentioned about 100 women in Davos. And companies and fund bosses are being, I guess, pressured by shareholders, employees, and activists to redirect their resources to combat climate change. So hence a lot of money has been poured into ESG investments. Have you guys seen anything interesting in this space that you want to like dig deeper and share with the audience? And I guess Anika can see a lot in Africa and in South America.
Oh, I wouldn't say I'm an expert in this topic, so I'd probably pass the baton on to somebody who's actually dealt in the space.
I guess I could probably talk about the experiences with ARC 2030, and I think yes, COVID had a sense of rebalance for everyone, not only as people and individuals, and as we've already said, females were adversely affected, so a lot more females and individuals have made some pretty strong choices in the last 12 months to either go out on their own, venture out and just find that work-life balance. But on top of that as well, we had the environmental impacts. You know, we've had this impact of the reset around the world and how people have really engaged with kind of Mother Earth. So I think a lot of the work that I do with ARC 2030 is really around trying to make that investment not a guilt trip, not a greenwashing, but very much a, here's an opportunity. If you're an FMCG brand, just throw in 1 cent, you know, of every sale or pack or product or service, whatever. And that can be fully integrated into an end-to-end climate initiative, but something that has the kudos of, you know, 300 NGOs and the backing of the UN and the credibility that's required. So I think there are more and more big brands that I'm now talking to that have there's this confusion. Do you have a CSR part or do you have a marketing part? And a lot of brands are moving it, instead of having one or the other, saying actually as part of that marketing investment, we know our consumers have this high on their agenda. Will they necessarily pay more for it? Maybe not, but are they expecting us to do something about it? Absolutely. So there's a huge space out there at the moment.
So one of Power Capital's portfolio companies, WeForest, and they work with large companies, or so companies large and small, and are committed to, I guess, make the earth cooler by planting trees and forest restoration. And you know, to date they've actually planted 32 million trees, and they've and they're partnered up with companies like Deloitte, some of the other big names. Rana, you've worked with big names. Have you seen any initiatives in that space? Have they been pushing for?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, I think, ARC itself is going to restore 500 million hectares across savannas, deserts, oceans, mangroves, forests. And I guess the plant a tree is the obvious sexy one. Everyone talks about planting trees, but actually, if you plant the equivalent hectare in peatlands, not quite as sexy, but actually it sequences 20 times more carbon. So I think it's again, goes back to what Irina was saying around kind of education. So I think, I'm not going to name particular brands at the moment, but there are companies out there that are tying into initiatives. So you've got the smaller startups that, they don't have the headspace or the expertise or the knowledge in this area. So it's really easy to partner up with an existing service like ARC or One Tree Planted, etc. But for the big guys, what they can really do is they can put in the big box and still kind of, I guess, if you like, it's giving the job to somebody else. And it's not a lazy thing. It's these guys have been doing sustainability for 10, 20, 30, 50 years in some cases. They know what they're doing. But I think we do need to move away from just the tree planting. It is about plastics out of the ocean. It is about carbon sequestration. And whether you love it or hate it or believe in it or not, I guess, I look at it and I think, well, unless you can prove that restoring Mother Nature by 500 million hectares is a bad thing, we should continue to do it.
Irina, are you seeing anything in your space?
Honestly, I really haven't. This hasn't come across. That doesn't mean we're not interested or we don't agree, that we should be conscious. What I would just say in general, I would discourage companies to use that as a buzzword. And the same goes for we have a woman on the team, right? She happens to be here. Yeah. So this used to be crypto, right? You say the word crypto, and you get funded. Blockchain, internet. With climate change, I think it is a very complicated topic, and you really need to be educated. And this is why I have not much to say about it, because I'm not maybe as educated to speak about it. But when somebody comes in and uses these buzzwords, you really have to be prepared to defend them, right? That's my 2 cents about that.
Yeah, and I think, it's like anything, it has to be holistic. And I think, any one of us on this speaker panel could hear somebody come in and say, yeah, we're a sustainable women-led opportunity. We could ask 6 key questions and know within a nanosecond if there was true meat to what they were saying. So I think sustainability has to be holistic. It's not just buy your carbon credits and make your business carbon neutral. You're just passing the problem on somewhere else. How is that through your supply chain? How are you doing that through the business? And sustainability should be the DNA throughout the business. And likewise, wherever your board is. So I think there's definitely more and more brands that are realizing they can get caught out on greenwashing very, very quickly and can pay the price from a consumer angle. And I think those that have been bitten, all the other companies have learned from that. But there's some great examples like Patagonia, clothing manufacturer. There's lots of great companies out there, circular economy. So I think there's the Ellen Foundation for Clothing. Ellen MacArthur, that's it, sorry. There's lots of great examples out there, but if you're going to do it, make sure you do it holistically.
And make sure, I guess maybe one more add is make sure it makes sense for your company and for the investors. The one that came to mind, I forget if it came across our desk or what, but there was a company that said, for every pair of shoes you buy, we donate a pair of shoes in a country, in Africa or something, right? And then they went bankrupt because they didn't do it properly. It was a good, deed, and, the idea was good, but then all the investors lost their money because they weren't actually doing this properly. So, if you're going to say, climate change, diversity, helping poor countries, just make sure it makes sense for the company and for your investors.
Yeah, I did an example once of a massive clothing manufacturer. He was claiming that they were making these trousers out of recycled plastic. And I was like, oh, this is really pretty cool. So I was like, oh, you're getting the plastic from the oceans. And then when I dug deep, basically there was a factory pumping out plastic bottles, so virgin plastic. I was literally going next door to make these trousers. But technically it was, recycled, so you're absolutely right. Make sure that it's part of, and this goes back to, it's part of your business case, it's part of your numbers and your, kind of forensic analysis about how you're developing that business. And don't be shy to say that potentially there's money to be made here as well. People feel guilty about it, but actually don't, because the moment that we can make that kind of return on investment, both in the charity sector, but also in the sustainability sector, we'll start to make it happen.
Yeah, in my just an add-on, in my experience, you actually cannot deliver impact unless the underlying enterprise or company is actually profitable. So to me, it's number one that the business case needs to make sense and needs to generate returns, because that's how you can scale impact. Otherwise, you're either doing it too small or you fail altogether. So I don't think there's a contradiction between profit and impact. I think they can go hand in hand, and they should go hand in hand, because then the impact part is actually amplified so much more.
Okay. So I assume you ladies receive, hundreds, if not thousands of proposals each year. What makes a proposal stand out for you? And obviously, don't just use buzzwords, have a realistic business model. You need to be profiting. But what else do you look out for? Anyone can feel free to jump in. Irina, your face.
Oh, I'll go second.
I would say, obviously, try to, at least in my case, which is very early stages, you very much look at the entrepreneur and their background, because at this pre-seed A stage, it's a lot about the entrepreneur. You look at the market opportunity and see if there's a moat around the business, so it's not so easy to disrupt and interrupt. And then see if they're tackling some unique problem that nobody has thought about tackling just yet. So there's something special about what they're trying to do. They're not the third and fourth Me Too of just a slightly different shade of the same. So that's, I would say, is a one factor on the business side for us. Obviously, there's a whole impact component to it. So it does have to bring significant impact as well. And so that's, I would say, is the first filter, but then it always comes down to actually chatting with the entrepreneurs.
Yeah, I definitely back up I think for me, it'd be like really reviewing their due diligence. And I would love to find the absolute opposite of my area of expertise. And so if I was able to understand it on a one-pager and then relay that to my husband, then we're probably onto a good thing. If it's taken me 8, 15, 20 slides in before I start to understand it. But definitely that vibe that you get in those first couple of minutes with the entrepreneur, to some degree, even forgetting the business case and the presentation and just having that chat.
I think it's important, especially since we invest in such a variety of industries, and each one of us has different experience. It's important to have a very simple, first, line or first one pager. Anybody from any industry can understand why you are doing what you're doing. I may be an expert in blockchain and crypto, but I will understand femtech just because they describe it easily, or even clean tech or something that's not necessarily in my wheelhouse. I think that's what you ladies are basically saying. And then you can dig deeper and understand, the problem and the technology and the entrepreneur, but it needs to be very simple first. What exactly are you doing? And if you can't really explain it, then that's already a red flag.
Yeah, so we have this saying that if you can't explain your business in 2 sentences, then you don't know what you're doing, what you're solving.
Yes, but I would
okay,
caution a little bit. I would caution a little bit on this because at least in emerging market context, a lot of the entrepreneurs are usually first-time entrepreneurs. So it's the first time they're you know, trying to do something and build a business, and they have a skill that might be technical or market expertise or something, and not necessarily communication. So I would say one needs to be a little bit careful. You're not gonna get the US kind of serial entrepreneur knows exactly what the VC investors are looking for, and therefore produces a well thought out deck. One needs to be a little bit careful and dig deeper, and that's what I mentioned. We like to talk to entrepreneurs if they're within our thesis, just to make sure that we understand what they're trying to put forward, because otherwise sometimes you can actually forego interesting opportunities, and only because the entrepreneur is not the best at communicating just yet. And then we can work with that entrepreneur. If the idea is good that he's doing, then we can work on improving that skill set.
Yeah, I definitely support that, because actually when we were talking earlier about where different people sit, when I was working in innovation on a board for a company, some of the best ideas we had were the people at the coalface, doing that job day in, day out, but they didn't necessarily have the skills to know how to present to the board, or they would feel undermined. So yeah, I definitely support that. I think there's a piece to do around recognizing as someone who's got a great idea, but maybe not, you know, as gobby as me and is happy to kind of talk up all the time.
Well, that goes again to women, right? If women don't see examples of that, you know, then how are they supposed to learn? You know, we actually have heard that, you know, women come to present, and most of our most of our members are women, but, you know, women come in and they feel very different presenting to a group of women investors than, you know, they feel when they present into a group of all men. You know, we do have men sometimes in the room, but it's majority women. And I think that goes to that, you know, we have to educate them, but we have to also understand that they don't have a lot of these examples in front of them that their men counterparts may.
No, I completely agree with that. Just a question about your network and utilizing your community. So a lot of successful investors have become successful because they've been at the right place in the right time. How have you guys utilized your network or your community to, I guess, share deal flows? And if a proposal or an opportunity comes through one of your network, do you look at that more closely because of that? Or do you look at all deals the same?
I guess I'd be lying if I said I didn't look at it quicker when it comes from a community that I know and trust. And I'm involved in various global networks, and I've learned to know which ones now are savvy when it comes to kind of investments, and they're really open with sharing those opportunities as early as possible. So yeah, but I wouldn't say I would not look at something that hadn't come through a trusted source. I just might not open the email as quickly.
That's the beauty of venture capital, is that you're always looking for co-investors. You always share, especially at the very early stages, you always share the risk. You want other investors around the table, so that naturally it's very different from private equity, which I used to also do, where you want to grab the deal for yourself. In VC space and investing, you're sharing, and so that naturally builds a community where people share deals with each other, and that there's definitely power in that. But you always extend the network, right? So I think any deal comes from anybody is really welcome. But yeah, there's definitely a big power in the networks.
Yeah, I agree. I would. Oh, sorry.
That's like, Irene, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say again, bringing this back to the, you know, women investors and women-run companies. The issue is the same with women-run VCs or women-run funds. You know, we need to be brought in, you know, to the table with the, you know, the men-run VCs, or, you know, the ones that are a little bit less diverse. So I try to look at it that way as well. You know, I had a deal on the table, and I said, I'm going to call, you know, all of my women-run VCs first, you know, and give them the opportunity, and then we can expand to everyone else. And I just wanted to point that out, that that's also an issue sometimes, you know, because, you know, the ones with all the connections are rarely, you know, women, and, you know, they can just make 3 calls, you know, the heads of the big VC funds that are men, they can make 3 calls to their counterparts at the other funds, and the deal would be done. You know, the women sometimes don't have the same opportunity, or the same connections. You know, it's just a numbers game, right? There's just not as many, so.
Just about investing, this is a good one. What advice would you give to your younger self about investing?
By Bitcoin.
My younger self, or to somebody else?
Your younger self, or a younger person who's getting into investing.
Oh, do you know what? I guess a little bit like with what I do with the Prince's Trust, I think it's having the confidence and conviction to kind of take a risk and go for it. You know, the worst that happens is obviously you lose the investment, but every time you fail or you get something wrong, you are continuously learning. And I guess if I was a young advising me 20, 25 years ago, if I think now where my connections would be and how quickly I could have made that phone call to a VC versus starting it much later on, I'd be up there with them with the best. So get in there early for sure. And, you know, practice your due diligence, practice your speaking to a friend or your husband or the dog, whatever it needs to be. And just be bold and be really, really strong on exactly what you want and what you're looking for in that area of investment.
See, mine would be buy Bitcoin and buy a lot of it.
That's what I said, buy Bitcoin. But, you know, relating to that, I'll say that you can ask, what I would say to myself is, you know, ask everyone's opinions, you know, get everybody's knowledge, understand everything there is to understand, and then make your own decision, even if it goes against, you know, and people have loud voices, right? You know, people have loud opinions that may, you know, drown your own, but really make your own choice and decision, even if it's not, you know, following the most popular one you're receiving.
I find one thing I did lack was, you know, taking those risks, taking those chances. So I kind of occasionally missed those opportunities when I was younger. But now I'm really open to see, I guess, all the deal flows that come in. Anika, what would you tell yourself?
What I would say, I used to manage before Atlantica Ventures a relatively large team, and mostly male. I would say 70% male because of the sector, and it was also investments and all emerging markets. And what I constantly saw was females, team members who were incredibly good at what they were doing would be shy to put forward their thoughts, their work ideas, that they would step behind and let the male counterparts make the arguments, put the ideas forward, although they may have done the job. So I tried to work on that in my group back then, to make sure that the people who did the work would actually be presenting it and defending it. Just, you know, don't be shy. Basically, if you've done the work, then represent that and own it. And just general advice is just for anybody. Honestly, build your network as early as you can, as wide as you can. It will bring its fruits, and help that network and feed that network and support that network, and the benefits will come.
Yeah, and I guess as well, like how many of us here how many times have we come out of a big meeting or a boardroom and gone, they really didn't have a clue, did they? Or you built up the assumptions that the people in the room knew what they were talking about or were more experienced than you. And you know, it was one of the reasons why, you know, part of the reasons why I went out on my own in the end, because I just thought, actually, I just keep lying to myself constantly and then believing that mindset. And actually, you go in, like Anika was saying, with that strength and the confidence, and you'd be amazed at the number of people suddenly start nodding their heads. And in the back of their heads, they're going, she sounds good, I've got no idea what she's on about. But actually, the conviction in the story. So, yeah.
So today's panel is about women in investing and trading. So I've been dabbling a bit of crypto trading myself, and it's been very tough because crypto is a 24-hour market. So I've tried it. I had little sleep, and I've just kind of given up. Does anyone here on the panel trade? And if you do, what do you trade? And any suggestions you can give to our audience? Arena? Or Ronna just, I'm sorry.
I don't trade at all. I actually, in the world of Bitcoin and crypto, I started to look into it during COVID, and I interviewed a guy on my podcast, and it was like, explain it to me. Like, as a dummy, I don't understand, explain it. And then I joined this WhatsApp group on all of this crypto and blockchain, and I would wake up every morning to like 150 messages going, get in here, get in this is me. And I totally freaked out and kind of went, I can't do this. But it's still something in the back of my mind that goes, I can do this. Like, this isn't as hard as it sounds. So actually, I'd appreciate, you know, Arena's kind of knowledge about how we can get involved in it that isn't such a headache and it isn't quite so scary.
So, you know, we can have a whole other panel, you know, a whole other day about it. But I do trade a little bit, and mostly because my job, you know, my company where I work is, you know, has two products that revolve around trading crypto. I won't say, you know, exactly what I'm buying and selling, that, you know, just to avoid any issues, but it is very interesting, and the technology around it is I think it's very cool. You know, we have a wallet that we've built called Proton Wallet. You know, anybody can use it. It's available all over the world. And we are building a lot of really cool features within that wallet that I test out all the time. You know, I use very little money. You know, obviously you want to only invest or trade with whatever you're willing to lose. So it's very little bit, and I trade all kinds of coins in there, and I do all kinds of really cool things in there, like swapping and staking and just watching the markets. And this is kind of how I'm learning, because I was never a trader. I never, you know, did a lot of stock trading. I never did a lot of crypto trading, but because of the technology that I'm now learning through this wallet, it's very interesting to me. So maybe that's an advice, right? Just, you know, maybe get a wallet, get this wallet, get another, you know, user-friendly wallet, because I think the issue has been, and this was the issue for me, that it wasn't user-friendly, right? It's not very easy to find, you know, it's not easy to get, you know, cleared with Coinbase within a minute, or with, you know, even with Metal Pay, or, you know, maybe it's not available in your country or whatever. But if you can find something that's easy to use, and you can just do a little bit of things in there and just explore the technology, you know, that's what I'm doing. I don't know if it's right or wrong, but that's what I'm doing. So I'd be happy to share it with you, Ronna, another time. But
please do send me a DM. Yeah. I'd love to.
Yeah. So I think it's cool. You know, I have also stayed up all night, you know, looking at stuff before, but then, you know, I realized I have a day job.
Because also
refreshing as well.
Well, because the markets are always open, right? So, yeah, I'm sure everyone's heard about, you know, Elon Musk tweeted about Dogecoin, right? So, everyone's watching, you know, Dogecoin. So I'm sitting there watching it, you know, it's like, no, stop.
But it's like, you know, I want to educate myself. So we were talking about earlier, what would you have said to your younger self? Well, I feel like I'm in that now because I've got two young daughters. I hope they're not doing crypto just yet. They're only 11 and 7. But I've also got my Princess Trust mentors who are two young females. And it's like, I want to feel like I'm ahead with the technology to be able to give them that opportunity to bite now, you know? So, yeah, it's a whole.
Well, they will know it before we know. My daughter has a crypto wallet on her phone. It has no money. It has maybe $20 in it. And she texts me sometimes, oh, did you see Bitcoin went down 20% today? I'm like, do you know what that means? But the fact that they hear these words, imagine when you were 11, you'd hear this, right? So she will know. I think it is all very important, and it'll stay in there somewhere. And, yeah. And it is a cool crypto wallet that she's using her $10 to trade in it. So,
Anika, do you trade?
Yeah, maybe I'll answer it more from the Atlantica Ventures Africa Investor Hat is one of the a couple of the markets in Africa are some of the largest cryptocurrency markets. I think where we're trying to wrap our minds around it is to see how various governments will handle regulation around that, and different countries have started approaching it differently. So in terms of an investor's point of view, I think seeing a little bit more development on the regulatory side, at least in emerging markets or Africa context, I think will be needed, because as we speak, things are changing, and that I think is going to have an impact on what happens and how successful some of these companies will be.
Yeah. Ladies, we're almost at the hour. So how do people get in touch with you? How do people contact you? If one's, give a little summary or, contact information that people can reach out to you by?
LinkedIn is the best for me.
Yes.
I connect, I post a lot of things on there that, I think is interesting. If anyone connects with me on there and think they're also interesting, I'd be happy to talk about them. That's where I post a lot of the things about the fund and my company.
Yeah, likewise, LinkedIn or the Rona Morale podcast, whichever.
What podcast, Rona?
It's just called the Rona Morale podcast. If you want a good giggle.
I'm adding you right now.
And Anika?
LinkedIn, either Atlantica Ventures or my own, please feel free.
We're very secretive people, so LinkedIn for me as well. Thanks, ladies. You've been fantastic.
Thank you for having us.
For the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Happy Women's Day.
Yes.
Likewise. Happy International Women's Day.
Bye.
Bye.
Hey everyone, it's Gordon Einstein. I guess I'm in the shadows because it's getting late here in Kiev, Ukraine, but we are back for the first day of Digital Week Online. This is the most high energy show that I'm involved with today, at least. You can probably tell. I am honored on this International Women's Day to have Brittany Kaiser, our privacy expert, our whistleblower, our woman around the internets, come and talk to us for a solid 20 minutes to share her wisdom. And the good thing about International Women's Day is I get to be quiet. Yay. So Brittany, I'm going to hand this to you. I'm so glad you accepted my invitation to come on to this event. We're honored to have you. Every time you come on, it's a revolution. So I'm going to be quiet. Hand it to you. Go.
Brilliant. Thank you, Gordon. And thank you to everyone that has helped organize Digital Week Online. And to all of my ladies out there, happy International Women's Day. It's such a pleasure to be speaking to you all on a day that really is about women's empowerment and about celebrating females who have succeeded in this space and encouraging others to join as well. I know when I was younger, going into technology wasn't the first thing that we were encouraged to do. And now that I'm in my 30s, I couldn't imagine being anywhere else. So what I really wanted to talk to you guys about today is my favorite topic in technology, which is data. Data, which drives nearly everything, every decision that gets made by governments, by companies, and soon even decisions that we make ourselves. So why is data so important? Well, you know, it's the world's most valuable asset. Well, at least that's what The Economist told us in 2017, and it becomes truer every single day, especially with the past year. The coronavirus shutdown, it means that all of us have been leading nearly completely digital lives for the first time ever. We were thrust into it completely unprepared, really, and now we're producing exponentially more data every single day with the amount of screen time, with our digital interactions. And that should lead us all to start really thinking about what our data rights are. If you've never heard the term data rights, I mean, I've been describing myself as a data rights activist for the past couple of years. And that's really because all of us are the producers of the world's most valuable asset. We're producing such valuable data every single day that it's a multi-trillion-dollar industry that, as I said, is driving everyone's decision-making. But how do we gain the right to our own personal information that seems to be driving the world's most important global economy? And on International Women's Day, especially, when we're all thinking about how to empower ourselves, how to take care of our families, I think that this couldn't be more of an important conversation. Because if we look back historically, whenever a population has been subject to being exploited, and by that I mean really our most personal assets, if you think back, your mind is going to be better jogged by natural resources that have been stolen by from indigenous populations. If you think about those systems that are extractive, that take value away from us, now you can probably think of most technology platforms as that. For the past couple decades, these platforms have been designed to take away as much value from us as possible. And somehow we found ourselves in a situation where, as producers of the world's most valuable asset, in many countries around the world, we don't really have rights to that value. It's taken from us and it's owned by whichever platform happens to be collecting it. So I've been doing a lot of work and a lot of thinking about this over the past couple of years. And I guess it would be helpful for those of you that don't know me to explain a little bit why I'm the right person to be talking to you about this. Well, some of you guys might know me as the Cambridge Analytica whistleblower, the Facebook whistleblower. And I suppose I'll tell you quickly how I got myself into that situation, even though it's a very long story. But I started working in technology when I was a teenager. when I had the opportunity to get involved in politics and help support ideas and politicians that I thought were going to be the best and the most positively impactful for my family, my community, the world around me. I was part of the first Obama campaign team. So in 2007, I dropped out of college when I was 19 in order to fly back home to Chicago and become part of the team that invented social media strategy. We were the first people to take data off of social media and use that in order to create targeted messaging. And by that, I mean, the more we could learn about what people were talking about online, the better we could understand what was actually important to them, what would be good for them and their communities. And therefore, we could talk to them only about the things that mattered to them: the environment, healthcare, education. And the more targeted we got, or the more data-driven our messaging became, the more we saw people getting involved and coming out and donating and fully being engaged in the political process. And for me, again, as a teenager, I really thought that this was the coolest thing I had ever seen. That of course I needed to learn how to use data in a more sophisticated way so that I could get people to care about things that were important to them. And of course, things that were important to me, get people active, get people aware, and get people involved. And so after I left the Obama campaign, instead of joining the Obama White House, I had been studying as a human rights lawyer. So I decided to go back to college, but at the same time, travel around and teach loads of human rights organizations, charities, nonprofits, NGOs, how to use the types of tools that we had developed on the Obama campaign so that you could get people engaged and involved. As the mantra goes now, the more data you have about someone, the easier it is to engage them, right? So I went around, I suppose, you could call me naive, but I see myself as an eternal optimist. I prefer that term. And I thought, well, these types of platforms are what is going to change the world. This is going to allow people to really communicate their message, and especially the types of organizations I was working with to actually be successful in the work that they were doing, getting people to care about human rights campaigns and engage with government and get active in their communities. So I really thought, these data-driven tools are the best thing. And so I was studying to learn more about data science. I specifically, I suppose, was studying to become a top human rights lawyer and a diplomat. So I was looking into how diplomats make decisions, how heads of state and ambassadors make decisions. And what I learned was that it really is how much data they have access to and how soon they get access to that data. So is it real time? What data sets do the people who are modeling that data, what do they have access to? How well are they analyzing it? How quickly is it getting to decision makers? And so when I realized my law school couldn't teach me much about advanced predictive algorithms, I decided to reach out to friends to see, where I would go to learn these types of things. And turns out one of my dear friends knew the CEO of a small data analytics startup called Cambridge Analytica. So I ended up joining that company while I was studying for my PhD, and some of the tools that they showed me were some of the most incredible things I had ever seen. The first project that they presented to me was, oh, hey, here's how we can use data online to figure out which young people are possibly being recruited into ISIS. And at the time, this was a huge deal. A lot of young people were sneaking themselves into Syria. So they were running a program with NATO and all allied militaries in order to find all of these young people and run counter propaganda communications to keep them safe at home with their families and not being recruited into terrorism and sneaking themselves over the border. So again, I thought, wow, this is mind-blowing work, and I really want to learn how to use these tools. Fast forward a couple of years at this company, and I had been traveling around the world meeting with presidents and prime ministers, or people who wanted to be president or prime minister, tons of big companies, government departments who wanted to use data in order to better understand their citizens, their voters, their consumers. And I realized slowly but surely that the amount of data that existed about all of us was mind-blowing. That literally everything that we've done since we've touched technology has been recorded and then sold and bought and traded around the world without our explicit permission, without our knowledge, and really used by anyone for any purpose that had enough money to purchase or license our data sets. So it started to occur to me that, this wasn't right. Someone that had studied as a human rights lawyer, I always think about individual rights. How do you protect people's individual rights? How do you make people understand what those rights are and how to protect them? So I thought, why don't we have the right to transparency, also known as, fully understanding what data is being collected about us and where it's going? Why don't we have permission structures? So for people to really understand not just what data is being collected, but where it's going and to whom and for what. And if you're not comfortable with it going to certain companies or individuals or organizations, then you should be able to opt out. But this hasn't really been the truth. So how can you stop your data from getting into the wrong hands? You might be comfortable with your favorite brand having your data, but you might not be okay with, a political party having access to your personal information. It's up to you. But I think over the past few years, people are getting more and more iffy about, how people in politics use that data. And so I started going to my superiors and saying, okay, well, I need to talk to more lawyers. I need a data compliance officer. And they kept on saying I was spending too much money and that I shouldn't be asking for advice, that the data scientists knew what we could and couldn't do. And I thought, no, I need lawyers and I need a data compliance officer. And the more I asked and the more I got told no, or got told I was creating too many invoices, what I was doing was expensive, the more I started to realize that what was going on was not the type of ethical structure that I was interested in working in. So it was not long after I started to see some of Cambridge Analytica's clients really abusing personal data that I thought, this isn't the way that the world is supposed to work. This isn't the way that these technologies are going to bring about a revolution. This is actually dangerous, and there needs to be legislation and regulation around this to ensure that people have rights. So I came out as a whistleblower in March 2018 after working for that company for quite a few years, and started working specifically with legislators and regulators on new privacy law, specifically on definitions of our digital assets. So not just personal data, but tokens on the blockchain, for instance, and really thinking through how things that you can't see and can't touch, how can they have very strong definitions so that we have control over them in the same way that we have our physical assets. What I think really lands the plane for some people is when you start to think about what would it mean to really have control over your personal information. And I started a campaign called Own Your Data in April 2018 that was supposed to really educate and bring awareness around this topic, around how can you own your data like you own your house or your car? How do you ascribe property rights to your personal information? Because for anyone out there that's ever studied law, you know that property rights is really one of the strongest legislative frameworks that you can use to protect something. So if you think about it, if I wanted to know who's collecting my data, where it's going, how it's being used, and eventually also get paid for it if it's going to be monetized, I like to think of it like the Airbnb model. So you have your house on Airbnb. So it's your property, it's your asset, you own it, and you're happy for someone to use it on your terms that you set. So if someone wants to use your property, they tell you who they are, what they want to do with it, how long they're going to be there for, and you agree on a price and get paid before you hand away those keys, right? So I really see the future of data ownership looking very much like that. It's a simple and incredibly, wildly successful business model that some new and emerging technologies, specifically think of, smart contracting and tracking and traceability mechanisms within distributed ledger technology, where we can really start to set those parameters and incrementally be paid every time we are leasing out our data for those that wish to monetize it, right? And I don't mean just giving away all of our personal information. What I mean is that certain anonymized data sets, so information about us that is not directly connected to our name, address, our phone number, our email, that we can safely and securely and anonymously share that information with organizations that would benefit from that and that would monetize that. And the reason why that is so incredibly important is because I want to go back to the value of our personal information. As I said, this is the world's most lucrative industry, multi-trillion-dollar industry that right now is completely extractive. Any of the platforms we use that take our information currently own it and they go and monetize it, even though it's our information. We've paid with our time and attention to create that. So it is the value of our work, our time, and somehow we're only starting to get to the point where these trillions of dollars that are being made off of our data, where we can actually at least get a dividend of that. I'm not saying that if a platform, for instance, like Facebook has paid all of this money to create the platform, that 100% of the value needs to go to us. No. There's a concept called the data dividend, which means that the producers get at least a slice of that pie. And so what that really means, the most revolutionary part of all of this, is that right now, you can at minimum make enough money every single day off of your data to at least go to the grocery store, buy your groceries with it, feed yourselves and your family. And during a time when even in the US, we have at least a 30% unemployment rate, larger than ever before. And around the world, we are seeing even worse rates of employment. We're starting to think about the future of work and how we actually allow people to earn value so that they can take care of themselves. Because a lot of those jobs aren't coming back with all the businesses that have had to shut down around the globe this past year. So we really need to think about how are we going to make sure that people's human rights are secured. And for me, it's easy. I say give people data rights. It means that as long as you have a device or at least a digital ID, all of the data that you are creating, a portion of that value can be ascribed back to you. And you can get paid for being a valuable person, for just existing, for your time and attention, for just walking around with a device in your pocket. And that's what's so exciting. So I think that there's 3 different ways that this is really going to be solved. And first is education. I started something called the Own Your Data Foundation. I co-founded it with my sister, Natalie, in order to educate people on their data rights. We teach something called DQ. It's a digital intelligence quotient, like IQ or EQ, but it teaches you about your data rights and cybersecurity and media literacy. And so if you want to check that out, it's ownyourdata.foundation. So please do check that out, especially for parents and teachers that have kids in your lives. Super important. It's a new IEEE global standard. So this is being implemented into public school curriculums around the world. We're just starting to get there. On the legislative and regulatory front, write to your legislators and say you care about data protection and privacy law, because there's a huge opportunity right now, especially in the United States with the new administration, to start to get more laws through. I've been working on legislation and regulation for years, and we're finally starting to get more countries around the world to write their first data protection or privacy laws to start to ascribe these rights to us. And the third is obviously emerging technologies. I'm a huge fan of blockchain technology, especially, and advanced forms of encryption to make sure that even if it takes a while for the laws in your country to protect you, you can use technology that protects you today. So you can use Brave browser instead of Google Chrome. You can use voice.com instead of Facebook. These are platforms that actually pay you for your time, attention, the content that you create, as opposed to just extracting value. So I'd love for you guys all to try that out. And if you guys want to keep up with any of these topics, you can follow me on social media at Own Your Data or at Own Your Data Now. I'll be wearing a cowboy hat in all my pictures if you're trying to look for me. And thank you guys again. Happy International Women's Day. And so pleased to be here again. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Very good job. I love the cowboy hat. That's beautiful. And what was that? Digital IQ? What was it? What was that expression? Just say that
Yeah,
again.
DQ. If you want to learn more about the curriculum, you can go to dqinstitute.org.
Amazing. Brittany, thank you so much. Just again, really appreciate it. I know you're busy, so this is fantastic.
Absolutely.
So, God bless.
Thank you guys. Have a good one.
Talk to you soon. Thanks. Bye. Okay, 5, 4, 3. Hey everyone, it's Gordon Einstein. We are back with Digital Week Online. It is dark here in Kiev, so I'm a little bit in the shadow. But the ideas, the people, the content today is not in the shadow. And of course, this is the first day of this fantastic show, and it is International Women's Day. And in honor of International Women's Day, I get to be quiet. Yay! So we're going to be talking about, the topic is Millennium Impact Women. And our moderator is Deborah Rue. Am I saying that correctly?
Yes,
Fantastic.
you are.
Deborah, I'm going to pass it to you, and I'm going to mute myself on every channel. You got an hour. Make it happen. Rock it. Talk to you all soon. Good job.
Thank you, Gordon. Thank you. And welcome, everyone. We are very excited always to celebrate millennials and International Women's Day. I have a really amazing group of very, very talented women that continue to show the reason why we should include women with disabilities in all leadership roles. So I'm going to quickly introduce them, and then I'm going to turn it over to them and have them introduce themselves a little bit more. But first of all, I will introduce myself. My name is Deborah Rue, and I own a company called Rue Global Impact. I also am working on a nonprofit to support international professionals with disabilities, making sure that they're meaningfully included. And I have a 33-year-old daughter with Down syndrome who my whole life, her whole life, we were told she could add no value. Totally disagree. Women can add a lot of value, especially if we are very determined to include us. So That's who I am. I work with global brands all over the world, making sure they're meaningfully including people with disabilities. I'm focusing on tech for all, tech for good, digital inclusion, and all those other fun things, because technology can be a great equalizer, but we do need to make sure that it works for all humans, and that also that I really like when technology supports some of our biggest problems that we're working on. And so speaking of that, we have some very, very talented women today that are doing those same things, really focusing on having real impact in the world. So first of all, I'm going to start with Prakriti, and I am sure that I butchered your name. So let me just let you introduce yourself real quick and give your name correctly if I did that incorrectly.
Hi, Deborah. I'm really glad to be here, and you did a good job with my name. It was exactly how you're supposed to say it. Thank you so much. Just really quickly to introduce myself, I work in all things holistic wellness based. So everything that I do is focused on making sure that people get to their optimum health and feel their own power. So whether it be as a chief strategy officer of the National Women's Parliament, which is a quasi-government body in India, or as the global lead for mental health in Roundglass, which is again a global company looking at, in fact, how do you bring mental well-being and just global optimal well-being and integrated health to everybody? How do you democratize that? And it's kind of like a passion of mine in any case. So working on that, I also have a foundation actually in India that only works on mental health awareness, as well as a company that provides personalized care in the integrated system. So just that's all I do. It's what I do every day. I wake up with the passion to make the world a better place for, anybody and everybody. So I'm actually really honored to meet you as well, since you're doing the same thing. And it's always such a privilege to be around people who are invested in a purpose. Thank you.
Well said, well said. Next, we're going to go with Kimiko.
Hi, it's my honor to be in this discussion. I'm sorry that I have a little bit of a stutter today, but it's really an honor to join you, and very impressive profile of the woman today. And it's a very good chance for us to share the experience across. So my name is Kiều My, and I come from Vietnam. I have been working in the technology sector for the last 10 years, really focused on the deep tech and emerging technologies. So I'm the founder of Women in Tech Vietnam, and also the founder of Yellow Blocks, the first emerging technology consulting firm focusing on being on the gateway for emerging technologies such as AI, blockchain, cloud, big data, and I have been into electric vehicles recently. So we have been working closely, and I'm personally the consultant for 4 different governments, Singapore, Australia, Austria, and Vietnam, definitely. So I'm also the head of the frontier technology sector for Ministry of Science and Technology in Vietnam. So it's my honor today, because I think that technology is really shaping our world, and I want to focus my viewpoint on using technology as the platform and as the fundamental for us to solve the scalability and technology for good. And I'm an advocate, a lifelong advocate for new technology for life. Thank you.
Congratulations. I wasn't going to go with Luisa Ave next, but I don't see her online. So I don't know if she is on, and yay, there she is. Okay,
hello.
Good. Well, hello.
Hello,
So glad
first
to
of
see
all, glad to see you. First of all, happy Women's Day, all of us. So my name is Luisa Xavier. I'm a global fashion producer. My own company is called Miraving Production. We do fashion shows all over the world, and we're focusing from GCC market as well. We do it in Milano, we do it in Dubai, Saudi Arabia, around the world. Plus, I'm a business networker, and in this moment, I'm supporting one IT company, like those chief communication officer, and yeah, like this. Now I'm based in Dubai. So it was not easy to come in pandemic time, but this what about women empowerment?
Yes, thank you. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
And last but not least, we have Maria Jones.
Hey, I'm so thrilled to be here with all these amazing female leaders and achievers. And hi from Dubai. I'm Maria Jones. I'm the former vice president at the Cointelegraph Media Group. It's one of the leading digital media covering the Bitcoin, the blockchain, and the future of finance. And currently, I'm the founder of the Third Millennium Woman platform. And I don't know, I was recognized one of the most influential female voices in blockchain and one of the most connected people in blockchain. But nowadays, I feel that my mission is to empower women across the globe.
Well said. Congratulations. So we have a very, very talented group of women here, and definitely we should be celebrating on International Women's Day because women are really making a huge difference in the world. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the panelists one at a time questions, and if any of the other panelists want to jump in afterwards and make a little comment, please let me know. So I'm going to start with Prakriti and ask you a question. Tell the audience about your leadership journey. And you started talking about it in your introduction, but tell us a little bit more, especially from the viewpoint of the reality is even though we are the largest minority group in the world, women, there are actually more women in the world than men. There's actually women are the majority, but we're still treated like a minority. We're not really being meaningfully included in a lot of ways. And I think that's a lot of work that you're all doing and I'm doing as well. So from that lens, I was wondering if you would tell us about your leadership journey as a woman.
Thank you. You made it so specific that I'm going to have to just talk about that angle of leadership and what we've done in that space and what we should do. And you're right. I mean, during this whole COVID, especially during this COVID pandemic, we started in India a helpline which was free of cost and still exists. And I have to say, yes, we're like the largest minority, although we're not a minority. We've had to deal with so much. There's been so much vulnerability that women have come forward with, whether it be abuse, whether it be domestic violence, whether it be in the workplace. And being able to support them has been one of my largest challenges. And obviously my largest endeavor, but challenge because women don't support women. And unfortunately, I wish that to change. And when I was thinking about this question as well, because you did tell me that there would be a similar question to do with, who supported you as a woman. And I have to say that, it made me think. It made me think that I've supported women, but I've never had women support me. And I don't know if all women feel like this, but it's very sad that we struggle. We all have the same struggles and the same challenges, but we're unable to support each other because there's competition involved in this. Because if you've managed to come ahead and you've managed to build your way, like Maria said, I'm an influencer, so she's able to, with her language, maybe capable of influencing other people. But yet on the back end, you have stories that women tell about women, which are not so positive. And I wanna highlight that it's time that you actually collaborate, you pull each other together and you hold each other. And I've been lucky in a sense of men haven't put me down. I haven't had the experience where men have pulled me down. I've had supportive figures in my career, and maybe because I never noticed, and it's unfortunate, I never noticed the disparity growing up. Although I come from a patriarchal society, I think in my family, I didn't notice it, and we were just allowed to do everything that men were allowed to do. And everybody here is from a patriarchal society, as I can see this, because unfortunately, we believe it's changed, but it hasn't even come to gender equity. There's just been no gender equity, no gender equality for sure, but it's time that we do that. So deeply involved even in India, I worked a lot with the Maharashtra state of women, and they have self-help groups, etc., just empowering them, giving them the voice to be able to empower themselves. And yet the legal system doesn't supply it. So you can do whatever you can do.
And we lost her for a second, and hopefully she'll come back.
I can add a few sentences that I truly believe this tendency is changing. And now we see how women truly, like, we support each other, and I'm super happy. I agree with Prakriti, but yes, it's changing, definitely. What do you think?
Well, and hopefully her Wi-Fi will behave, because we're all dealing with that. But I'm much older, obviously, than these young, beautiful, talented women. In my 60s, and the reality is, I had the exact same experience. That women sometimes were the very worst. Oh, yay! We're so glad you're back. And let me let you finish your thought, and then I'll make my comment.
I just think that, you know, in my leadership journey, and since we're talking about leadership journey, I think it's fair to say that women have had to struggle on their own. They've made a mark because of their own resilience, and it's time that we, as leaders in the space, provide that space for women to come out and really create that that circle of help and influence and support each other. I think I want to end with that. Thank you.
Right, and I agree, and very well said. And I know that my whole career, I've been very deliberate about supporting women, and especially younger women. I think another thing that I have to bring up as a baby boomer talking to millennial women is that I think my generation need to do a much better job of supporting the women behind them. So I agree with what you said and what Maria said. We're starting to see changes, but I still think there's a lot of room for women to really get behind other women and support them. I like the tag, women supporting women. I use that often. So let me go next to Kimiko and talk to you about what are some of the biggest lessons that you've learned in your journey?
Sorry, come again, the question?
What are some of the biggest lessons that you've learned along your business journey? Because you're doing some amazing things, but what are some of the lessons? And I'll give you an example that whenever I was starting my company in 2000, I was told by a white male in Virginia, because I'm in the United States, that my company would never be successful if I did not have a white man running my company. As soon as he said that, I was determined to prove him wrong, and I did. So tell us some of the lessons that you've learned along the way. You can do it from the positive or negative or a combination.
Yes, thank you. I think this is a very interesting question. And I think when I share my my story and my viewpoint, is always like a very interesting angle that people can think. Because, you know, like I grew up in Vietnam, but then like when I was 16 years old, I moved to Europe for 10 years and then moved back to Vietnam. And at that time, Vietnam is like a booming country with new opportunities and so on. And in my generation, we have a joke that actually the challenge in our generations is not the actual physical challenge that our previous generation faced, but rather it's like to overcome the convenience, to overcome, like to challenge ourselves, to step out of the comfort zone. So I think for most of my business decision, and when I get to like the new height of the business opportunities, it's more about the decision to really go out of the comfort zone. And I think my path is a little bit privileged, but I don't think that's as smooth for other women in my country. The reason I think the most important lesson I learned is that the most critical supporter is actually from the early education. And I was blessed to be in a family that my parents, they do not understand why I would choose like this technology path or something like that. They don't really understand what is technology and why would their only daughter, instead of follow the family business, would, you know, go to somewhere 10,000 kilometers away to pursue like some computer science stuff. But at least they respect my choice. And I think that I heard this quote from somewhere that you cannot dream to become something that you haven't seen. So I think like the previous generation, we don't have enough demonstration, enough examples of successful women in business or women in technology in particular. It was like a very masculine in the perception and in the stereotype. And I think I want to redefine that. I want to challenge that, because That's why we also like launched the community called Women in Tech and Women Support Women, because even women in business, when we have like the inner circle, we can share like the challenges that we go. So along the way, I think the most important lesson I learned is that the internal motivation is very important, but it's also very important for you to find like-minded peers and like the one who really support you, even though they don't understand why you choose this difficult path. Because of course we know ourselves, like our capabilities and our potentials. But like to have like the pat in the back of the like-minded people, and especially, for example, this group, we have people from very different background, but we share the same spirit and the same vision. We can gain like this energy momentum.
Ooh, well said, very well said. And I think, you know, you brought up some really, really good points about what we can do for each other to make sure that we're all included. I think we also, as we're looking at who is and who is not being included, we need to look at all the intersectionalities. If we're talking about women, let's make sure we're including women that are typically disenfranchised. So great points, and also very good points about women still not being as meaningfully included in technology as we'd like to see. Well, I worry often about the data sets, and I know there's a lot of men that are very deliberately saying, well, I'm not going to be on a panel that doesn't include women, and if this panel isn't diverse. And I, like Maria mentioned, I'm blessed to be a global influencer, but how are we using our privilege, as you talked about, to make sure that others are included? Because I, you know, was selected as one of the top, I was the first woman of the top global influencers. There were 3 men ahead of me, and then I was the first woman, which was great. But how do we make sure that we're opening the door for all of the other women, all the other disenfranchised people to come in as well? So beautiful, beautiful comments. Luisa, how can women leaders help assure women have better representation in leadership?
Okay, thank you for your question. Better representation, right?
Yes, yes. Why do we matter? Why does it matter that we're at the table? I had a feeling you could answer that one.
Okay, first of all, to be honest, I believe that the woman, like the woman, how they are unique because they have a multifunctional mind. Okay. And we can look to the same question with absolutely another way. We can find 1,000 options to get a decision. It's like how is working our mind, and especially how is working the woman's mind who are entrepreneur or they achieve high goals, and they can be in engineering, they can be in medicine, in IT, it doesn't matter. Like, let's say entrepreneur mind, okay? Because entrepreneur mind of woman and the man is completely different things. And I can share to you my experience. Some months ago, I started to work with a men's team, and I'm in the main team, just one woman. And of course, I feel myself like I always need to get them proof why I'm there. But, and it's like I'm putting myself on the position, just watch what's going on. Okay, and it's like for me, it's like the best position, because let's say I have a joker, and I can show my joker on that time when there is no decision, when the man cannot make a decision. And thanks God, it's always like that. So, and I don't want to, prove them that who I am and what I achieve. So basically, you can go just Google, write my name and surname, and just watch who I am. I mean, I already proved myself who I am. And like, and I believe like men's, of course, they are scared for smart and intelligent woman. It's like that, especially when you are working with a man. But all of my life, I'm working with a man. And in this moment, I have a man, and I can balance between man mentality and woman mentality, which is really nice. And I believe regarding supporting women, it's not about supporting or not supporting women. It's like about generally support each other. Because of course, women should support each other much more. And I very appreciate the value of the woman who really ready to support. And it's very less number in this moment. This is like real statistic. But woman empowerment and like the woman leadership is very important everywhere, in economic and politics, whatever, in any kind of the business. And of course, it's good that in this moment we can have some community. And thanks for digital technology for it as well, because we cannot travel, we cannot present in different conference, you know, and of course it's supporting us. And I believe like we need to find solutions, because to find solutions is maximum five steps, like 5 people. You have to know 5 people, then you can make, then you can have a solutions which will help you make a decision. Okay, and because, for example, you know, I think it's some psychological block in the mind, because I have as well the master degree of psychology, and I know this problem very well. And the woman doesn't matter like where we are from, which nationality, which language we are speaking. If we feel ourselves that we have to support, we are doing it for ourselves, not to get thanks. Because it's like, you know, everything will come back. It's like a world blow. So, and the woman, they have to support, because I think if we're speaking regarding globally, you know, of course, it's a man leadership is like the much strong and much powerful. But to show the world, because we have a lot of examples of the woman leadership since the presidency, politics, whatever. But and by the way, the country where is the woman is president is going up much faster than the man. It's really like that. So
can I add something as well? Just according to Harvard Business Review, this is what actually happened in 2020. You know, I have these numbers. If your country is led by a man, by a woman, you are 1/6 less likely to die of coronavirus. Could you imagine? And if your country is led by a man, you are 600% more likely to die of coronavirus. Could you imagine? And look at these countries. Yes, you're right. And I'm so inspired by the Prime Minister of Finland, Sanna Marin. I'm sure you know this woman. And you know what? Her entire cabinet is pretty much woman. And Finland has all these impressive statistic. Like, it's one of the most happiest countries in the world. It's top 15 most safest, top 10 best education, top 10 most stable economy. So I'm gonna vote always for the woman, and we are voting for incompetent man over highly competent woman. So let's vote for woman.
Awesome. Louise, do you want to add? Yeah, do you want to add anything to that?
No.
And then I'll ask Maria a question.
No problem. It's fine.
Okay, all right. So along that same line, Maria, what advice do you have for younger women entering the workforce that want to be leaders, that want to make a difference in the world, like the amazing women that are part of this panel?
It's for me question or for Maria?
For Maria.
Sorry, I mute myself. Thanks so much for this question. Yeah, I have so many advisors, but here I would like to quote May Musk. May Musk, she is the mother of Elon Musk, and I truly recommend reading her recent book. It's called A Woman Makes a Plan. And where she inspires women not to be afraid to get older. You know, I'm 33 years old. I can't wait for my 70s. And she's 72, and she even has a hashtag, it's great to be 72. But the quote I really like is, it says, if you have a good attitude and you make a plan and, you know, you kind of go for it, even Mars is possible. And it's true, you know. So Mike, and I would like to give this advice that everything, literally, you know, anything is possible, period. And you have to believe in yourself. You know, if you can't find a job, your dream job, just go create your dream job. Number one. And number two, what I would like to mention is that success might be so different, and you have to redefine your own success. Like it might be money or health as well, you know, or being famous and, you know, having being an influencer, right? Or family. So you have to take time, sit down, and make it clear what is success. Like, don't look at me, right? Don't look at you. What is success? Look for you. That is also very important. Thank you.
That well said, because I think that's a really good point, because sometimes we just look at somebody else and decide, well, if I don't look like that, if my success doesn't look like that, I must have failed. And I know that as an entrepreneur, one of my companies failed whenever the bank I was with failed during the financial crisis of 2008. And it started, when they pulled my note, it caused me to get wobbly. And at the time, I remember really thinking about, what does success mean? And I had a reporter in the States interview me, and I just spilled the beans. I talked about the whole journey and what happened, what went right, what went wrong. And I had some people come back to me and say, Deborah, don't be so honest. No, we need to be honest, because the reality is success is not a straight line. It moves and shifts and it looks different. So it is not a straight line. But
it's a journey.
It is a journey, and we have to applaud our own journeys and applaud other journeys. And I also think we need to be more authentic and honest about our journeys, because I look at everybody else and they just seem to be, they were so much smarter than me. They never made any mistakes. Well, that's not true. But that's why I was so, and I continue to be very honest. I'm going to go around again, and I'm going to ask everybody the same question, just because I think this is a really good question. And so I will prepare you all for it. But what do you consider one of your greatest accomplishments? The reason why I'm asking that is because women also tend to be a little bit more humble and shy and not brag about what the amazing women that we are. So I'm going to start again with you, Prakriti, if you can answer that question.
You know, I'm going to just take a thread from what you were talking about, Deborah. I think my greatest accomplishment is my unbiased, authentic honesty. I am 100% honest about myself, about my skills, about my talents, about my beliefs, about my suffering, about my pain, about everything that I go through. It's on the surface. And I find that people find it, you know, a lot of people, as you're saying, also find it offensive, you know. And the whole point is, but if you're not real, how are you helping build reality? Why are you focusing on stories that are unreal and where you mask your vulnerability? Because at the end of the day, the power of the woman is working through the challenges and coming through on the other side. And when I'm working with women, and I work with my hands on people, because I'm also a therapist. So being a therapist makes me believe in the power of your own life journey, because there is a very strong sense of there's no right and there's no wrong, there's no good, there's no bad. And like Maria, you just said, it's a journey. And unless you accept every part of the journey, the good and the bad, you can't grow beyond it. And a lot of us will not talk about the bad. In fact, in my foundation, my tagline, not one of the taglines, the tagline is silence toro. Silence, everybody knows it's an English word. Toro means break. And it's all about break the silence. Stop numbing yourself, stop muting yourself, open yourself to being able to sort of recognize and being honest about what you're going through, whether that be good or bad. It's not about weakness. It's about strength. You know, recovering from anything that you have overcome, recovering from anything that you've been put through, elevating yourself from that is actually the greatest lesson. And I found that even when I speak to people, if I don't find authenticity in their voice, I walk away. Unless they're coming for therapy, then I get them to the place where they can understand that authenticity is the key to success. And no matter what you know, it's not for women and men, it's for man, woman, child, it's for everybody. The more authentic you are, the more you can hear your purpose, the more you can actualize giving back in society, because first you start with giving to yourself. And you can only give to yourself if you uncover the reality through the noise of the masks. So uncovering that has been my greatest lesson. And I'm so honored to be able to do this for other people as well. I'm so honored when people allow me to shed their masks and they allow themselves to come through. It's almost like I see people emerging from their own shells. And I think that, I mean, I feel blessed to be able to do that. And I think if every woman, man, child, if every human being could do this, we would be such a supportive nation or such a supportive world. And that, I don't think there's anything else beyond being authentic. And I think that's my greatest lesson.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love listening to you. You definitely, I can see you up on the TEDx stage talking about that topic. That's really, really beautiful. Thank you. And this morning on Twitter, I think Huawei had said, what is the one word that defines a woman? And I was thinking, and immediately I thought of authentic, but I wound up using collaborators, because women are collaborators. We're collaborators, and we're not going to solve these huge global problems if we don't collaborate. So that was very beautiful. Thank you. Kimoko, how about you?
Well, it's like really inspiring to hear the sharing from Prakriti. And I definitely think like authenticity is one of the superpower that we like women have. So about myself, I think that I also have another keyword in addition to authenticity is like the integrity. So integrity for me is kind of like doing the right thing, even though like when nobody is watching. So that's the definition of my integrity. And I think being like integrity, keeping the integrity, even though there's no one know and no one is watching, has like in the long run has put me in the position that I'm being entrusted with so many critical projects of our country. And I think one of the greatest achievement for me last year is when I was like losing myself in the service of the community. So during the COVID time, it was like the whole, at that time, the whole country was in the lockdown and no one go out, and like people take this chance for having like the vacation. And I was like my whole in the consulting business, we got delayed most of the project, and the whole team went home and they say like, okay, let's have like 1 month break. But at that time, I decided for the team to do a community project instead. So we helped the Ministry of Health doing a community music project for people who stay at home, and we have kind of like the cheering song for them during like it's kind of like the community project that we did, and it was gaining more than 20 million views by spending zero money on that one, and it was supported by more than 200 KOLs, singers, and famous people in the country. So at that time, like we didn't know what we would go through doing that, but it's like the whole month of working on a creative project, and you know, like there's no financial or budget on this one. So all we did was like the creativity. I go and then knock the door virtually, like knock the door on any single point of contact, the brands and the famous people that I know, and we put together the proposal. So later on, it was becoming like the huge national project, and it became like the most influential project that also got like viral to the United Nations and so on. So I think that sometimes the thing that you get really proud at that time when we do that is it's just from listening to our heart. Like we have no intention of having anything or something like that, but we think that it's the right thing to do some kind of encouragement music, and like bringing like the informative information, and also like to cheer up like the spirit of the people. So we did that, and we did that based on the very famous song that is already very famous in Vietnam. So we work with like the whole artist team. So I think that the key point that I want to draw from here is sometimes your biggest achievement is not based on the intention that you originally did, but like when you did that with your whole heart and like with the very good will and the good intention, it's like the most rewarding moment is when you see that something that you did based on your goodwill turn into a very good result.
Wow, that's a powerful story. And it's amazing what a little bit of hope will do for people. So, and you'll see a theme of these amazing women, that the thing that's making them the happiest is when they give back and they impact other people's lives. And I think that's the only way forward. So I'm very honored to be on this panel with y'all. So, okay, Louise, it's your turn. What is your, what do you consider one of your greatest accomplishments?
I believe you know, to feel opportunity, when you can catch and feel opportunity. Because for me, the one of the important words which is follow my life and what I'm sharing with my network, it's opportunity, and I love to do it. I just will give you a small example. In 2018, when I started the global project, it's called Al Arabiya, and basically each door which I tried to knock, they all tell me like, are you crazy? This kind of projects, you need minimum 6 months. It's like minimum, normally 1 year. And I said, no, I will do it for 50 days. And just after time, I realized that let's say 70% people who support me, they was women. It was like women from politics, women for business, even like my friends, my family friends, and it's so blessing. It's really blessing when you can have this kind of network. And you know, first of all, I think each of us, we should to believe of ourselves. Okay. We have to do work which we love, because for a woman, if she make a work which she didn't love, it's disaster. She will just losing a lot of time to do what she don't love, and she will kill her energy, which she don't need to do. And I believe if you have any kind of opportunity, doesn't matter where, when you can share your opportunity with someone, it's like a synergy, and opportunities coming in your life, because everything, money, possibilities, investment, project, they are coming from people. Okay. And people is giving you this kind of, because it's all information, the people giving you this kind of information. When you get it, you have to be thankful. And if someone is coming in your life and they need some opportunity to grow up, do your best. Even if you don't have, for sure you have a network. You can, for example, even also the small example, when it was the pandemic, like everything was totally locked down, and I just sitting on my sofa and I think, okay, what I have to do? Like, okay, the business is stopped. I don't know what to do. Of course, like the first month, I just watching some movies, Netflix, whatever. Then one friend of mine, she called me, she said, listen, we need a masks for hospital. I said, oh my God, where I am, where is masks? Like what? Then after 2 months, I created a group with all buyers and all sellers. I didn't know nothing about it. Then I closed one big deal and earn money. This is about, you can involve you even in some sphere which you didn't know, because it's absolutely another way working your mind. Okay. And when I realized what I did after 3-4 months, I said, wow, it's really like, maybe it's a small things. Then this money is helped me to create a charity fashion cruise, support a lot of children who was sick and families who don't have money to survive during the pandemic. We create charity event, and I was more than happy to did it, because I'll see the feedback and it inspired me. And when something can inspire me, I can inspire another people. It's like a synergy. And, I believe that especially women, we have a 7, even not 6, 7 feelings. You have to feel what you are doing. When you absolutely find your way, what you are doing, you need just go. Don't stop. Don't afraid for nothing. Don't afraid. Everyone will come and say, of course, you cannot. The world will trying you. Are you ready for forget your biggest surprise or not? Just go, just do your maximum, whatever you can do. believe on yourself, make some community on the same vision, people with the same vision, and everything will come on the right time, in the right moment, with the right people, and you will achieve your goal. Nothing can stop you if you're absolutely sure inside of yourself that this is your goal, and you have to be on the top. And when you are get to the top, support other people, inspire other people, share your opportunity to other people, because it's going step by step, more bigger, bigger, bigger. That's it.
Well said, well said. And you made me think while you were, I love your comments. If you want something done, give it to a smart woman. And so congratulations, that's a great example. Maria, least, but certainly not, last but not least again, let's hear from you on this question.
I think this is not easy in general to talk about your own achievements, right? And answering to this question, I would like to encourage women to learn how to be proud of themselves. You know, it's so important to, if you don't know how to celebrate the small kind of accomplishments and the small milestones, you will never feel fulfilled. And this is also how we can build our confidence. Yes, don't be afraid, don't be shy, and just like that. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of what we've done. I'm proud of the woman I'm becoming. You know, yeah, that would be my answer.
And that's really beautiful, Maria. And you know, I think that once again, I'm coming from a different generation, but you know, we were told when I was little that, and once again, I grew up in the States, and so it depends on where you grew up, but still, that if you were really a lady or if you were really a good girl, you would never brag about what you have done. And we saw that really impacting women negatively when it comes to investors funding our businesses, because men, God bless them, will go out there and they'll tell you everything they did. But women are not like that. We are bad about talking about our accomplishments. And so and once again, that's why it's so important that we all support each other. And so that was I loved that answer. Very, very good answer, Maria. Now, what we're going to do, I know we have about 15 minutes left. And so I'm going to ask one question to Prakriti and Kimko, and then I'm going to ask a second question to Luis and Maria. So I'm going to start with the first two, and I'm going to ask you, why do women make great leaders? And do you believe they have different leadership styles from men? And once again, Luis and Maria, if you also want to make comments on that, just let us know. But you have the floor, Prakriti.
Thank you. Women are natural leaders. I mean, we're creators. You know, we create families, we create babies, we create. And I think somebody was talking to me the other day, and this is quite interesting because I was saying something about a solution, and he turned around and said, it's really quite amazing how manipulative women can be. And I'm like, I think that's a wrong comment. I think what you mean is creative problem solving. It's not called manipulation. You know, just the way in which it was said was offensive to me, you know, and I didn't mean to lash back out, but I do that quite a bit. Sorry about that, but that's me, right? I'm honest and transparent. And I think that's, you know, when you're looking at the leadership styles, and I do this a lot because I do corporate training, the leadership styles that men want are the leadership styles that women have naturally. The honesty, the integrity, the decisiveness. I mean, we have to be decision makers because, you know, I have 3 kids and I'm not a millennium. So I'm like 46 years old, right? And my 3 kids are 15 and 13 and 8. I need to make decisions every day. I don't wait to verify whether my decisions are correct or not correct, because I just need to do that. And not in a manner that is that was not here. I will hear, but I know I have to make sure that that happens. And being a woman who's doing 2 jobs, you know, which is I have my full-time job and I have a passion, which both merge in my full-time job, but I do have a foundation that I also look at. I have to be highly organized because I also have 3 kids. I have to be highly organized. And these are things that women have more than men in terms of their leadership styles. So I think compassion is, again, an innate character. We are compassionate because
whether it be nurture or nature, it is part of the way in which we are brought up. No matter where you are, whether you're in the United States or anywhere else, women are taught from a very young age to be givers. So compassion comes, naturally to us because we've not been self-centered in a manner which is, which is just focused on the individual and in my own individuality and everything's about me. Women have been taught to take care of their young, take care of their siblings, take care of their parents. I remember when I was 3 years old, my family got into an accident. I was making the sandwiches for everybody and not my brother who was a year older than me. So compassion is something that's there. Innovation, like I said, we definitely innovate and we make sure that, for us, the whole idea is that our ambition is there, yet as a leader, the most important traits, and I will again recap the most important traits, they're ambition, innovation, compassion, decisiveness, intelligence, and honesty. If I was just to take these five or six character traits, women have that in abundance. So I find that, of course, women are natural leaders. If we're not, and I heard this somewhere and I thought it was great. It said, don't empower me, just move out of my way. Don't empower me. I already have it all, And I think I want to reiterate that. Don't block me. Don't block my growth. Don't block me. And this pandemic, I have to say, I want to add one more thing before I move, give this to somebody else, the baton. But this pandemic has really worked in two ways. One, it's taught everybody who was fighting flexi hours and fighting at-home working have realized that everybody can do the same thing. And you can be as successful even working from the home. And I wish that this lesson is carried forward because women will have equal opportunity in the workplace at that point. Flexi hours, again, I know that I have to wake up early because I got to get my kids ready for school, make sure everything's aligned so that I can focus on my work. And I think if the PNC, people in culture and HR recognize this and support this, I think great partnerships and collaborative teams can be built. And when you're looking at team building, even if you look at decisiveness, ambition, and intelligence being more a male-dominated psyche, which I actually don't believe, but if you believe that, then you have to have in your team honesty, intelligence, and compassion, which a woman will bring. So the yin and the yang have to marry in a sense to make that combination successful in any business. So as important as men, equally important are women. And this is not a battle of who's more important. It is a recognition of equal importance. And I think both parties have to work together so that there's no combating or fighting. It's all about mutual, collaborative, successful partnerships where men and women are equal gender equity in the workplace. And I think that's crucial as a leader. If you can empower women or move aside so that the woman can move forward, don't give us your place either, because we have the capability of taking it and being there. So don't give it to us. But don't block us. And I think that's the most important leadership skill for a male leader to be also completely in his own power, to be able to allow himself not to be belittled. Because I know that I heard you, Louisa, saying that something about how the people don't think of your success initially, and then you rise to the occasion. And I believe that we don't have to prove ourselves. We do, like Louisa said, we do just have to be equal on the playing field, which we are, but we get minimized. And I think that's really important, that we don't allow ourselves to be minimized. And if somebody's trying to minimize you or they use terminology that doesn't apply to you, stand up against it politely. You don't have to be aggressive, because again, another thing I find in the workplace, when women want to get hired, they dawn on this masculinity. And I don't think we need that, because our power is in our femininity. I mean, we in India, we have this heritage of the woman being so powerful that it's called the Shiv Shakti. Shakti is power, and Shakti is a feminine energy. So I don't even need to fight this. It's always been in our heritage. Women are the kinetic force of energy. And that, if you put it, wherever you put it, in whatever field you put it,
you will automatically be a success. So don't dawn on any masculine traits. Just be empowered in your own being.
Well said. And I know that we really are out of time, but I'm hoping that behind the scenes, they'll allow us just to, I'd like to, Kimiko, if you could go and just give us some last final thoughts, and then Luis and Maria, just so that we can get your final thoughts. But what a powerful conversation. We really needed hours upon hours, but how beautiful. So Kimiko, let me give you final words, and then we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm just so lost. Like for the last 1 hour, it's like really great sharing, and I think that we like you know like my neck got tired of like on the nodding, because like this is like all true. And even though when we come from a different background, I think like one of the wrap up things that I want to mention. I think this one anyone can not do, because for me I heard over and over the comments that from my boss or my colleagues, like male counterparts, they say that, oh my gosh, like when women do your project and something, you make your jobs look effortless. So we get things done, but like, you know, it looks so smooth and it just get done. And like, I think that the reason is that like we are natural, like, you know, organizer, and we are like very determined to complete the task on time, on budget. Like, so naturally we are very good project manager, but with the compassion to motivate or to inspire the team. So in our nature, it's like to be like a very nurturing and listening leadership and leading by examples. So the leadership life, the leadership style of like the woman leaders I know, most of all, like they lead by example, and I think that they come across as like being very strong and determined, but without looking very aggressive. So that's the key point. So we are like kind of like relentless workforce, and we are kind of like the water current that we are still like, you know, going our way, but in a very calm manner, and like somehow we get things done smoothly, and it looks like effortless, but it's kind of like the harmony that we are able to pull together. And I think this will be even like showing even more when we come together as like kind of like the community, and we understand the way, we understand that to get here, we already have to overcome a lot of challenges and so on. But we are not talking about the problems or the challenge. It's the way, like we are talking about how we move forward, and what we learn and what we can learn from each other.
I agree. And I believe that sadly we are out of time. So Maria and Louise.
I actually, to be honest, it's super interesting. And I'll just tell you, I mean, I would say I was on mute for a long time, just kind of listening. I don't want to hijack. I'm just kind of just saying my thoughts. I'm in an interesting position because I have a 14-year-old stepson, and I'm listening to this, but I also am trying to have more kids, including daughters, and I'm pirouetting between worlds, listening to this. And Patricky, first of all, you're 46. I'm 51. You look so much better than I do. I mean, what? I mean, sorry to take it at a real base level, but what the heck, dude? give me a blood transfusion now, like now. I don't know what you got. I don't know if you got the India's superpower female genes, but whatever you got, I want some of that. So that's super awesome. Yeah, but no, it's interesting. I don't know. It just got me thinking. Everything you were saying. So I don't know. Let's go. Deborah, if you want to go for another 5 minutes, I think it's worth it. So just what do you feel like?
I would love for Luisa and Maria to do it. So thank you, Gordon.
Yeah, sure. Of course, please.
And we know that we only have 5 minutes, so 2 minutes each, ladies. So Luisa, we'll start with you.
I believe, like, you know, if you can organize your homework, you can rule the country. And the woman should realize that we are the last creation of the God, and this is the fact. Okay. And yeah, we have a creativity mind, much more bigger than the men's, to be honest, in my opinion. We are multifunctional, we are more organized, and we have the one very strong thing, it's our feelings. Feelings is something which, okay, men is more about logic, we are about feelings. But you can match inside of yourself your logic, your mind, and your feelings, so you can find a way where to go and where to be. This is like balance, and there's a lot of practice how to achieve the balance, and the woman need to work for this, for sure. And of course, never give up, always believe on yourself, and do whatever you can do. And don't allow no one in this world to judge you, because you have to believe that you are really best person, and you deserve only wonderful life. Is belief of yourself, believe the God, and just go ahead. Easy. Just feel your energy. Thank you.
Well said, well said. Maria?
Yes, I just want to say thank you so much, and I feel so empowered. I can't wait to meet you all in person. Louisa, let's meet up in Dubai. Let's do it. Yes, and yeah, you're more than welcome to join our Third Millennium Woman platform as well. Please find me on Instagram at Maria Jones blog. And yeah, thank you so much. I'm super happy and excited.
Yes, I'm gonna be annoying. I'm in Dubai in 10 days, and I don't think I can join Millennium Women, but I'd be happy to meet. This is a super interesting group. So,
yes, that's so cool. And also special thanks to Digital Week Online for having this really important panel, because we need to talk about these topics from a global, multicultural, different age lens. So we appreciate the leadership that you're showing us with that. So I think we're done, ladies, right?
Yep. Thank you so much.
Great panel. Very impressive. Thank you so much. I learned a lot, actually. Thank you. All right, everyone. Happy International Women's Day. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you all. Sijanko, thank you so much for coming and joining us. We have a fantastic professor, intellectual, speaker, just a woman who's after my own heart with her own power, and recently published author, I might add, for our wrap-up keynote on the first. Oh, look at that, beautiful. That is a thick book.
500 pages, ladies and gentlemen. That's you know, that's a
crazy.
serious statement. Yeah.
I think my first book will be 20 pages, but okay, cool. My first book will be like Dr. Seuss, and your first book is like the Bible, which is just amazing. I'm so glad you accepted this invitation. I'm so glad you're joining us. It's good to have your international worldly presence. You're our wrap-up keynote for the first day of Digital Week Online, and we're just honored, you know, and it's also, of course, International Women's Day, and we're featuring all these female intellectuals and businesswomen, and it's just a beautiful thing. And I could not think of a more appropriate wrap-up of our day than you. You're esteemed in our heart, you're esteemed in our intellect, and I'm going to pass it to you. And like I like to say, you know, the best part about this day is I get to put myself on mute and just be quiet. So Victoria, very happy to have you, and I'm passing the ball to you, and go for it.
Thank you so much, Gordon, and I really appreciate our friendship. I'm a big fan of yours, as you know, and I'm waiting for your book as well, by the way. I thought that you are writing a book, but, and by the way, you don't have to be on mute.
No, sorry, I have to come back on that. So, like, my wife is giving me a hard time. I'm using air quotes there on that book.
Your wife? Okay.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm having some domestic drama. It's just a whole different story.
You are writing a book, right? As far as I know, you are writing.
Oh yes.
As long as you're in the process, my friend, it's fine. Listen, I thought that I would write my book in 3 months. It took me, you know, I wouldn't want even to admit how many months. And actually,
well,
yes.
I'm sorry. Did it cost you a marriage?
As long as you're writing, it's fine. So.
Yes. Okay. Well, you know what? Now I have no choice. Just because I need to like shove it. To be real honest, and I'm sorry for taking your time. To be honest, I need to do it just to shove it in a couple people's faces to be like, haha, see, I did it. So that's almost more motivation.
And
than
now you
else.
made a public statement. You know that. Now you're talking. This is a public statement. You are writing a book, and we will see your book very soon. So you're not defining. You know, no pressure, no deadline. But as long as you're in the process.
I am in the process. Okay, now I'm passing to you. Now I'll remove myself.
Okay.
Cool.
Okay, and talking about Women's Day, Women's Day, guys. I mean, I was actually thinking about this whole. Think about men and women, and it got a little bit complicated in the past few years, I guess. And I honestly think that as women, we need to be inspiring. You know, if someone wants to write a book, you know, let's inspire them to write a book. Let's have a little bit more encouraging words. You know, words matter, and so much negativity right now that, you know, I feel that if you look at the word, you know, from the energy perspective, I feel that we should restore the balance, you know, between male energy, which is absolutely great. I mean, we have innovations, we have inventions, we have lots of scientists who are males, and we have also lots of scientists who are families. You know, obviously, I would love to restore, you know, the balance as, you know, in a classic way. Family energy is caring, is inspiring, is kind, and that's probably what word needs right now the most. And again, thank you so much, Gordon, for your very kind introduction. I'm in Los Angeles right now. I actually just got back from the East Coast. I am teaching. Actually, I have a PowerPoint presentation, so I like to have sessions very interactive, but I see that we probably more on a mute situation right now. As I see, Gordon, you muted yourself. So I'm going to share with you guys.
I'm here. You have an audience.
Yeah?
Go.
Yeah. No, I'm going to share my, my slides, and I honestly like slides because I also like to, to send you guys. You can. I can send you the whole PowerPoint presentations that you can, you can use. As I am an educator. Can you guys see? Can you guys see the slides? Yeah?
Maybe press F5 so you get full screen.
Okay, hold on a second.
F5. F5. Function 5.
Hold on. How do I do this?
So on your key, oh, hold on 1 second. So move the mouse.
How do I do that? It's like I have a full screen, yeah.
On your keyboard, press F5 on your
F5.
keyboard.
Okay.
F5. Function 5.
F5. No, it doesn't.
Okay,
It doesn't work.
Go view. Go view. Oh, you have geez, you have 311 slides.
No. It's not. I'm going to just to show a few slides. It's not 300.
Okay, well, Victoria, if you want, click on view. And the menu, click view. Up. Yeah, that one. Hold on, stop. That one. Click. No, the other one.
Lead in view. Are you sure?
No, the one next to it. Click.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
click.
Okay, fine. We got
Yay!
it.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we got
Good
it.
job.
So a little bit about me, guys. I'm adjunct professor at Cointelegraph University. So as I just explained, that was my first time actually. I did my course on Zoom, which was very interesting experience. I mean, there are some pluses and there are minuses, and the pluses where, as I explained, I could invite amazing speakers to enrich students' experience, such as Gordon Einstein. We had a bunch of venture capitalists from all over the world. We had blockchain people. We had the whole Shark Tank presentation with local investors judging presentations. Again, at the I call it entrepreneurial mindset. Entrepreneurial mindset is always look for opportunities to make things better. So yeah, we can't meet offline, but okay, what can we do within the new limits? Okay, so we can actually invite pretty cool people who wouldn't be driving, for example, to my class otherwise. So I'm a published author right now. Again, I have a book, Race and Rise. Again, I wrote this book because I couldn't really find anything on entrepreneurial finance. So in this book, you guys find pretty much everything you need to know for raising capital, venture capital, crowdfunding, royalty financing, blockchain-based crowdfunding. Everything is in this book. Again, I wrote it, from my heart, as I could see lots of people are being confused. We are living in an overflow of information. It is very difficult to see what exactly you need. Again, as I am actually telling my students, everything is Googleable, but again, we need to know what to Google. So it's available, Amazon.com, you can just, just type in my name, Victoria Solchenko. Check it out. It is not advertisement. I literally, every sentence I wrote in this book, guys, I mean, I know it's 500 pages, but it's only 500 pages because it was supposed to be actually 3 books. And I decided, okay, this is going to be just 1 book. Every sentence makes sense. Every sentence you will learn something. I can promise you. So I'm a writer. I used to write a lot, especially before my book. I was writing for Huffington Post, Los Angeles Business Journal, and so on. So again, I'm pretty visible. Connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm happy to report that my book was actually #1 in new release in venture capital crowdfunding for at least like first 4 weeks. I was checking. So my contact information, my best way to basically connect with me would be on LinkedIn. I think I'm less active on Facebook, but I'm also on Facebook. So that's my contact information. A little bit of inspiring quotes for you guys, because again, everyone is I assume that the audience, everyone is whether entrepreneur, want to be entrepreneur. And actually, one of my favorite quotes is by Jack Ma: opportunities lie in place where the complaints are. So the problem with, I think, modern entrepreneurship right now is that we are trying to impress investors more than, thinking of the idea, who is your customer? And customers are people who need you to resolve their problem. So again, I wanted to get back to the basis, and basis is that entrepreneurship is about solving problems. What is the problem you want to be resolved? And again, as an expert in venture financing, I can assure you that there are funds, there are money, there are basically numerous channels that you can use right now in the digital world to raise money. The point is you have to be able to justify your venture. What is your venture? So if you're just making a beautiful presentation, or well, this is my idea and give me just 100 million, I just absolutely love this cartoon, for example, that's not going to work, because again, the world is digital. I love it. We're all very much connected and borderless. And as I keep telling everyone, my students and my consulting clients, the capital is just mouse click away. But then again, the competition is pretty brutal. The competition is also global right now, guys. So if 20, 30, 50 years ago, when you're entrepreneur, you're a business owner, you would
Victoria, I have to do one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, let's see if we can see this.
You have to do.
You see that?
Yeah.
That's your book on my Kindle.
Oh wow! Cool.
Okay.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yes. Back to you. But you're now on my Kindle. I bought your book.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. No. Thanks so much. Check it out. I mean, I honestly like still, paperbooks, because I like to, flip.
I'm too mobile. I unfortunately had to give away my books and donate them. Now everything's on Kindle. I literally just bought your book.
Okay, cool. But the cool thing about having it in kindergarten is that there are links that you can basically, like when I'm talking about crowdfunding platforms, which like you literally you click on the link and you are there already. So I did a research for you guys. That's why I'm like, I'm on LinkedIn. I have quite a following. I don't know how many, like over 30,000 people I think following on LinkedIn, and literally on every day I'm getting a request for someone. Can you help with money? Where do we go? And I'm like, guys, just buy my book. I literally have links of funds there. I have links of funds. You just click. I did a job for you. It took me years, guys. I mean, please. I'm not like saying.
You're awesome. I'm reading this tonight.
Making money from my book. I did it for you guys. Just use this. Use it. It's just like right there, So, but thank you. Yeah, I appreciate giving it a shot, Gordon. So why do we need funds for? I'm actually asking sometimes question. So we of course we need money, but why do we need? Like I for example, I fund my conference with my very own money. Then you basically you sell tickets, you sell sponsorships. So I was pretty much cash positive from the day one. But typically startups are not cash positive from the day one. So usually when I ask this question, what do we need funds for? People say, well, obviously working capital, hiring people, doing marketing and so on, and we need to grow. So what I want to emphasize, guys, is that you need funds not just to grow. You need funds actually to be able to fail. You're getting market feedback, right? You're getting market feedback. Market feedback, for example, is negative. Most of the time it's negative for any startup. Startup is an experiment. So you need funds to experiments, and if you fail, you can actually pivot and go to another way with another product, with another solution, or even with the whole new idea. So, and when I ask what is a startup, there are lots of definitions. So I'm giving you a little bit of theories here. So again, my favorite, just like very literally in one sentence and one word, startup is an experiment. We don't really know. We don't know if your idea is going to work. But my favorite definition of startup is by Steve Blank, who actually has a few books of his own as well. So if you guys want to read some, more like entrepreneurial kind of stuff, because my book is absolutely focusing on financing ventures. So anything you want to know about venture capital, pluses and minuses. I'm definitely not sugarcoating venture capital. In fact, it's quite opposite. So, and I've got a few venture capital, people who probably pissed with me, but like every sentence, every statement in my book is backed by facts, and you're more than welcome to check out yourself. And I think that media is overemphasizing the impact of venture capital that basically finance 0.1% of companies. That's again, that's a data, that's a statistic. Most companies are financed through friends and family, angel investing, and now obviously we have crowdfunding, we have SBA funds, Small Business Administration Fund, that are basically number one financer of startups in this country, which is again, some people probably would be surprised to find out that. So startup is a temporary organization designed to search for a reputable and scalable business model. So again, to launch business is easy, right? So what do we do right now in the digital world? We got a website, we got a few marketing campaigns, boom, we in business. But to actually be able to create the business model that could be replicable in, for example, in other regions, in other countries, or with other products, and scalable, that's definitely requires lots of efforts, lots of experiments, and a little bit of luck. So key elements of startup business model, I'm not going to go through this, but I just wanted to emphasize customer value proposition. Again, remember, guys, I'm little bit, I'm not like talking right now about financing ventures. Again, guys, we have finance. There are money. There are investors who are constantly looking for capital. If you want to understand the environment, the very first thing to go is basically just go angellist.com. This is number one platform of matching startups with angel investors. And if you can just see, again, angellist.com, you can just go and see what kind of companies right now are looking for capital and how many investors also are available with funds that are looking for capital. Again, the competition is brutal, but again, with a good idea and with the idea that would solve the unmet customer needs, I think you are good to go. I have even in this, like just past 6 months, I have quite a few successful stories of people raising money through crowdfunding, through through AngelList. We have a new wave of what is called SPAC, special purpose acquisition companies. That's a new way to go public. Again, it's the pluses and minuses, as just everything, everything in life. But what I want to emphasize, we need good companies that are actually resolving market problems. And talking on this, sometimes I think, oh my God, everything was already invented. Everything seemed like to be existing. So just see what you can do better, or maybe different, or maybe simplify. I was actually having a presentation in Abu Dhabi a few months ago where I was supposed to fly, but we had instead Zoom call. And I found, for example, this interesting idea. Mom's Board founder, she created a whole, platform for moms in Middle East. So, talking of which, wanted to also emphasize that we live in a platform-driven world where if you create a product, that's probably not enough. That's why I keep telling that we should be able to unite with other entrepreneurs all over the world and come up with the ideas that would be able to be utilized in platform framework. And again, I give you just some numbers that the world is connected, especially with the recent events. People who were not even thinking of becoming digital, somehow they becoming digital. So to me, it's all about creating a community. So you are creating a community, you are building a community around your case, you educate your community, and then you try to basically make sure that the community need your product or your services. Again, what problem you resolve that have not been resolved yet. So I wanted also to, and again, I'm happy to send you this presentation, guys, or I guess this presentation will be online. There are some, several numerous. I just give you, pretty much a few of them top, I guess, platforms where you can find the customers. Again, entrepreneurship, we need to start from the basis. Entrepreneurship is not about looking for financiers, right? Entrepreneurship is about looking for customers. So for some people all over the world, I assume that's our audience, check out just a few platforms like that and see if you can find customers there. So again, not every business needs, financing. So if you are a solo entrepreneur, or if you have, more localized business, so that's the platforms you might want to check out. So back to our, core topic. Again, just a little bit of, macro view. We always have internal funds, we have external funds. Just to warn some first-time entrepreneurs, you need to have your skin in the game. Skin in the game is basically money, funds, your own funds, your family funds that you put in your own business. Because obviously, if you don't have your own skin in the game and you go out and ask people for money, it is it's hard to justify the idea, because people would say, hey, listen, why would I risk my own money if you can't even risk your own money? So you at some point when you are at the stage of launching business, you got to have a bit of your own money. You got to be able to raise money from family and friends, and there are plenty of stories. I mean, God, Jeff Bezos was raising, primarily money from friends and family, college friends. So before, going out, you definitely have to have a bit of your own skin in the game, and only after that you you should ask for, for money from strangers, as we say, and that's basically, crowdfunding. So we have internal funds, we have external funds. Internal funds, and again, the bootstrapping, right? It's your money you save, your family and friends' money. You probably sell the only car you have. This just creativity has no limit. So then we have external, right? We have debt finance, we have equity finance, we have public finance. So that's a little bit of theory. So again, as I keep telling everyone these days, do not worry about funds. There are funds, there are tools available. And again, I have a book, as I call, 500 pages baby, that outline pretty much in details what tools are appropriate for which stage and for which venture. Again, if you are a startup with no revenue, no traction, and your team has no track record of building companies or having some exits, it's probably not very wise to go and ask money from venture capital. So for some reason, even more mature entrepreneurs for some reason think about raising venture capital. But again, guys, venture capital is a very rare asset class that targeting a very certain type of companies with a very clear exit strategy, a very, very clear metrics that would give them a certain return of capital. Again, think about the fact that venture capitalists are institutional investors, and they have the fiduciary obligation for their limited partners to return a certain amount of money that they've been invested. So if you're not building 200 million company, then they're probably not, venture capital is not your venue. Again, as I also explain in my book, there are different types of venture capital. There is traditional venture capital sitting in Silicon Valley, but then we have micro venture capitalists right now that can write you a check as just angel investors, 50,000, 100,000. Then we have also corporate venture capital, CVCs. Also, you can check it out and educate yourself. Again, through my book, or just simply Googling, Google corporate venture capital and see what it is all about. I'm particularly very interested in crowdfunding, and as you can see from from this chart, crowdfunding is basically the tool that you can get to when you are still on the very early stage. And again, when the financing, venture financing is a stage financing, right? And the very early stage, obviously, it's very hard to find money because, in a way, you have little traction, if any. You are still experimenting, and if you're experimenting, as you understand, you might make mistakes, right? And mistakes are costly, so you went not to the market you were supposed to. The product wasn't good enough, and so on. So crowdfunding has its own pluses and minuses. We have guys like Kickstarter or Indiegogo, but we also have guys like WeFunder.com. This is equity-based crowdfunding. I very much encourage you guys, no matter what you do, just go to website, like WeFunder.com, or for example, StartEngine.com, and just look at the projects. Just look at the projects, and you can invest. I don't know, $50, $100 yourself, and see how it was. Just simply for educational purpose. As I believe that crowdfunding is in our digital world, that's in just a few more years, we will be talking much more about crowdfunding than venture capital. So, and Gordon, I think that you are giving me you are giving me a hint that
just a little hint.
How much time I have?
How much do you want?
Oh, well, you saw I have 300 slides. So I just, I just wanted to show you.
Do you want to be here 3 days, or
yeah.
what works for you? Tell me what you need. What do you need?
Yeah.
What would you like?
No. Well, I'll just, I'm going to wrap things up. So because I know that, you guys wanted 30 minutes, so I'm thinking that I'm already.
Okay. Is 5 minutes good? Here, 5 solid minutes. Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. So another thing is that I see lots of people that are talking, I have this innovative idea. So I started to research a bit on it. What is actually innovative idea? And with the in interactive audience, I usually ask, hey, listen, guys, what do you think about, what is how do you define if your business idea is innovative? So I've got this bit of the framework, which I hope that entrepreneurship is, again, I love, and especially since I'm teaching entrepreneurial finance, for example, it's a bit of art, but also science and practice. So no matter what, we need to have a framework. We need to really understand what are we doing and why, because there is absolutely no way when you just throw your darts and something is going to work. So innovation is basically invention multiplied by commercialization. So you can have invention, but it wouldn't be actually innovation as long as you commercialize it. So that's very important. So that's why there are some academic institutions, and especially I know that in emerging countries, for example, like Russia, I know that there are quite a few research-driven institutions with probably very interesting inventions. But again, if you don't really commercialize that, this is not innovation. But I also don't want to discourage, first-time entrepreneurs, especially young guys, young people, who say, "Well, listen, I don't know what to innovate. I don't know." Again, this is not how you basically come to be entrepreneur. So to be entrepreneur, you come with the idea to resolve a problem, whether it's an innovative idea or not. This is what market will tell you. You are basically resolving problem. So, and if you look for any successful cases in company, and I've been studying a lot. I mean, Harvard was really great in that. Harvard Publishing has, it's called, Harvard cases, where you basically study, successful and unsuccessful. By the way, I love also to study unsuccessful, companies, and it's amazing how the line is so thin between being successful and unsuccessful in business. So innovation doesn't need to be some kind of invention. You can have an innovative business model. Like, for example, think about Uber. They didn't really invent anything. You still have app. You have cars. They didn't invent car. They didn't invent apps. They invented the approach, the new approach. So you can invent a new approach. You can invent a new business model. You need to also understand. That's also another thing that I see a lot with the new business ideas. You need to also understand how you capitalize on this idea, right? Because if you don't if you don't know how to capitalize on your idea, that's not a business. That's that's basically the hobby. And it's great to have a hobby. Of course, I play piano, for example. I have my paintings, as you can see that. But in business, you need to also understand who is your customer. So before even going, to any venues, like, again, crowdfunding, look for angel investors, or apply, for example, that's another program, guys, I highly recommend, go to ycombinator.com and see what programs they have. This is number one. This is number one accelerator in the world. I believe the competition is pretty brutal there, but it should not be. It never should be, discouraging you. Obviously, you always try, to apply and speak with people, and but again, as I also tell in my book, it's good to knock through a lot of doors. When you're asking for funds, when you're asking for money, but are you even on the right street? So that's why you need to understand the the metrics, who is looking for what kind of investors are available, what kind of criteria they apply. Again, I am talking about this in details in my book, but the whole point of my presentation, because I was thinking, what should I broadcast to the world? So I could give you the whole outline of what investors are looking for, what criteria, and so on. And again, it's in my book. But I also just realized, guys, we need good ventures. We need to resolve problems. And what's interesting, there is such a research report called CB Insights, and they do admirable job. Every year they publish the report on why VC-backed companies fail. And I've been following such annual reports at least for the past 3-4 years.
Victoria, I hate to do this.
Yeah, I'll just finish that, and
we need to give you an hour, basically.
Yeah. So I'll just finish this and I'll shut up. So I've been following this report, guys, and number one reason of VC-backed companies, guys, I mean, that's the companies that been scrutinized a lot, because VCs are doing great job on their due diligence. Number one reason why VC-backed companies failed: there was no market need. And it has been this reason for the past 3-4 years. And I find this is very, very sad. So we basically create products that no one needs. So we have, right now, we guys have over 4 million digital apps. 4 million digital apps, but still no flying cars. So anyway, so always ask, who's your customer? How is your customer acquire? Why any customer would pay for your product? Because we only pay for the product when we need it, when we want it. And then you basically follow the script that I've been talking about in terms of financing. Amazing. So the most important question is what market problem you're resolving, which has not been resolved yet.
Отлично.
Отлично. Хорошо. Спасибо.
Я люблю. Okay, that was awesome. Victoria, thank you so much. We're ending Digital Week Online on a high note. We had the famous Victoria Selsenko, published author, professor, genius, the capital whisperer, I will call her. Look at that. I bought it on Kindle.
Thank you so much. No, guys, seriously, it's from the heart. It's from the heart. And hold on, let me just... and by the way, just to let you know, for example, remember I told you that like literally every page has some.
Okay, listen, team. If I bought the book, you need to buy the book. And yes, I'm writing a book. Okay, I'm calling again.
Just wanted to find some one shot, but of course I can't. So yeah.
Love
okay,
you.
guys. Okay.
Bye.
Okay,
Great
guys.
show.
Thanks so much. Bye.
Thanks, Victoria. Bye.